Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It is so wonderful to see you all here on this very bright but chilly Canberra morning. I'm also conscious that it is very early, 6 a.m. in Indonesia, where we have many people joining us online. So a particular thank you to all of them. My name is Helen Sullivan, and I have the very great privilege of being Dean of the ANU College of Asia and the Pacific. As we begin, I would like to acknowledge and celebrate and pay my respects to the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet, the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people of the Canberra region, and to all First Nations Australians on whose traditional lands we meet and work. I would also like to acknowledge and pay my respects to any First Nations Australians who are joining us today. It's my very great pleasure, and I've had this pleasure a number of times before, but it never ceases to be a really great occasion to welcome you to this conference, whether you're here in person, whether you're joining anywhere around the world online. As you know, the Indonesia update, and I'm looking around and seeing many friends, familiar faces, so you will know much of this better than I do. The Indonesia update has a very long and successful history and is very well positioned within our college. CAP, as all of you will know it, I've no doubt, or if you don't know it now, you will by the end of the conference. We have 300 academics in 4 research schools, and we represent the largest concentration of Asia-Pacific experts in the English-speaking world. Now, just let that sink in. You know, what a great privilege it is to be in this community of experts who have dedicated their lives to the study of a different aspect of Asia and the Pacific regions. And we also like to claim, and I don't want anybody doing any fact-checking on this, because we know that that's in vogue, that we also host the largest concentration of Indonesianists in the world. And I have to say, from my experience of being at this university and the regular visits I make to Indonesia with my colleagues, it really does feel like we are part of a very special community, and indeed we are consider ourselves to fly the flag for Indonesia studies and all things Indonesian in the world from an Australian vantage point. From humble beginnings, it says here, I can't believe anything that the Indonesia project team have ever done has been with humble beginnings, but the update has been designed to provide comprehensive overviews of developments in Indonesia and to present a wide-ranging discussion on a particular theme each year. So the conference will begin as it always does, and I'm very excited to be able to stay for this, with updates surveying the political and economic developments in Indonesia over the past 12 months. Then over the course of the next 2 days, the conference will further examine the question of how Indonesia has changed over the past decade under President Jokowi's leadership. This annual conference is now the largest conference on Indonesia outside of Indonesia. And as I say, it is a very great privilege to be able to host this concentration of scholars, diplomats, government officials, teachers, members of business and non-government organisations, students, and of course our alumni. And I just want to say a few words about our students and our alumni. We can't be the great scholarly engine that we are in the Australian National University here in Canberra without the extraordinary privilege that we have of teaching students from so many parts of the world. And in particular, given that we're celebrating Indonesia today, the incredible number of students who have come to study with us and the students we have sent to Indonesia in exchange. That kind of relationship, that building of relationships, of connections, of understanding, cannot be underestimated. And it is incredibly important that we continue to do everything that we can to facilitate the ongoing flow of students in both directions. And I think any public policy maker who believes that attempt to regulate that will be positive will be very sorely mistaken. And so we pride ourselves on the very special relationship that we have both with our students at all levels, but also with our alumni. And it may surprise you, and this did indeed surprise me, that at the PhD level, we have more students more Indonesian students come to Australia to study than from any other country. We can proudly say that hundreds of Indonesian citizens have studied and graduated from this university and indeed from this college. And there are many current and former candidates online and indeed in the room today. And just over a decade ago, 4 Indonesian cabinet ministers held PhDs from the ANU. We are incredibly proud. You can draw your own judgment about whether that made any difference or not and what kind of difference, but we did our bit. We are very proud of our contribution to Indonesia's intellectual and policy development, and we want to continue that effort, and we will always aspire to do more. We have an exceptionally strong reputation for being a global centre of excellence in the study of Asia and the Pacific, and we take pride in our role here in the college to lead the university to meet our responsibilities to the Asia-Pacific region by dedicating ourselves to the development of deep knowledge, strong relationships, and enduring knowledge creation and transmission. We're a unique community of multidisciplinary scholars, and one of the things you will see in this conference is just the incredible range of disciplines, field expertise that we have both in this university but also as part of our wider community. Academics, professionals, technical experts, all who are focused on research, education and engagement in this most incredible and dynamic region in the world. We absolutely know that Indonesia literacy, as you might call it, in Australia is critical to the health of our bilateral relationship, and we are committed to supporting and nurturing scholarship and teaching on Indonesia here at the ANU. Our ongoing commitment is demonstrated through support for initiatives such as the Indonesia Project, the Indonesia Institute, and through our support for this extraordinary conference. As successive prime ministers have stated, and is outlined in our foreign policy, no country is more important to Australia than Indonesia. Indeed, Gareth Evans, our former ANU Chancellor and Foreign Minister, once noted, "We are neighbours forever." And that is a sentiment that's been echoed by our current Chancellor, Honourable Julie Bishop, and also is something that resonates from the public statements of our current Foreign Minister, the Honourable Penny Wong. And this concept is one that we should absolutely embrace. It's very easy, particularly as scholars and diplomats, professional experts, it's often very easy to see the differences between countries, between communities, between peoples. But we have so much in common politically, strategically, economically, and environmentally, much more often than people realise. And I think we're going to see that demonstrated very clearly over the coming days. This is also an opportune moment to remember the remarkable contribution of the late Heinz Arndt, a professor at this university for 50 years, and who established the Bulletin of Indonesian Economic Studies. And I can see some people who are very involved in that bulletin here today. The major academic journal on the Indonesian economy, and now in its 60th year of continuous publication. That is quite an extraordinary achievement. Does that make it as old as the Indonesia Project? Just about. I want to congratulate a couple of people before I finish and before I get to do the only thing I'm really here for. I mean, it's great to see you all here, but I'm much more interested in something else I'm going to be doing shortly. I want to congratulate a few people. Eve Warburton for convening her second Indonesia Update Conference. Sana Jaffrey for convening her first. I'll think of something to congratulate you for, Ed, but there's nothing written here. But in all seriousness, I really appreciate the extraordinary amount of work that goes on to make sure that this event happens every year without fail, always with something new to say, always with some surprises in store. And at this point, I want to make I can't see her, but a special mention of Catherine and her team for all the extraordinary work that they do. I would like to make a particular mention of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade for their continued support, both of the work that we do on Indonesia, in Indonesia, with Indonesians, and their particular support of this conference. Now, as I said, the reason I'm here, before I hand over to Ed, who is wearing the most wonderful suit, it has to be said, who's going to chair our first session, which will be fantastic. Tradition calls me to bang the magnificent gong that you can't see, but I can. But apparently I have to wait for somebody to bring it, because it's very precious and I will break it. And once I bang the gong, this conference is officially open. Stand back, Ed. Do I do it once?
As many times as you can.
Many times I am. Over to you, Ed.
Thank you very much, Professor Sullivan, for opening our conference. So my name is Edward Aspinall. I'm from the ANU Coral Bell School of Asia-Pacific Affairs, and it's my honour to chair the political update session this morning. Before I introduce our speakers, however, I'd like to pause for a moment to note the passing of renowned University of Indonesia economist Faisal Basri, who passed away 8 days ago. Pak Faisal was scheduled to appear at this conference to speak along with Pak Arianto, Pak Acho. He was a man of great intellectual rigour and integrity who was widely admired in Indonesia and abroad, including here at the Australian National University. He will be greatly missed. And I'd like to, on behalf of everyone present and the organisers in particular, to pass on our condolences to his family, to his colleagues and to his friends. Now, I won't spend long introducing our esteemed speakers, each of whom is an accomplished academic in her own right. Instead, I will refer, in order to save time, we're on a very tight schedule, I'll refer you to the conference booklets where you can read more about their backgrounds and achievements. Presenting the political update this morning are Dr. Eve Warburton and Dr. Sana Jaffrey. Both of them are my colleagues from the Department of Political and Social Change at the ANU School of Coral Bell School of Asia and Pacific Affairs. In addition, Dr. Warburton is also the director of the ANU Indonesia Institute. They will speak for 40 minutes, after which Dr. Inaya Rakhmani, the inaugural director of the Asia Research Centre at the University of Indonesia, will present her discussant's remarks. So please welcome the first of our speakers, Dr. Warburton.
Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us for the 2024 Indonesia Update Conference. And thank you for being here for the political update. It's a real honour and privilege to be delivering this year's political update with my colleague Sana Jaffrey. So 2024 has been a momentous year for Indonesian politics. We had the presidential elections and the legislative elections back in February, and we're now warming up for the regional elections that will be held all across the country in a couple of months. These elections and all of the sort of important events and machinations that have surrounded them have been shaped by these two figures, the power plays of these two figures. Jokowi, an outgoing president trying to perpetuate his power, and Prabowo, the incoming president, trying to consolidate his own. And over the next 40 minutes, Sana and I are going to be documenting the ways in which these power plays, particularly by President Jokowi, have undermined electoral competition in unprecedented ways. We're going to be talking about the ways in which incumbency has been used to tilt electoral playing fields, and to thwart political challenges. And what we're going to be arguing is that in the process, in 2024, Indonesia has been brought close to the edge of competitive authoritarianism. Now, for all the political science nerds in the room, you'll know what that means. For all the normal people in the room, I will come back and I will define that for you in just a moment. But I want to... yes, ANU, technology. Terima kasih. Okay, we're going to be doing the lanjut process. But the two big questions that Sana and I are going to be grappling with and answering in our presentations today are this. First of all, how different were the elections this year compared to the elections held in previous years? And should this year's political events and the conduct of electoral politics change our assessment about the trajectory of Indonesian democracy? And we're going to be arguing that, yes, these elections were different and that Indonesia's democratic regression has entered a new phase. Lanjut. Thank you. So let's just pause for a moment and remind ourselves how scholars have been characterising Indonesia's democracy. And for the last 5 years or so, we can say that analysts have come to a sort of consensus. They've agreed on the trajectory of Indonesian democracy and that it is regressing, backsliding, declining, whichever term you want to use. And analysts have sort of zoomed in on different kinds of arenas of democratic governance to make this point. Analysts have emphasised the increasing cartelisation of Indonesian politics and the weakening of opposition, the deteriorating independence of legal institutions like the Corruption Eradication Commission or the Constitutional Court. We've seen increasing repression of protest movements and criminalisation of critics, not in a systematic way, but in a sort of ad hoc kind of way that still has this effect of chilling dissent. But the other area of consensus, and one more, yeah, perfect, that's good, no, sorry, back off. The other area of consensus, and really importantly, has been that analysts have pointed to the way in which elections have remained mostly free and fair, and importantly, they have remained competitive. Now, back here in 2019, when Indonesia last held its presidential elections, the political update was delivered by Ed Aspinall and Marcus Mitzner, and they really emphasised that the core electoral pillar, and I'm quoting them here, of Indonesia's democracy remains relatively strong, even as the system of democratic rights and norms is being slowly eroded. And so we can kind of think, therefore, of elections, in the minds of analysts at least, both inside and outside of Indonesia, we can think of elections as being seen as the last line of defence against Indonesia sort of sliding from an electoral democracy into some other sort of regime type. Yeah. But what we're going to be arguing today is that in 2024, Jokowi's desire to perpetuate his power and Prabowo's desire to expand his own by intervening in the 2024 presidential elections and the nominations process for regional heads has breached electoral red lines. And in the process, brought Indonesia to the edge of competitive authoritarianism. Now, what are we not arguing? We are not arguing that we are back to the new order. This is for everyone posting things on Twitter. We are not arguing that Indonesia is back to the new order. We are not arguing that Indonesia has arrived squarely in this category of competitive authoritarianism, but rather we are on the edge. We are teetering on the edge. And this slide into competitive authoritarianism is not inevitable, and that democratic repair is possible. And we're going to be talking about that today as well. So what is competitive authoritarianism? If we use this definition here from two very prominent political comparativists, Levitsky and Way, they describe a system in which we see the coexistence of meaningful democratic institutions and serious incumbent abuse, which yields electoral competition that is real but unfair. And when we see this definition and we look back on the events of 2024, we think that this is a really apt way of describing what Indonesia, the kind of system Indonesia is approaching if the democratic brakes aren't put on. Okay, so let me take you through the outline of the presentation. So we're going to be first, are we seeing that? Yep, great. You can put them all up there, Inaya. Yep. We'll first start by looking back at the presidential elections and what we call Prabowo's tainted victory. He achieved a remarkable landslide victory, but it was one tainted by heavy state intervention, where the playing field was tilted and the elections were free but not fair. And then we're going to be talking about the post-election power play between these two figures. We're going to reflect on the kind of democracy that Jokowi is leaving behind and that Prabowo inherits, and we'll speculate a bit on what Prabowo might do with this kind of democracy. And then we're going to come to our conclusion and sort of come back to our analytical framework here and demonstrate to you guys that you don't have a democracy without real competition. All right. So, yep, thank you very much. So Prabowo's tainted victory. This was a landslide election, but it was one, as I said, that was tainted by state intervention. But in order to understand the nature of these elections, we need to come back a little bit and to talk about the context in which they took place. Thanks, Inaya. So it's worth pausing here to remember the things that we've been discussing actually here at the update over the past couple of years, particularly last year in Jackie Baker's update. Now, we know that sort of around the midway through his second term, Jokowi made it very clear that he did not want to step down from office at the end of his constitutionally determined 2 terms. He made efforts to change the constitution and deliver himself a 3rd term as president. But when that didn't work, he then considered delaying the presidential elections. But both plans essentially failed. And so he focused instead on choosing a presidential successor, placing his most loyal allies, indeed his family members, into office, into positions of power, and he focused on isolating enemies from positions of power. And enemy number 1 has been for some time and continues to be Anies Baswedan. Anies Baswedan, remember, sort of humiliated Jokowi and his ally Ahok in the gubernatorial elections for Jakarta back in 2017. And since then, he's always been seen as this sort of political threat. And indeed, it became very clear by 2022, 2023 that Anies had ambitions to run in the presidential elections. Now, some of this was covered in last year's update, but just to remind everyone that Anies, throughout 2022 and 2023, had sort of hanging over him this shadow of a potential Corruption Eradication Commission investigation. No charges were ever brought, but it was hanging around him. But then when Surya Paloh, pictured here, and his Nasdem party formally nominated Anies, the palace then executed a campaign of intimidation against Surya Paloh and his businesses. 2 high-profile ministers from Nasdem found themselves the target of a corruption investigation, and indeed both Johnny Plate and Yassin Limpo were arrested and sentenced to prison. Now, despite all of this, once announced, Nasdem continued to back Anies. He also drew in support from PKB and PKS, and he did run in the 2024 elections, with these political parties deciding that the electoral payoffs of nominating Anies were high enough to risk the kind of retribution that they were facing from Jokowi. So then Jokowi's plan is to choose a successor. He broke ranks with his party, PDIP, and decided that Prabowo was not only a very popular, indeed the leading candidate in many polls, but he also decided Prabowo and expected that Prabowo would protect his interests in a way that PDIP was unlikely to do, given the years of growing tension between Jokowi and PDIP's chairperson, Megawati. So Jokowi does not back PDIP's candidate, Ganjar Pranowo, who was a very loyal party cadre, and instead he throws his weight behind Prabowo. Now, the next part of the plan is to build a dynasty. So we know this story relatively well by now. Jokowi's decision to back Prabowo also came with Prabowo's promise to put Gibran, Jokowi's eldest son, on the ticket as the vice presidential candidate. But Gibran, legally too young to run for office, really shouldn't have been eligible. But very conveniently, Jokowi's brother-in-law, Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court, the court makes a decision a week out from the nominations deadline, creating a legal loophole that allows Gibran to run. Now, despite this major last-minute change to the election rules, a tailor-made decision to advantage Prabowo's side, there was no major public backlash. And instead, what this meant that was the pairing of Prabowo with Gibran benefited immensely from Jokowi's high approval ratings and his large popular base. And this translated into a really remarkable bounce in Prabowo's electability. So the electoral map in the 3-way race changes dramatically at this stage. Jokowi's clear support for Prabowo with Gibran on the ticket leads to this sort of near collapse in Ganjar's support in this 3-way race, and you see Prabowo and Gibran develop this commanding lead around October of 2024, which is when Gibran is announced. Now, it's important to emphasise here that, or I should make the point rather, that in Indonesia's electoral system, for the presidential elections, to win in one round, a candidate has to achieve more than 50% or has to gain more than 50% of the national vote. And if you don't get that, you go to a second round runoff of the top two candidates. Now, pollsters were showing that in a second round runoff, Prabowo had a clear path to victory. He had a clear path to victory to get into a second round, and he had a clear path to victory in a second round. If he ran against Anies, Ganjar voters would migrate to him. If he ran against Ganjar, Anies voters would migrate to him. One of Prabowo's strengths with Jokowi's backing was this capacity to be a sort of centrist candidate in a less polarised three-way race this year. But as you can see, towards the end of 2023, you can see that number at 45% for Prabowo sort of stagnating. And Jokowi panics. He doesn't like these stagnating numbers. He wants this done in one round. So Jokowi seeks to lock in a one-round victory. He wants to remove all uncertainty from the race. And to do this, he uses all the power and tools that he has at his disposal as the incumbent to push Prabowo and Gibran over that 50% threshold and to secure this all in one round. Now, how did he do this? Thanks, Inaya. A mix of cash and coercion. We've talked about this a lot over the years with Jokowi. The carrots, the sticks, the cash and coercion, it's become part of his playbook. But we're describing what happened in these elections in this way. We're talking about here a mix of retail welfare and wholesale coercion. And I like this language, Sana, very innovative, this language because it also kind of points to Jokowi's background as a business person and the way in which he thinks and the way in which he does his politics. So we're talking about retail welfare here in the sense that Jokowi used social welfare not just to distribute things in the lead up to the elections to help benefit Prabowo, but he did it in a very personal way, in a very individualised way. He went to the kind of rich vote banks of Central Java and handed out social assistance himself. And that's very unusual for a president to do, let alone an incumbent sitting president in the lead up to an election. And pollsters have studied the way in which this distribution of welfare assistance impacted the electoral map. And some say that the effect was direct, that you can see a kind of correlation between people who received Bansos, received the social welfare, and then who voted for Prabowo. But others say it was indirect. So with Jokowi going out and handing out social welfare, it increased Jokowi's popularity and therefore indirectly Prabowo's electability. But either way, there is an effect. And even if it was small, these are the small numbers that Jokowi needed to push up over 50%. But much more concerning for us were the stories that we heard while we were there in the field. Lots and lots of stories around different parts of the country, although mostly coming from Central and East Java, of coercion. And we heard reports, and these were reported in the media, eventually by lawyers and NGOs as well, of the ways in which the police were being mobilised and approaching local level bureaucrats and regional heads and giving them arahan or directions that in your area you need to push up the vote for Gibran and Prabowo. We're looking for about 60%. And you need to turunkan suara Ganjar, drive down Ganjar's vote, because we're talking here in the kind of PDIP, Ganjar sort of strongholds. And if they weren't going to be able to achieve these results, what would happen? The consequences varied. It could be that, social assistance wouldn't flow to your area, or they would suggest that auditing of local budgets might be conducted, or even a corruption case might be brought against a regional head. Now, all of these strategies appeared to be working. And so what we saw was that Prabowo's I forgot about the quote. And, we could have spoke to lots of people from across the political spectrum during this time, and we found this quote from a senior PDIP politician to be a particularly effective illustration. And this person said that what happened in the elections is a kind of combination of 1971 and 2009. 1971 was the first new order election where there was a lot of intimidation, and 2009 was where you see a massive use of Bansos by SBY, and in 2024, Jokowi used both. So, and all of these strategies, as I was saying, seem to work. And as you can see, the numbers were pushed up not just over 50%, but in fact, Prabowo ended up with almost 60% of the national vote. So it was a real landslide, a remarkable victory for Prabowo and Gibran, but one tainted by heavy state intervention. Now, of course, the presidential elections weren't the only elections taking place. We also had legislative elections. And by all accounts, these were largely untouched by the kind of intervention and intimidation we witnessed for the presidential elections. Vote buying was widespread. The same sort of patterns of clientelist politics and patronage distribution that we've seen in many Indonesian elections were sort of deepened, expanded, and further, I think, entrenched in this year's legislative elections. It was very common for legislators to say things like, it's even worse this year, it's paling brutal, it's the most brutal elections we've seen, but they were talking about money and just how expensive votes had become. But ultimately, there wasn't the same kinds of intervention that we're talking about here for the presidential elections. And you can see that even though Ganjar's votes literally collapsed for the presidential elections, PDIP maintained its position and on the top of it maintained its plurality, and it's the most popular party in the parliament, sitting at the top there, if you can see it. But there was one exception, and this is the story of PSI. PSI, Partai Solidaritas Indonesia. This is a very small party established by the tycoon Jaffrey. It's a small party that's never passed the national parliamentary threshold, but Jaffrey hoped that this might change if he put a popular person in as their chairperson. Who does he choose? He chooses Jokowi's youngest son, Kaisang, puts him into the chairmanship just months before the election, and of course for Jokowi he hoped this might be another avenue via which to build a political dynasty. But so tiny is PSI's national support level, it's a party with no meaningful popular base outside of a few small urban centres, that efforts to mobilise police to drive up PSI's vote failed. So that was the only real case of intervention that we saw, and it failed in the legislative elections. So now I want to return to this question that we started with. What made these elections different? And we're talking here again about the presidential elections. Well, in an effort to perpetuate his power, protect his interests beyond his constitutionally determined 2 terms, Jokowi undermined electoral competition. He did so by bending the law to get his son onto a vice presidential ticket. He tried to remove all uncertainty from the outcome to get that victory in one round. And what we also saw was the normalisation of coercion as an electoral strategy. And we also saw, really remarkably, a sitting president assert his right to meddle in elections. Saya akan cawe-cawe, he said. I will meddle in these elections as a sitting president, an incumbent who was supposed to be ending his 2 terms in office. And all of these processes meant that things that had been tried in 2019, in fact, were done better and were more successful this year. In 2019, we heard about efforts to mobilise police, to use state intervention, to try and get Jokowi a much larger victory over Prabowo. But Jokowi couldn't secure that large margin then. He couldn't get the kind of victory he wanted. And analysts looked at that and said, that's proof that electoral competition remains strong in Indonesia. This year, Jokowi got the margin that he wanted. And in the process, he brought Indonesia close to the edge of electoral authoritarianism. And I want to end with a quote. Again, we asked elites in all of our interviews what made these elections different. They all had similar sorts of answers, but Anies Baswedan, in an interview recently, I think expressed it best. And he said that this time foul play was more sophisticated. If it were a software program, this would be the upgraded version. All intervention and foul play took place before voting day. There was no manipulation at the polling stations, extremely important to emphasise. There was no significant manipulation at the Electoral Commission level. The result is real. And everything before the election is what locked the outcome into place. Uncertainty was taken out for a certain result. Thank you very much.
Can you try to... I have... Oh, goodness. Wouldn't this have to be plugged in for it to work?
Oh, that one?
Yeah, can you try to plug it in?
Just use the same system.
I think we better.
Yeah, it was fine.
There you go. Okay. So wait, guys, there's more. Another thing that is very different about this election year compared to previous ones is that we have a prolonged transition period in which we have an outgoing president who's trying very hard to hold on to power, and an incoming president who's very eager to consolidate his own. And what we've seen in the last few months is growing confidence among Prabowo and Jokowi circles that if they can get away with heavy intervention in the most high-profile, highly scrutinized presidential elections, perhaps they can get away with more. This growing confidence has led to a concerted effort to suppress competition in the upcoming regional head elections, Pilkada, which will be held in all of Indonesia's 37 provinces and 508 districts and cities simultaneously for the first time this year. And we want to draw your attention to 4 specific episodes that show how Jokowi and Prabowo's overlapping interests in the transition period have further undermined electoral competitiveness in Indonesia. The first sign came with legal harassment of PDIP. Here, Jokowi's interests overlapped with Prabowo's in keeping PDIP from making too much noise about the election results and also keeping them from seriously considering the role of parliamentary opposition. A series of legal cases have been brought against senior PDIP figures, most notably the party's General Secretary, Hasto, repeating the pattern that Jokowi has followed in his years in office to intimidate rivals. PDIP also faces the threat of a revision to the parliamentary procedure laws, Undang-Undang MD3, that can take away its speakership position in the parliament despite retaining the highest number of seats. The second clearest sign of intervention came with the ouster of Golkar Party's chairman, Airlangga Hartarto. Now remember, Airlangga was somebody who's placed at the helm of Golkar by Jokowi as a pliable ally and had largely followed his orders. But with the upcoming Pilkada, there was a lot of friction between Golkar as the largest party in Prabowo's coalition and Prabowo's own party, Gerindra, in second place about candidate nominations. There were also concerns within Gerindra that Airlangga would eventually use his party's dominant position in the coalition to be more assertive. Jokowi used this friction to his own advantage. We heard from senior Golkar sources that Airlangga was given a clear ultimatum to resign from his post with immediate effect, or he would be charged with pending legal cases and his personal assets would be confiscated. Now, we heard that he tried to negotiate his way out of it, but was told that there was no room for discussion. He then resigned and was quickly replaced by Bahlil, who is a Jokowi loyalist and is also an acceptable figure to Prabowo himself. The third, and perhaps the clearest sign that Jokowi and Prabowo were willing to use their control over state institutions to constrain electoral competition came with attempts to block the nomination of Anies Baswedan for running for a second term for the governor of Jakarta. Now, as Eve explained, Anies has long been seen as a rival by Jokowi, but his performance in the election, in the 2024 presidential election, also made him look like a serious threat to Prabowo as a potential contender for 2029. Once again, this overlapping interest led to a concerted effort to block Anies's nomination from the 3 parties that had nominated him for the presidency. Nasdem and PKB faced legal threats and possible takeover of their parties, and it's very difficult to overstate the impact that the Golkar chairmanship change had on their thinking. Kalau Golkar saja bisa digoyang, apalagi yang lain. This left them to abandon him, and which left PKS, which had actually already announced plans to nominate him for the governorship. And PKS was then lured away with incentives of cabinet seats in Prabowo presidency and other material incentives. Now, it's important to remember that these 3 parties were willing to take the risk, facing similar constraints when nominating him for the presidency, but were not willing to take a risk for a governorship nomination. This is because they were getting a very significant coattail effect by nominating him for the presidency in terms of the bonus for the legislative seats, which they did get, but they were getting no such advantage out of nominating him for the governorship. In fact, the cost of nominating him were made even higher by Prabowo and Jokowi's attempts to threaten them and pry them away with incentives. So the net result is that they decided not to nominate Anies Baswedan, even though he is by far the most popular candidate in Jakarta and was highly likely to win the race. Finally, we saw another attempt to bend the electoral rules to pave the path for Jokowi's second son. The Supreme Court of Indonesia, not the Constitutional Court, issued a ruling in May that created yet another legal loophole that allowed the 29-year-old Kaisan to run for the governorship of Central Java, paired, by the way, with the Central Java police chief, who had played an instrumental role in facilitating the victory for Gibran and Prabowo in the presidential election. But of course, Indonesian politics is nothing if not full of surprises, and a surprise ruling by the Constitutional Court in August triggered a powerful pushback against these ongoing efforts to constrain electoral competition. The ruling was issued in response to a petition, and it did two things. First, it lowered the nominating threshold for parties, which meant that smaller parties in regional legislatives, DPRD, with fewer than 20% seats could nominate candidates in the November Pilkada. Second, it restored the minimum nominating age for Pilkada elections to 30 years, effectively blocking the 29-year-old Kaisang from running in them. The very next day, the Legislative Committee in the National Parliament, stacked with Jokowi and Prabowo's coalition members, drafted laws to circumvent this ruling. This blatant move to flaunt the court's ruling led to a large nationwide protest by students and labor groups that were reflective of broader public anger at the abuse of power that had been building up since the presidential election. The plans to pass the law into effect failed when lawmakers did not show up to vote the very next day. Now, much has been said about the success of the protests in making this possible. Indeed, the protests showed resilience, extraordinary resilience of Indonesia's civil society, despite suffering from years of systematic repression. But it is important to remember that much larger protests in 2019 against the dismantling or weakening of the anti-corruption agency, the KPK, and in 2020 against the jobs creation law failed to achieve the same result. The demonstrations worked this time because they intersected with very real elite interests. First, the interests of smaller parties in Prabowo's own coalition who would like the opportunity to nominate candidates in the Pilkada. They were essentially being asked to do something that was against their own interests. And so they took the opportunity very happily not to do so. And most importantly, Prabowo's own interest, who did not want to start his presidency on the back of massive public protests. And he reportedly personally told Jokowi, met with him and told him to back off from these plans. Now, this particular ruling from the court that basically opens up the possibility of more electoral competition, at least at the local level, has had mixed results so far. On the one hand, it has reduced the number of uncontested Pilkada races, otherwise known as Kota Kosong. So we have this data, I hope everybody's able to see it. For the last 3 rounds of Pilkada, the percentage of uncontested races in these elections has hovered around 9%. In this round, after the court's ruling, it has dropped to roughly 7%. That's a very quick effect of the ruling, showing that these kinds of rules can actually push back in some significant way against plans to make elections less competitive. On the other hand, the ruling could not remedy efforts to block Anies's nomination for Jakarta governorship. This is one of the most severe attacks on electoral competitiveness in Indonesia because Anies is a highly popular candidate, polling between 35% to 39%, and was highly likely to win the race. Under normal circumstances, parties would be falling over each other to nominate a candidate like this, right? But in this new system, a mix of carrots and sticks has effectively blocked his nomination. And one does not have to support Anies or even like him to acknowledge that blocking his candidacy is an undemocratic move. In fact, Prabowo Subianto himself, during the presidential debates, looked at Anies Baswedan himself and said that if Jokowi was a dictator, you would not be the governor of Jakarta. And indeed, Anies Baswedan is not going to be the governor of Jakarta. The other important thing that this ruling did is to break the spell that Jokowi had cast for the last few years and begins to show the cracks in their alliance with Prabowo. We know that they had overlapping interests, and Prabowo was happy to go along with Jokowi for a while, not wanting a confrontation. But with Kaisang's nomination, Jokowi seems to have overplayed his hand, and interests from Prabowo begin to diverge there. So Jokowi is now on his way out, perhaps unhappily, but what is he leaving behind? The first thing he's leaving behind is his son in a very strategic position. One health incident away from potentially ascending to the presidency and providing a way back for his family to the palace. The second thing, and perhaps the most lasting thing that Jokowi is leaving behind, is a very powerful playbook for coercive politics. And this is important to note because the because patronage politics has been the master narrative of Indonesian politics for a very long time. Money politics, incentives, bagi-bagi kue, politik dagang sapi, are the kinds of things that have no doubt affected the quality of Indonesian democracy, but they're also the things that have oiled the machine to keep things going. Jokowi has added a very heavy dose of coercion to this, and it is no longer just about providing incentives to allies to cooperate, but is using the police, the anti-corruption agency, the prosecutor's office, the Ministry of Human Rights and Law, all the tools at the president's disposal to punish those who don't fall into line. This has fundamentally changed the language of politics in Indonesia. That has reduced the role of negotiation and bargaining in politics, making it much less dynamic and much more kaku. So, what made this possible? How is Jokowi able to pull this off? We've asked this question to many political elites in Indonesia in our discussions with them, in our interviews, and what we've heard are very confused responses. As this quote from a senior Golkar figure who worked very closely with Jokowi in his first term shows, Jokowi does not have the typical attributes of a powerful politician. So this person said, I am surprised that Jokowi can have this much power. Why does everybody obey him? He is not a military man, he's not a businessman, and he doesn't head a party. These are the three attributes that make politicians powerful in Indonesia, and Jokowi has none of them. So what is it that has enabled him to be this powerful and to make such deep changes in the way politics is conducted? Well, the most important thing that he has in all these years is an enduring popularity with the public that can be seen with his extremely high approval ratings. And this can be attributed to two factors. First, he's the only president to have risen from a humble background who understands what people want. And he's been able to give it to them through the development of infrastructure projects that have made people's lives easier. And it has to be said, it has to be acknowledged. Nobody else, no other president has to stand in line to get a license, to get a permit. He understands what people need. He understands how their lives can be made easier, and he's done it in important ways. The other thing he's been able to do is to use the COVID crisis to distribute welfare funds in a way that have made ordinary people basically shareholders in his presidency. That if he's doing well, they're doing well. And in classic populist fashion, he has used his popularity to claim that he has the support of the people for his vision, and he needs institutions and rules to get out of his way. But it is also important to remember that he's not done any of this alone. He has had very willing allies in parliament in the form of political parties who have been reversing key achievements of Indonesia's democratic transition over the last 10 years. In order to understand why this has been the case, we need to first think about the crisis moment in which Indonesian democracy was born in the middle of an intense financial crisis, intense social crisis where you had multiple ethnic and religious conflicts breaking out throughout the country, and they forced Indonesia's political elites to make democratic compromises that they otherwise perhaps would not have made. The irony is that these compromises worked and led to 2 decades of political and economic stability, which is making some of these people now think perhaps they didn't need to go that far, and it's time to draw some of that back in. So if you look at some of the laws that are now under consideration, the revision of the military, the law on military, the revision of the decentralization laws, the revision of the police reform laws, media laws, etc., these are all attempts to try to retune to make democracy work a little bit better for them. So, what all of this means is that Prabowo will be inheriting a presidency that is more powerful and less accountable than it has ever been since the democratic transition in 1998. So what is he going to do with it? One view is that he's going to defy these stereotypes about him being an authoritarian leader and turn out to be a very surprising Democrat. Another possibility is that his views on democracy as being an inefficient and inconvenient system will make him a completely unsurprising autocrat, and he will start amassing personal power. The reality will most likely be somewhere in the middle of these two extremes. Indeed, his public views about how he intends to run his coalition, specifically on the role of opposition, suggests that he wants to continue in Jokowi's footsteps to run a democracy without much accountability. But he will also face some constraints, as the Constitutional Court ruling and its aftermath has shown us. Indonesia does have the key ingredients of putting up a good fight. Right, so however much he wants to discipline his coalition, there will be some interests, and among the elites, they might express themselves in the form of an opposition or more bargaining and more demands within the coalition. Civil society remains somewhat resilient despite being under attack for many years, and you have pockets of judicial independence that might provide help as well. But the most important thing that we've seen from the Constitutional Court ruling and the protests is that none of these ingredients alone is enough to put a stop to this. All of these need work when they come in confluence with each other, likely on big ticket issues, but perhaps not likely to be effective against small drifts towards undemocratic laws. In conclusion then, where does this leave Indonesia's democracy? We started this update by talking about how most arenas of democratic contestation have been weakened from relentless attacks over the past decade, leaving elections as the last line of defense for Indonesia's democracy. In 2024, we have seen 3 attempts to breach this red line, in which a sitting president and his allies have used the full weight of incumbency to remove any uncertainty from electoral outcomes by bending the rules for preferred candidates and blocking those that are seen as a threat. 2 have worked, 1 has failed. We are arguing that these attempts bring Indonesia to the edge of a new political phase, competitive authoritarianism, because there is no such thing as a democracy without genuinely competitive elections. Over the past 10 years, low accountability under Jokowi has affected democratic quality in Indonesia, but electoral competition remained high, keeping alive the possibility of democratic repair through the emergence of better leaders in the future. In the last year in office, in Jokowi's last year in office, in the last year in office, what we've seen are persistent attacks on electoral competitiveness that have tried to shut down this possibility and give people even less say in who governs them and how. Most scholars of democratic politics draw the line here and say that if elections are no longer fair, what you have is not a democracy, but competitive authoritarianism. It is also important to remember that this move towards less competitive elections is not unique to Indonesia, but democracies around the world are moving in this direction, even more established democracies like India. But the move in this direction is not inevitable. Indonesia is not there yet. Principled opposition in parliament, active civil society, and conscientious judges can work together to pull Indonesia's democracy back from the edge of competitive authoritarianism. Thank you.
Thank you, Eve and Sana, for that very powerful and sobering presentation. I'd now like to invite Inaya to the podium to present her discussant's remarks.
Thank you very much. I'm now shifting from helping with the PowerPoint slides to discussing. There are so many interesting ideas, and my responses would be centered on the fact that I agree with the central points made by both speakers, and I'd like to take a step back and invite you to take a step back to look at Jokowi throughout the decade that he ruled. Eve and Sana mentioned coercion, both in different ways. Eve mentioned coercion as electoral strategy, and Sana mentioned Jokowi leaving a playbook for coercive politics. I'd like to look at consent and coercion as 2 aspects of the same coin. How did we, as proponents of civil society, proponents of democracy, open up the way for a leader who came from very humble beginnings, who captured our optimism and rose in the ranks of political leaders without, as Sana mentioned, military backings, no strong business backings, and yet he was able to mobilize his popular support, which came from all of us perhaps in this room and beyond, to a point where he was able to shape a political dynasty not unlike those who have been developed since before, but more prominently throughout the New Order. So if you look at Jokowi's popularity as a form of consent, it means that people coming from middle classes, lower classes, educated people, activists, journalists, intellectual academics, and lecturers like myself were complicit in the formation of consent in which, through which Jokowi garnered such high support through voluntary activism. And in the elections, where young people, 60% of the total voters were young people, 28% came from Generation Zillennials who were born 1997 till 2012, so just around my son's age. And I'm an elderly millennial. 26% of those who voted for Prabowo came from this generation. So why such a huge support from a cohort, an age cohort, presumably able to access literature, crash courses on why democracy is better than having a static authoritarian state, how the conditions in China and North Korea compare to ours in Indonesia and yours in Australia and wider in the Asia-Pacific region. We like being able to talk to our friends and family through WhatsApp, through Telegram, post on Facebook, and we presumably do not want state to survey our social media posts and own those platforms as a form to control the way we think through coercion and consent. In an article that I wrote with Ariana Utomo, we looked at how young people, in facing an increasingly precarious and uncertain future of jobs that no longer exist and yet demanded to pursue education as high as possible through, among others, the autonomous learning mechanisms on campus, visit Australia, Canberra, Melbourne to get a short course so that every student who graduates from Nadine Makarim's university system are highly competitive and is able to be absorbed in a labor market. And also to open up startup businesses that could furthermore invite friends into their line of work. So the state in this line is withdrawing more and more responsibility to secure the futures of these young voters and giving that responsibility up to the markets and to themselves. And with this in mind, imagine our kids not being able to get a job and having to make up their own jobs in line of work. And this is in a generation who experienced the pandemic, having to select and elect a leader who would give a semblance of a kind of secure or fixed or controllable future, even though it's not attainable. The popularity of Prabowo alongside Gibran resembled or symbolizes that kind of anxiety. So how come the volunteers supporting Jokowi at the beginning of his ascendance are socially disconnected with the kinds of aspirations of young voters who elected Prabowo and Gibran into place? I would like to look a bit back to pre-Jokowi times, in which even since the 2000s, up to the 2017, Indonesia was China's fourth highest recipient of overseas direct investment in the form of US $4.24 billion. And consistently throughout the years, there has been a regular 20% increase of Indonesia-Chinese trade, amounting in almost 150 billion. China is Indonesia's second largest investor, especially in critical minerals. When he was defense minister, Prabowo mentioned that Indonesia has mineral wealth, and like it or not, this is a quote when he was talking to ministers and military officials. Like it or not, we are the target for big global forces. So when we think about consent and coercion, which is a century-old framework, we also need to think about hegemony and the fact that it's actually the US hegemony that's being challenged by Sino forces within Asia Pacific. So when we look at Jokowi, Prabowo, and what would happen after the term and the kinds of intra-elite competition, competitive authoritarianism, or another term to say it is intra-elite power struggle, whatever term you want to use, the kind of intra-civil society struggle also exists, in which within the relationship between the state and civil society, and in here I'm not only referring to Indonesians, not only referring to people in Jakarta and in Java, but everyone who feels that democracy is still the better option for us to ask for politicians to represent as many interests as possible, and with the priority of having our young people having more say in the kind of future that they will lead. So that's the framework and value that I take, and when I problematize and respond to the presentation, which I think is already really spot on with all of the details that is described so well and reflected on so well, the policy differences of Prabowo, Jokowi, we can reflect on through the fallout of the Duterte and Marcos alliance, because some parallels have already been made since the first time Prabowo took in Gibran as his running mate. And we need to note, this is written by a colleague of mine in the Philippines, Aris Aruguay. How many minutes do I have? 7. Oh, I thought it was over time.
No, you can go under time, that's fine.
Okay, under time is fine. Marcos and Duterte had a fallout, and he wrote about the fact that the fallout was triggered by Marcos's shift towards U.S. policies, in which Duterte, in his stronghold position and war against drugs, doesn't want more transparency in the South China Sea. So within this, I'm not an international relations specialist, but as a non-specialist, to me this is interesting because it also will tilt the direction of the elites and its relationship with some factions of the civil society that has in the past become integrated into some part of the Jokowi camp and some part of the Prabowo camp, and there are friends and colleagues and people I still talk to. Looking at the movements of the past 10 years, it's really possible that this dynamic will continue on with shifting regional tensions. And another article by Muhammadu Sa'diah, who was talking about Indonesia and the fact that women politicians, so one aspect that the Sana and Eve's political update could be completed with is, where are all the women, aside from the fact, the first question, where are all the young people in the policy narratives? Women in Indonesia comprise of 20% of the total political structures, lower than the Philippines, who have 27%, and lebih rendah, lower than Lao at 26%. An article that we're currently writing with Amalinda Safirani and Paji Anugrah, also friends and colleagues, we talked about gendered authoritarianism, which is very similar to competitive authoritarianism. But the thing is, more women being represented and more young people being represented, such as the case of Gibran, and also the lowering threshold for Kaisang that was not successful, is another form of a mutation of authoritarianism and new spaces for gendered oligarchs and gendered authoritarians. So wives and families, ponakan, saudara, are put in, they're women, they're put in strategic political positions so that the tentacles of certain factions are consolidated in certain areas throughout the country. So how do we go from here? Because of course, I don't want to end the response in a gloomy note. I agree with Eve and Sana. If there's electoral competition, if there is still struggle over power, it means that there are opportunities, there are lubang, there are holes in which we can expand, we can enable, we can strengthen and put in alliances with a more coherent vision coming from the civil society, so that less and less of our colleagues join the state as part of the authoritarian turn, the consolidation of competitive and gendered authoritarianism. And this is within the state and also within civil society. More reflective research, more long-term research needs to be made. Very happy to see familiar faces here, people who I've known for decades, who I really genuinely enjoy your company over coffee and anything else. And I hope we still see each other again in decades to come, so that we can look back at our talk today and see progress rather than regress. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Inaya. Now we have a brief period for questions and answers. I would ask you, there are people with mics around. I'll identify those who can ask questions. Please briefly identify yourself, ask a question, one question, hopefully a one-sentence question, and try to avoid going into a disquisition on any topic. I see the first person up there with the jilbab. Do we have a microphone on this side? Oh, okay, all right. The microphone is making its way over there. Is there anyone on this side as well who wants to ask a question? I see one at the back. So if you want to take the microphone to the back, and we can get ready.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Maidina. I'm from Master of Law student from UNSW. I also come from the GSO background in Indonesia, back in Indonesia. I was involved in all those massive protests since 2019, from reformasi korupsi up to peringatan darurat. And we know that many attempts Jokowi has taken to decline the democracy in Indonesia. Most of them are succeed, and the only failure that we see that recently with the public protest on emergency warning or peringatan darurat.
Your question, sorry, Ma.
Yeah, and my question is, but we take a look. There is peringatan darurat failed. The Jokowi failed to decline the democracy on Kaesang because of but it's really highly related to the PDIP and Gerindra political interest. So I want to ask and get your perspective from the all panelists. Is it really the role of JSO that make the progress, or it's just the political elites that initiate or that support the small progress? And I want to ask also related to the question.
Just one question, thank you. Thank you very much.
No, okay, thank you.
The next question was up at the back here. I think the person has already got the microphone. Please introduce yourself and go ahead. Yeah. One question, please, Pa.
Good morning. My name is San. I'm from the University of Economics.
That's okay.
One question. What is Udi and Sana? What is your prediction about Pilkada? Whether the policy Indonesia Maju Plus can win, like during the presidential election? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go straight to your answers, and I'll take a couple of further questions in the next round.
Thank you for your questions. I'll give it a go. First one with the PDIP question. There has been a lot of talk about why is it that, okay, the three parties backed out, but why is it that PDIP didn't nominate? Because they could have. They don't have 20% seats in the Jakarta regional legislative, but they could have easily done so. And what we've learned is that there are a number of mixed reasons. First being that Anies Baswedan is not ideologically compatible with PDIP, and there's a lot of resistance within PDIP in nominating him. And the second story is, of course, that they were sort of faced with escalating threats from the palace if they did end up nominating him. Now, regardless of the threats, it should not have fallen on a party like PDIP to nominate a candidate like Anies that is not compatible with him. He should have been nominated by the parties that are compatible with him, right? So for whatever reason PDIP decided not to nominate him, it should not have been their job to do it. The three others that wanted to should have been able to do that. The question about Koalisi Maju and in the Pilkada, we know that there is an ongoing attempt to manage the coalitions in a very tight, disciplined fashion to make sure that they are sort of coordinating their campaigns. Based on what we know about how regional elections work, it's unlikely that coordination will hold during campaign time. So we know that a lot of candidates have been put through the coalition, as a joint coalition, and in many key races, PDIP is sort of on its own, alone. And so one of the really sort of important consequences of this is that PDIP is trying to find there's a contest between police and military candidates. So wherever they've put a police candidate, the Koalisi Indonesia Maju, PDIP is trying to put up a military candidate in competition to give it an even chance. So that's an important consequence of this coalition that's good to watch.
Any additions? Go ahead.
I would just emphasise in response to the first question that when we're looking at the success or failure of those protest movements over the past few years, the reason we think that the protest movements in support of the MCA recently, the reason it worked and there was a back down, is really because Prabowo's interests aligned with those of the protesters. Not only did he not necessarily want to begin his presidency on the back of these protests, as Sana pointed out, and he did, in fact, we know, go to different sorts of politicians and say, what do you think, what do you think, and pollsters. But also, he didn't want Kaisan to be given this opportunity, that it was a step too far. And so for Prabowo, backing the Constitutional Court decision aligned with his interests. And I think it's hard for Sana and I to kind of put forward the argument that this was purely the success of a protest movement. Although I also think that had the protest movement not taken place, we would have ended up in a situation where that law was passed and the MCA was circumvented. So it's that coalescence of elite interests and the willingness and the bravery and the dedication of those protesters to take to the streets that ultimately put that pressure on the parliament and that defended the MCA decision.
Inaya, did you have anything to add? You're okay? Okay, we have one question teed up here, and I'm looking at this side of the room. Okay, all right. The gentleman with the light blue. I don't know what colour it is. It's grey. Silakan, go ahead.
Thank you, Michael from UWA. Are there any ways that new social media technologies, artificial intelligence, etc., were used that influence this electoral process in ways that just weren't possible in previous elections? Thank you.
Thanks. And the next question.
Hello. My question. Hello, my name is Fari from UNSW. My question is, you are mentioning about the civil society movement. I want to know your comment about religious organization in Indonesia. Where are they right now? What they are doing? Thank you.
Okay, great. Silakan.
So AI.
Big question.
One part of my presentation that we skipped for time, in fact, emphasised one other aspect of the Prabowo-Gibran campaign, and that is that it was an extraordinarily well-resourced campaign. It had a very effective social media campaign attached to it as well. There was the use of AI sort of involved in that social media campaign. And I think that, you know, when we look at the coalition, how much money they had, this was a cabinet and a coalition led by Jokowi that had more business people and oligarchs in it than any other previous cabinet and coalition, extremely well resourced and could invest in all these sorts of technology as well. And they could come up with this sort of gamoy, you know, cute grandpa thing. And, you know, that was all enough for Jokowi and Prabowo and Gibran to win in one round. You know, a very well-resourced campaign and a popular candidate. But it was not enough. He had to push to that one-round victory. We won a second round. Push to one-round victory, and all of that sort of technology, social media, and all that sort of stuff was kind of important in the first step, but it's not what got them that first-round victory. It was all about the kind of welfare, retail welfare, and that wholesale intimidation, not of voters, but of those local elites and local bureaucrats. But thank you for the question. Do you want to say something?
Yeah. I'm just going to add on AI that what we've seen in this election is just the beginning of how AI is going to shape elections. We've spoken with people who have been at the helm of introducing AI-type operations into election campaigns for different candidates, and what we've learned is that the technology is getting more and more sophisticated. So what you see in the public is more of an image generation type of an operation based on AI, but what's happening behind the scene is they're using AI to also pinpoint and get TPS level, polling station level precision on how many people need to be convinced there, what is it going to take them to convince. So what you're going to see in the future is the use of AI to sort of customize a candidate's campaign to very small units, which means he can promise whatever, or she can promise whatever somebody needs instead of having a broad centrist policy platform. On the issue of religious organizations and their role, one of the things we've seen in this election is that for obvious reasons, it was not as polarized as the previous two elections. And so the real role of religious organizations that we saw in the previous two elections was more of an opposition. We heard from Islamist conservative groups that were trying to sort of push back against Jokowi's election, very active. This time what we've seen is that those guys have been on the back foot. It's not surprising because they've been under a tremendous amount of repression for the last 10 years, as you will hear later in the day and from our colleague Nava. But what we've seen really, the role of religious groups here is that they've become basically mainstream organizations have played a critical role in legitimizing Jokowi and Prabowo. The NU's role and to some extent, much lesser Muhammadiyah's role in sort of backing these incumbents came as very surprising and in a very sort of consequential big way. And of course, they received rewards for it, is in Tambang, and other rewards as well. So in some ways, more carrots have been used for these mainstream groups when sticks were used for conservative groups in the previous elections.
Inaya, anything to add? Okay, we have a question lined up from Ibu Kathy at the back.
Kathy Robinson. Yeah, ANU. I'd like to ask Inaya about the issue that you raised of gendered authoritarianism, which I thought was really interesting. And given all of the anxiety about how much we're having, return to new order and so on, one of the things that struck me in your presentation was that what I think would be considered a few years ago a very lewd photograph in the background of that, was it a tempo photograph of Kaisang? And I wonder if you'd like to comment about that, about someone who's in that kind of position, given your analysis, being photographed and published in a major magazine with that kind of lewd photograph behind them, the one with the woman, kind of like this.
Yeah, hang on. Do you need to clarify that, or you're okay? We'll come back. Okay, we'll come.
Oh, okay.
There was a photo of Kaisang with a suggestive
there was
image
a photograph
of a woman.
in your presentation, and there were two images on the wall behind him, and one of the images was this woman, kind of like this, like literally,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll ask you to comment generally on the use of gendered imagery in the election if you don't know that particular one, and then Pak Budi. We're almost out of time, everyone, so let's try and squeeze in one more question.
Thank you very much for...
Belum. Yeah, please. I'll repeat your question, Pak Budi.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the excellent presentation. So my question is that the fact that Indonesia is at the edge of democracy, it is more because of an incidental cases, or it is more structural. The incidental cases is, if it is just because of Jokowi, even if Prabowo won it, because it doesn't have any ingredient of Jokowi, it will be swing back. But if it is structural, it is the Indonesian society that won it. Even though Prabowo doesn't want it, it will go.
Okay, for those who didn't hear the question is, does this decline of democracy, is it just incidental to do with Jokowi, or is it structural, more to do with societal desires? Silakan. And we really have to just, a very rapid response. Yeah, starting with,
Me first?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead, please.
So it's not incidental, Pak Budi. The reason why it's not incidental is because Jokowi was in no way acting alone. He had very willing allies in parliament supporting his moves, either because of threats or because of willing allies that were co-opted. But this was a joint team effort. If it had been just one person, there would have been pushback. In fact, there was pushback against his ambition to amass personal power. When he went for a third term, he was pushed back and put back in his place. But when he's trying to change things that can benefit other coalition players, they're all going along. So we are expressing this concern about Indonesia being on the edge of competitive authoritarianism. We haven't said that it's crossed that line yet, but it's moving very decidedly in that direction, is because this is not an isolated incident, it's not an aberration, it's a structural issue.
And Inaya?
I would like to respond to Kathy's question about gendered authoritarianism. I couldn't find the photo, unfortunately, so I didn't know what to put in. Lewd photo, Kaisang behind, and then do that. I just couldn't do it within 1 minute. But I'd like to make note for anyone who's doing their PhD thesis on gender, sexuality, and feminism, and looking at electoral politics, the kind of gender leadership, women leadership that is permitted or endorsed in Indonesia's political landscape are those who are conservative, either Islamic conservatives or family as a unit that conserves traditional values. That's why political dynasties are so popular, because it gives, it's a symbol that the family is reliable, it's secure, it's safe, they're trustworthy, when in fact it's another social unit as is any other else. And it also, if Kathy mentioned about overtly sexual or promiscuous narratives, it would be used to oust certain people. For instance, there are several cases in which adultery was used to take off people from certain positions. So sexuality, as part of the gender construct, is also part of a power play. I hope that is useful.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're out of time. I would apologise to the many people watching online that we didn't get to your questions. For those of you who are here, please go outside to enjoy the beautiful morning tea and the lovely Canberra weather, and reconvene here at 10:40 sharp. Thank you. And thank our speakers.
Test, test, check, check, check. That's all right. We have to turn that one. Check, check, check.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the economic update session in the Indonesia Update. My name is Paul Burke. I am head of the Arndt Corden Department of Economics here at the Crawford School of Public Policy and also Deputy Director of the school. Welcome to the economic session. I know economics is always broadly and universally popular. But we have an extremely impressive, I think, session lined up for you today, and we're very lucky to have two excellent speakers and an excellent discussant as well. I would just very briefly introduce our speakers, and I would recommend you to have a look at the program for the detailed bios. We have a great team here, Cosimo Thawley and also Masyita Crystallin, who are official counterparts in their government positions. Cosimo Thawley is Minister Councillor and Senior Treasury Representative to Southeast Asia. He has held this position since October 2021. Previously, he was Director of Foreign Investment at the Australian Treasury, Senior Advisor to the Foreign Investment Review Board, and also Senior Advisor to the Treasurer of Australia. Masyita Crystallin, it's excellent to have you back at ANU. She is a partner and head of sustainable finance and policy for the Asia Pacific in Systemiq. Masyita brings a wealth of experience from the public and also the private sectors, including serving as senior advisor to Indonesia's Minister of Finance and coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs. So we have a very interesting presentation coming up, and without further ado, I will hand over straight to Cosimo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul and Riandy. Masyita and I very much look forward to the discussion after our presentation. But first, can I point out that as a public servant and a foreign official in an embassy to boot, that I am somewhat constrained about what I say about the policies of my gracious host government. In fact, the pressure built this morning when I identified 4 of my former ambassadors in the audience. And whatever I do say should not be taken as the official position or statement of the Australian government. So, sebelumnya, as President Jokowi said in his final State of the Union just last month, mohon maaf untuk setiap hati yang mungkin kecewa. I apologise in advance for any disappointment and any shortcomings. With that being said, let me commence. Our presentation is divided into 3 parts. First, a brief summary of what Indonesia and Jokowi have achieved economically over the past 10 and indeed 20 years. Second, the central economic debates playing out in Jakarta in 2024. Those are continuity versus change on the economic policy front, and stability versus growth in Indonesia's economic trajectory. And third, which Masyita will deliver, how these might influence the direction Indonesia takes towards its 2045 vision, which is to become a high-income economy in the world's top 5. Now, I know it is fraught to claim that Indonesia is a critical juncture. Indeed, you know you're in dangerous territory when there's a Simpsons joke about it. In an episode all the way back in 2004, Homer said to Marge, "Look at me, honey, I'm reading The Economist. Did you know Indonesia's at a crossroads?" Comparing oneself to Homer Simpson is rarely flattering. But we do use the term critical juncture in 2024 for several reasons. First, and most obviously, covered aptly by Eve and Sana, 2024 is an important political juncture at the end of the Jokowi decade, and that has economic implications too. Second, chronologically, it's halfway between when Indonesia recovered from the Asian financial crisis in 2004 and the milestone it set itself of Indonesia a must 2045 in 20 years. And third, economically, to achieve that, Indonesia will have to start soon significantly lifting its growth rate. Prabowo has set out an ambition to do exactly that with his 8% growth target. But can he do it? Jokowi himself set a 7% growth target in 2014, and the highest growth rate he achieved was 5.3 in 2022. So this critical juncture plays out over a course of 40 years. For the past 20 years, Indonesia has averaged 5.3% growth. It's currently at 5% growth, but in order to meet its milestone in 2045, it will have to lift its growth rate to at least 6 or 7%. But first, it's worth recapping what Indonesia has achieved throughout the last 10 years in particular. In 2017, Indonesia became the first and only $1 trillion economy in Southeast Asia. It now sits at 1.4 trillion US dollars. It gained and then lost during COVID and regained upper middle income status with average per capita income of 4,900 US dollars. It has essentially eliminated extreme poverty, depending on how you count it. And it has controlled inflation at an average of only 3% since 2016, an average that many countries would be envious of. During that same period, it has maintained currency stability within a reasonable band. And with all this, it returned to investment-grade credit rating in 2017 and has maintained that ever since. And these are important achievements to acknowledge over the last 10 years. I know many in this audience will find this familiar and perhaps even basic, but in my job, I've come to realise that the majority of Australian investors do not. For many of them, when they think of Indonesia, their first thought and frame of reference is still the Asian financial crisis, even though it was 25 years ago. Currency depreciation, bank failures, political volatility. But this just isn't true anymore, and it hasn't been for some time. So let me run through the story quickly. Indonesia has enjoyed remarkable stability and steady economic growth, in fact, one of the steadiest rates in the world over the past 20 years. But it has moderated from an average of 7% growth in the 1990s to 6% growth in the 2000s to 5% growth in the last decade, around 7, 6, 5. Similarly, GDP growth has risen impressively, but its growth has also begun to moderate in recent years. On poverty, Indonesia has seen great progress in reducing poverty, especially extreme poverty. It sits around 1% depending on the measure that you use. But perhaps President Jokowi's greatest economic success has been his intense management of inflation. Notwithstanding periodic spikes, the broad trend has been downward, as this chart shows, which has been greatly helped by price controls. This has been a central preoccupation for President Jokowi, above even economic growth, and as Marcus has shown, a reason for his electoral and polling success. Indonesia's macro policies and this success have seen it gain and retain investment-grade credit rating after many years below. One of the central reasons for that has been its prudent fiscal management, low debt and deficit levels. The two pillars, articles of faith even, have been the legislated thresholds that deficits cannot exceed 3% of GDP and debt cannot exceed 60% of GDP. But servicing that debt still remains a constraint today. As these charts show, despite lower debt levels than its peers, its debt service ratio is significantly higher. In other words, it has lower debt, but its ability to service that debt is also lower. Although slightly technical, this gets to the heart of the next administration's challenge. How does it raise enough revenue to fund its spending commitments? So that brings us to the second part of the presentation, the two main economic debates that have been playing out in Jakarta in 2024. Those are continuity versus change and growth versus stability. Continuity versus change, meaning will the Prabowo administration continue or change the economic policies of the Jokowi administration? And stability versus growth, meaning Indonesia has enjoyed remarkable stability for 20 years, but should the gears be shifted to a higher growth model to achieve its 2045 vision? In continuity, throughout the election campaign and the transition period, there has been a strong narrative of continuity. Even the word transition has been done away with and avoided. It sounds too disruptive. Instead, the smoother sounding synchronization has been used. Policies merely need to be synchronized between the two administrations. And Prabowo himself has noted that he took his name for his coalition directly from the name for Jokowi's cabinet, KIM. But I would argue that this narrative of continuity is very much overstated, because there are fundamental differences in how Prabowo views the economy. As many will know, his father Sumitro is also the father of Indonesian economics. So he is well read and steeped in these issues, and he often talks about economic philosophies. He revealed some of his views in his first major economic remarks to an international audience in May. He said Indonesia could be, quote, more daring, as it had one of the lowest debt to GDP ratios in the world. He called the 3% deficit threshold something arbitrary that not many countries adhere to, which is indeed true. And he confirmed his ambition to hit the 8% growth target in just a matter of years. I do not think these statements were accidental or trivial. He genuinely does believe that Indonesia can be more daring when it comes to the economy. Certainly, the markets paid close attention to these statements. Although it is hard to separate external factors, such as the US Fed, from domestic factors, this chart clearly shows that after the election, and when speculation mounted around debt and deficit levels, the market reacted with some concern. There are episodes that even demonstrated that the markets reacted to specific statements or news reports. This culminated in a report by Bloomberg speculating that Prabowo intended to raise debt levels from 40% of GDP to 50%. On that day, bond yields jumped and the rupiah fell, both signs of market concern. The rupiah fell to its lowest level in 4 years at 16,479 rupiah to the US dollar, past the psychological threshold from the Asian financial crisis. This episode is also very important because it demonstrated that Prabowo and his team listened to the markets. Shortly after this episode, his nephew, Tommy Jiwandono, now the Vice Finance Minister, sought to reassure markets. He went out and reiterated their commitment to fiscal prudence and said there was no plan to raise debt. And he did this at a rather unusual joint press conference with the Finance Minister Sri Mulyani, side by side, aiming to send a message that the incoming and outgoing administrations were in alignment. And we know that they were, in fact, working closely together on the 2025 budget at that time and how to incorporate Prabowo's agenda. This agenda can best be seen in the 8 quick wins that he announced in his campaign. Foremost among them is the free lunch and milk program, now rebranded as free nutritious meals. You can see here that there's a heavy and clear emphasis on social assistance and human development. Almost 7 out of the 8 are arguably in that category. And from my discussions in Jakarta, I would highlight 4 in particular. Those are meals, food and agricultural productivity, housing, and revenue. But in order to fund this agenda, the 8th and last quick win is perhaps the most important. Of course, a significant uplift in Indonesia's revenue. But this will be neither quick nor easy. Successive administrations have sought and failed to lift the tax ratio. In fact, Indonesia has one of the lowest tax to GDP ratios regionally and globally. It's gone backwards over the last 10 years, falling into the single digits during COVID and rebounding to just 10% following. The Prabowo administration plans to address this by creating a new standalone national revenue agency. There are certainly many models for this, the ATO just down the road, and there is a good argument for it. But it will also entail transaction and transition costs, so the implementation of the plan will be crucial. And one risk that will need to be closely monitored is making sure that revenue and spending remain aligned. On spending, the largest new spending commitment is, of course, the free nutritious meals program, or Makanan Bergizi Gratis. Although it was scaled back from an original 400 trillion rupiah to just 71 trillion rupiah in the first year, the eventual ambition remains to roll it out to 80 million recipients, including all school children, toddlers, and pregnant mothers across Indonesia. No doubt that this will be a huge challenge. Just imagine 44 million school kids, 439,000 schools, and 48,000 kitchens, which is part of the Prabowo administration's planning. But the phased rollout may also allow some time for evaluation and refinement along the way to ensure it is meeting its objectives. The budget outlined these three core objectives as school attendance, raising the rates, health and education outcomes improving, and developing a better human capital quality in Indonesia for the future. But it also has an economic stimulus element. It will support 820,000 jobs in small and medium enterprises and add 0.1% of GDP in its first year. This naturally brings about the question of financing Indonesia's new capital, Nusantara. It has received a similar amount of funding in total over the past 3 years, 75 trillion rupiah. And its total life cost was estimated originally around the same cost as the annual one of the free meals program. But in the recent budget, it received a much lower allocation so far of just baseline funding, 143 billion rupiah, which is 10 less. It's also getting close to the 20% allocation in the original funding model that was to come from the state budget. But the 17th of August Independence Day ceremony did take place there. And while scaled back from its original plan and the large-scale move of public servants has been delayed, it does appear to be going ahead. Prabowo has given it rhetorical support, but he has emphasised that it's a much longer-term project. And I think it's revealing that his brother-in-law and the former governor of Bank Indonesia, Sudrajat Jiwandono, said, "There is no urgency to move the capital. There is much more important investment. And if it were up to him, as an economist, sorry, Ed, he would choose free meals over the new capital." When it has come to presidential priorities, especially over the past 10 years, we have seen a greater use of state-owned enterprises as the primary vehicle. But here again, I think we see a different economic worldview from Prabowo. As he said, what can be done by the private sector must be done by the private sector. We must rationalise and privatise many SOEs. Of course, this consolidation and streamlining has already been occurring over the past 5 years as a feature of the Jokowi administration. But as you can see from the chart, SOEs have also had a resurgence in terms of the value of their assets, now over 50% of GDP, or $600 billion. Much of this was done by taking on debt to build and hold infrastructure assets. And it was a central part of Jokowi's eventual branding as the infrastructure president. But where Jokowi talked about how many kilometres of toll roads he built, Prabowo is talking about how many free meals he will deliver. And that focus on human capital development brings us to the third segment of the update, which will be delivered by Masyita.
Thank you for noticing that I'm a lot shorter than Kosi. So always glad to be back here. So I get Kosi has done the heavy lifting, so I get to do the slightly easier one. So the main question is, I don't even dare to write whether it's possible to get beyond, no, not beyond, I write it to be politically correct, to get beyond 5% the Indonesia potential growth. The original was, can we get into the 8%? If you're looking at and hearing Kosi's presentation, Indonesia's economic growth has been great. Inflation has been under control, exchange rate, yield. In fact, during the pandemic, Indonesia is one of the only countries that doesn't get rating downgrades among hundreds of rating downgrades from emerging market and advanced economy. On the macro stability, Indonesia, even though has been traditionally a current account deficit countries. Lately, because of the downstreaming, Mas Aco has written about it before, we doubt that is going to continue creating a surplus in current account, has been somewhat moving a little bit into a surplus territory, but then going back into a deficit territory this year. So given all that good story and good policy, and according to Khatib Basri, a little bit of good luck, I would like to repeat this picture from Kosi before, but I just make it bigger so that everyone can see how flat Indonesia growth has been. Some could be saying, oh, whether from this 5% we can achieve 8%, that's if you see glass half empty, right? But if you're looking at it glass half full, it's actually not really a bad economic turnout from Indonesia. Of course, to be able to grow beyond the potential growth, which is 5%, it will take more. What Kosi has described so far is the movement of the economy from the aggregate demand side. Monetary policy, fiscal policy, Prabowo talking about the 3%, whether he's gonna expand that, is actually more on the aggregate demand management. It will not change the potential growth, it will not shift the aggregate supply, and it cannot make an economy leapfrog from 5 to 6 to 7 or to 8. So in this part, we would like to argue that actually, well, this is not something new, right? But you need a significant shift in the aggregate supply to shift the Indonesia economic growth in the future. But this is not new to us, not to me or Kosi, not to the incoming president, but also not to the outgoing president. In fact, Jokowi from the 2014, who's the Jokors here and around the room, has actually identified that the issues of Indonesian growth is actually in the aggregate supply. And in fact, part of his first reform is directed directly towards supporting the aggregate supply and increase Indonesia potential growth. However, economists in the room will tell us, in the long term, these things is not going to increase your growth. What can increase your growth is on the capital labor, and most importantly is the productivity. Indonesia has been saying that we are in demographic dividend, but last year's data, SMP ke bawah, so junior school and below, still almost 60% of the population. S1 ke atas, college and above, is only 10% of the population still. So you can imagine how you can leapfrog going into a higher technology, higher value added, without investing in human capital in the long term. So I would like to digress a little bit, going back on the demand side, on who's actually benefiting from growth. Growth has been good. Gini ratio is not bad at all. But if we're seeing the dimension between the middle income and the aspiring middle income, so middle income is someone who's actually spending between 1.9 million to 9.7 million. So for your information, Jakarta minimum wage is 5 million. So you're already a middle income if you're earning only 40% of the minimum wage in Jakarta. And then below that, below 1.9 is, we call it aspiring middle class. Some area that are still vulnerable to go back into poverty when there's something happen to the economy. Well, some of the critics in the room might say, this is expenditure data, right? Maybe they're saving more. So we try to tally this with the deposit data and looking at which deposit data that actually correlate with the middle income saving rate, right? So we're looking at the deposit at the 100 million and below, and you can see in the last 5 years, 10 years, but more extreme in the last 5 years, it goes down from the average of deposit from 3 million to 2 million, down by 50%. And that's only for the middle income. Why do we care about the middle income, some might say? One thing is that consumption in Indonesia is still contributing 55% of the total GDP. It's basically the major driver of Indonesia's short-term growth, right? Number two is that the middle income is actually contributing a little bit more than 50% of tax revenue in Indonesia on the income tax, on the vehicle tax, and also on the property tax. Also, if you combine between the middle income and the aspiring middle income to consumption, it actually contributes 80% of Indonesia consumption. So what does it mean if we have a dwindling middle class? It's actually a very serious issue, not only for long-term growth, if you're talking about investment on human capital, getting the education there, while you still have to survive the day-to-day, but also for the current policies, which is why these issues has been featured in all editorial and news in the past months and all the interviews. In 2024, in the first half, Indonesia has experienced not a very easy economic condition. We have noted more than 40,000 workers are being laid off, an increase from last year, almost 40% increase from the same time last year. And last year, we already have quite significant number of layoffs. So this actually impacting the middle income and also the aspiring middle income as well. But if you're looking at the target of Jokowi, which is extreme poverty and unemployment, he's always doing the target right? Because he's like very attentive to polls and numbers that are related to the likability of the president, like Sana and mentioned before. Then if you see the extreme poverty, there's a lot of improvement in Indonesia, even though you probably still need to look into more into the data, what's actually happening on different income level. Going back a little bit to the long run, the productivity indicators, not just during Jokowi era, I have to say this, have been trending in the wrong direction for higher growth. If you're looking at the ICOR, so ICOR is actually an incremental capital output ratio, so it shows how much you need to invest to get $1 of growth, right? So ICOR of 6, you have to invest 6, you only get $1 growth. So a higher ICOR is showing a less efficient economy. As you can see here is that the ICOR is the right mirror with the manufacturing productivity, right? Because manufacturing is usually, traditionally, is the engine, the main engine of growth, because it doesn't only getting quality jobs, it gets the technology and it creates additional value added to the economy. So Indonesia has experienced a high manufacturing growth in the 70s and the 80s, surpassing the agriculture sectors in 91, but then it got stuck and not moving into a higher value added. In fact, the productivity of manufacturing continuously go down from 2004 until today. But maybe the economy moved into a service sector. In proportion of GDP, we are moving to service sectors, but as you can see, the service sectors, the second line from the bottom, is not moving to a higher value-added service sector, and in fact, it goes even lower as time goes by. If you're looking at from 2004 until today, continuously lowering productivity in this direction as well. ICOR is talking about how efficient your investment works and how it creates growth, right? But now I also want to tally it with the nominal data or the growth data of the actual investment that is happening in Indonesia. I also don't want to look at the very short period of 5 to 10 years only, because the issues doesn't start in the last 10 years. If you're looking at the average investment compared to economic growth, it always goes below growth. It means it's not that investment growth is driving growth, it's actually laggard to growth. So we have mentioned that the one that created growth in the short run is actually consumption, occasionally government expenditure, and current account is a bit hopeless until the last 2 years. So to achieve the 8% growth, or maybe 7.5%, you need an additional 7,000 to 8,000 trillion, 9,000, depending on how big ICOR you assume the economy to be. But then, of course, if the economy becomes more efficient, moving into higher value added, then the ICOR will be more efficient. You will need less investment to achieve the same amount of growth. From domestic side, I'm moving on into the external side. So there's two things that we want to look at, trade and investment, right? In Indonesia, the value added for export is much more lower because it's usually a lower value added on the manufacturing side or in the resource-rich sectors. But the import is more on the machinery, electronics, appliance, which has a higher value added. So I show here some of the example of value added per worker. Don't pay attention to all of the things, just look at the high value added ones. I want you to look at into the export and import. Import is definitely have a higher, oh, sorry.
I think that one's missing.
Oh, that one missing, okay. So I've been talking nonsense to you, right? So basically after this slide, there's another slide that shows, but I'm explaining you the slide anyway. So basically on the external side, from the domestic side, Indonesia informal economy is 55%. Manufacturing contribution to growth is getting lower and lower. The value added or productivity of that sectors is also growing lower and lower. And the service sector doesn't pick up. But from the external sectors that we're expecting, you also see that value added is still low, and it's even lower on the export side rather than on the import side, which is not a very good thing. The second thing that you usually look at is on the FDI. FDI is usually used for countries to leapfrog growth because it's a source of technological adoption from other countries. In Indonesia, FDI correlates only with also lower value-added sectors, going to resource-based FDI, limited FDI, the low value-added manufacturing, and also we are missing the opportunity in technology and innovation. So as Kosi said, because it's a critical juncture, we're moving from the infra president into what we like to call him a human capital president. And economists would say both are doing quite right. They identify the right issues, which is they have to push on the aggregate supply, increase productivity, but that doesn't happen in the last 10 years. We got the stability, but I don't think we got the higher growth that we are expecting to have yet. So I think we still need to wait and see what's going to happen next. The devil is actually in the detail. We need a new growth engine. Jokowi focused more on hard infrastructure and Prabowo on the soft infrastructure. So we have achieved a lot. Indonesia is a big economy moving towards upper middle income, although still going back and forth, still on that line. We have poverty reduction, new infrastructure that some assume that's worsening our I-core because we have to invest on infrastructure, but the result will come, will take time to come. And now we're at the critical juncture of what the new president is going to do and whether he can achieve 8%. Without a significant move, it's not very easy to achieve 8%. And even if you find the right policy, it will take time. I think it's more than 5 years. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to our two speakers, and let's go straight to our discussant. In her opening remarks this morning, the Dean mentioned our brilliant PhD students from Indonesia in terms of the number of them. We have so many at ANU. Among our excellent PhD students here is our discussant today, Riandy Laksono. Riandy is currently a PhD candidate in the Ant-Gordon Department of Economics in the Crawford School of Public Policy. He is studying under an Australia Award Scholarship, so shout out to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade for all of the excellent support for students studying in Australia. The rest of his bio is in the booklet. I'd like to hand straight to Riandy. Thank you.
Yeah, I never felt having such a high burden. After Paul said, excellent student, I hope I did not disappoint you. So my topic of discussion today is commenting on their excellent paper about trajectory towards high growth. But since I'm a kind of independent right now, I can say whatever I want. All right. I think that's the main reason why I'm invited as a discussion. Right. So let's start. So as I said, the authors, Cosimo, Kiki, and Masyita have done a really great job in documenting the historical trend and have done a massive job in documenting what should we do to achieve 8%, right? Even though the 8% feels more mystical rather than objective, because nowadays you can have a 8% jacket or shirt just as a fan club, you know. It turns out these days, I'll look it up in the internet. You can buy it online. But however, it just doesn't add up, right? As you see in the presentation, Prabowo is will becoming the human capital kind of president. And we all know that social assistance and human capital project takes longer time to pay off, right? But then the proposed supply-side strategies that is discussed in the paper, I think it lacks some specificity, especially in the challenges and the problem that we have, so that we cannot tap into that unfulfilled potential. So today I will touch more on the stability versus growth discussion and trade and investment issue, which is the source of engine growth that we need to do to achieve that 8%, and then the environmental aspect of it, which we also need to discuss, because at this trend, we are largely coal-driven, and we will be asking, will this 8% means more CO2 emission? And diverging towards the diverging away from our NDC, right? So yeah, it's not a secret anymore. Prabowo wants to have a more aggressive fiscal spending, but it is not without its risk. Pak Halhil and Pak Hatib Basri paper sum it very well. What is the risk are? It's because we have such a very low economic literacy in the parliament. Just imagine if we don't have that kind of fiscal discipline, people just throwing out ideas, oh, let's spend this, let's spend that, let's spend this, and let's spend that, and we will trap in the cycle of low confidence and inflation and stuff like that, and we will, BI wants to, then we'll have to counteract. And the less variability in the macroeconomic aggregate has helped put confidence for investor. But my take is that the problem is not macroeconomic stability is not necessary anymore. But macroeconomic stability has rarely been complemented by real sector certainty. Just look at the composition of the minister. Minister of Finance, Governor of BI, and then compare it with Minister of Trade and Minister of Industry. Such a high gap. Right? So, in this world of uncertainty, I will argue the same as if that macroeconomic stability is kind of our last line of defense, right? So with this uncertainty, the only thing that you can hope is the macroeconomic stability itself. Why do you want to abandon that? But then came the case of Thomas Jiwandono. I remember vividly, Pak Dede always said that every president will become normal president. Because when he asks a budget from the finance minister will say no. Can you imagine when Prabowo come to his nephew? Can he say no? It doesn't matter the PhD degree, but you need someone that can say no. Right? It doesn't matter the PhD degree. Even when Thomas Jiwandono will have PhD degree, maybe he's still having hard time to say no. Okay. So, and to be clear, the 8% growth will never be driven by full meal program, because so I attended some of their meeting, the 8% fan club meeting. So they actually computed that they will need additional 2,500 trillion every single year to attain 8% growth. But the the free lunch program will cost in full term only 400 trillion. So definitely it's not coming from that. Sometimes we are so confused because when Prabowo talk about 8% growth, he then mentioned the full meal program. It's not going to happen. It is not. So any high growth will come from high export and FDI. But we know also from Pak Aco last year, flip-flop and uncertainty keep happening in trade and investment policy front. Remember the case of wanting Zulkifli Hasan wanting to slap 200% tariff on Chinese goods. And also we have a commodity balance that's supposed to increase certainty, but then we have a lot of cases of goods detained in the custom. It's such an ambivalence, such an uncertainty. No one wants to invest in a serious term if this country is still uncertain. That's why we need to put in place macroeconomic stability, right? And we also have ambition to develop more complex industry. But we need to remember our workers is mostly still less skilled workers. But then, okay, let's do the quick win. The traditional sectors like the labor-intensive industry or the assembling industry, it is being more complicated these days because we really like so much in doing the LCR, local content requirement. For you to assemble a high-quality product to be exported, you need a better quality input, right? So it's just complicated and it's conflicting to each other. And one of my friends write this very nicely, that actually local content policy cannot even stop import, and it hurts export, right? Let's see the figure. So as you can see here, our export competitiveness under Jokowi doesn't improve much. We are falling further behind Vietnam. It's not a surprising case, we know this for sure, but still if you put the data, it still feels amazing to see how leapfrogging the Vietnam is. But lately, after 2020, manufacturing export has boosted thanks to the nickel band export, right? But then, if you take out the nickel band export and you focus on the middle type of product, which is the GVC product, the component parts, and the final assembly, the figure is just even more flat. And if you look at the data, the LCR has been applied in automotive and in electronics, and we are not yet the good exporter in the world in terms of RCA. If you calculate it, the competitiveness is still very low, so it doesn't make it happen in terms of export and manufacturing front. So that's the legacy of Joko Widodo. And also, that's the old issue. We all know that for sure. But the new issue is even more critical. People now like to slap more tariff and NTM or non-tariff measure on the basis of climate and on the basis of geopolitics, right? And one calculation showed that 1 in 3 new trade measures have been driven by climate change concern. That's EU CBAM, that's EUDR. And I heard Australia is considering the equivalent of EUDR, and Australian government has been task forcing this job to the Crawford School professor as well. So what my point is that the export market will be even more challenging in the future. So the prospect getting more bleak and bleak. And this is the FDI share. As you can see, our FDI share in the economy has declined in the age where Pak Joko Widodo has proudly launched his omnibus law. Doesn't pick up in the data. It's not pick up in the data. But weirdly, even more weirdly, that happens in the era where FDI share increased in any other part of the world. Can you imagine how weird that is? We sacrifice a lot for omnibus law. It doesn't happen in investment front. And also, I just show you that nowadays people like to slap tariff and NTM on the basis of climate. So that actually addressing environmental concern is not only logical to address externality, but there is a stronger economic concern because we can tap into a more stringent market now in the EU, US, Canada, or Australia, right? But then we need to ask, what is the prospect of this environmental outcome? We know for sure, you can read Paul Berg's paper on this very excellent one. We are still majorly coal-driven, right? 60% coal, and the rest is gas and oil, 18%. At this rate, higher growth path would necessitate higher CO2 emission or greenhouse gas emission. We need to ask, is this all worth it without a sensible and or even ambitious transition to renewable energy? Because that's the key to decouple growth and emission. But we know our RE share, or renewable energy share, is down from 14% in 2022 to 13% in 2023. But look at what happened. Government changed the target rather than doing better. They changed the target from 23%, I think, in 2025. It's been famously written by Pak Budi and colleague as well. But now they changed it into 17%. To me, it's still ambitious, 17%. Who knows? Who knows whether they can achieve it or not. And what's more important is that the fossil lock-in is getting more serious because now NU and Muhammadiyah is on that part of the group that can say no to renewable energy transition. So to me, the future is rather bleak in terms of environmental outcome. And we know already about the renewable energy share in the economy, but still amazing to see that Indonesia is so underwhelming compared even to other developing economies. And also, we cannot compare it to advanced countries, but still, we are very low there, even compared to world average or Asia average. Colombia is basically a superstar in this world in terms of. So, to conclude, is 8% possible? No way. Let me say that out front. Yeah, let that sink in. Right. At least not within the first term, so that's softer. But let's think about it, right? Let's think about it. If Jokowi cannot manage to achieve it with all this infrastructure spending and licensing reform program, which is not picked up in the data, how can we expect that Prabowo will do better with this human capital and social assistance? It's just not possible. All right? And we know that reforming trade and investment always politically difficult. Not to mention the new challenges that we will face. Look at our carbon intensity in the manufacturing sector. Unless we address that, we will have a hard time in keeping up our competitiveness in the fast-changing world where they often require stringent environmental standards. And making fiscal policy more aggressive not only is not enough to cover the rest, but it's also risks the stability which we need. When you remember, the DPR can just overrule the MK decision, right? Can you imagine how easy they can to overrule, to change Ministry of Trade Regulation, Ministry of Industry Regulation, BKPM regulation is nothing. If they can just undang-undang just by like this, like Thanos do in Avenger, then imagine what he can do, right? And even when higher growth is possible, we have to ask at what expense? At what expense? Unless it is met by a balanced or commensurate ambition and plan in environmental outcome, which Prabowo doesn't seem to have, except for the ambitious adoption of EV and downstreaming, which seems that he only know about that in the debate. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to our two speakers and also our discussant. I think that was a very stimulating session. We do now have time for Q&A. I would like you to please get my attention. We're going to, first of all, start with some from the online audience. We do have a live stream and an online audience joining us, and then we will go to, there was a question just here for after that. I would like to request the questioners to please keep them short, just one question each, and please do end with a question mark. So let's just make sure to do that, and also please introduce yourself. Let's go to the online questions, please. We do need the microphone. Actually, yeah, for the online first, and then we'll come to you. You're on.
Obviously, I'd like to speak on behalf of 330 people who attend the Zoom meeting. So a lot of audience for today's Indonesia's update. And one of them is Richard Morales, who asked the question of, are there specific measures that the Indonesian government is planning to implement in order to tackle informality in the economy?
We might gather a couple up and leave you to think about the question for a bit. Can we go straight to the questioner here as well, please?
Thank you. My name is Afi. I'm from the Sokola Institute. Very simple questions. How, with all of this, with the transition of the government, would Indonesia report the NDC in the coming December? And how our energy transition commitment would make a dent? I'm looking for a little bit of hope. Thank you.
And let's take one more question from up the back, please.
Hello, my name is Novia. I'm also a PhD candidate from Crawford School. My question is only one. How do you think, or how do you see it's concerning about the offer capacity that's happening in China, for example? How would it impact Indonesian economy in the future? Thank you.
Okay. Great questions. And Cosimo, I wonder if you would like to get us started.
Thanks for the questions. I might answer the first one and let Masyita answer the next two. So the first one, I think the online question has correctly identified one of the huge problems in Indonesia, which is the persistence of a large informal economy. And that has obviously flow-through effects to the ambition to raise revenue and tax, because a large portion, in fact, majority of Indonesian workers remain in the informal sector. There are a number of measures that have been started in terms of bringing people into the formal sector, and those include, around tax as well, those include the digitalization of identification and the combination of identification cards, KTP, and tax numbers, which could in the long run yield big dividends. And I think more broadly, having seen over the past 10 years the increase in digital platforms in Indonesia, there is a sense in which the economy could leapfrog. 50% of the population remains unbanked, but many people now have e-wallets and are connected into digital ecosystems for e-commerce and logistics. So there's a world in which some of those workers may remain semi-informal but be connected in a greater sense into the financial system, something that we've seen in India yield big dividends.
Masyita.
Okay. I'll try to go to the NDC first. You want a little bit of hope, right? I don't know if I can provide you with that, but yeah, a little bit, right? So NDC, the next NDC, actually the deadline is after the new incoming government is gonna come, right? But then currently LHK is actually already preparing a draft, which they plan to issue before October. But of course, we're still waiting what's gonna happen with NDC. It's a higher ambition number in NDC. In the last draft, it's closer to net zero. So the previous NDC, Indonesia NDC is here and net zero target is here, so it's less ambitious. This one is much more closer to the net zero. But then it's still questions, right, whether they're gonna get it out and what will change for it. But I think for climate, Indonesia is moving towards sort of not so easy direction, because climate is one of the things that comes new. And also there's an institution fragmentation in the government when you deal with climate. So for example, I was leading the energy transition mechanism when I was in the Ministry of Finance. When you want to deal with certain issues like increasing the renewable energy, there's only so much that you can do in the speed of adoption of renewable energy, because then you also have to upgrade the grid. Upgrading the grid takes a lot of more of investment. So who's gonna pay for the additional transition costs, right? Will you pass through it to the consumer, but that will impact the president's likability, maybe? Inflation is one of the important variable. Will you pass it into the fiscal? We also know that tax ratio is not moving anywhere, and the latest improvement is only due to commodity and increase in the VAT. So I think the challenge for energy transition for Indonesia is real, but as you also said that, you know, if we don't use this opportunity, then it's hard to leapfrog the growth, because then, like Riandy said before, it's gonna interlink with the emission as well. The second one on the China, so I assume like overcapacity in China will create a lot of cheaper goods to Indonesia. So on the EV, for example, on the EV in the world, now the world has worked with two different supply chains area, right? So the question is whether China is gonna follow the regular supply chains that abide to the ESG regulation, more on green nickel, etc., or China will create its own supply chain because it also already have a full development of EV from upstream to downstream in China. So pretty much they probably don't need the supply chain going to Europe or the US. Even the harder question is that whether EU and US can stand this because they're not competitive compared to China in terms of the cost of production of this new technology, but also whether they're gonna start to shift to China, right? But the good development is that in the latest data, talking to a lot of the nickel producer, for example, usually when you export to China, you only abide of what China is requesting you, right? But then now the Chinese is also trying to export to other countries, so you kind of have an indirect ESG abiding products coming from China because they also want to use it as material for their export. So I think the questions is not, I mean, if it's only cheap good that you're asking, then the questions is whether you want to import cheaper goods and maintain your inflation and not building your industry. It's always a balance there, but the world is moving into more protectionism and also competitive authoritarian, and it's easier to go back to industrialist policy where government try to pick the winners, even though government never able to pick the good winners. But that's the global direction now, not only happening in Indonesia, China, emerging market, but also as you can see in the result of the latest election cycle in the Europe, this movement is actually everywhere. So I think it's not conclusive from that side. I probably will ask Riandy if you want to add anything.
Thank you, Mbak. Regarding the overcapacity in China, there are two types of answer to that. First is, why do you want to shoot yourself on the foot? Why do you want to make China's good more expensive if it can be used as a industrial input to support your export and to support more downstream industry? That's good. But as you said, the world moved toward more protectionist stance. But then we have to solve it to multilateral trading system. Otherwise, it will be a tribal world, right? So it's a good thing about Prabowo. The only good thing, not the only, sorry. Sorry, I revised that. One of the good things about Prabowo is his international presence, right? So why don't we use this increasing international presence to make a South and South coalition to make WTO effective again? So we should not abandon global trading system that has done us favor. We need to solve it through that. Otherwise, it's just never-ending retaliation and spillover, and we do not want that, because it will also affect our export at the end of the day. So that's the answer for overcapacity in China, if it's related to the issue of fairness. An NDC, I try to manually compute our CO2 emission and compare to the NDC target. Actually, we are meeting the target. So that's an optimistic take, right? I'm not too pessimist. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Then I see, oh, it's only 31%, the unrestricted one, then the unconditional one, and the conditional one is 41%. The thing is, maybe we need to raise the target. But in terms of NDC, we're actually meeting the target. Then I asked my fellow in the other school why this is happening. Because we have so much potential in capturing the carbon through blue economy and the forest economy. That's why. And about the formality, there is one good paper from Pak Arya Gadu saying that licensing reform cannot solve informality. Then the next possible answer is it has to be done through structural change, right? That's the only success story that I've heard from the literature. It has to be done through structural transformation and structural change so that manufacturing sector can provide more quality jobs, which is in manufacturing. That's the only way. Yes, you might argue services sector, but our services sector is unlike in Australia, which is finance, IT, logistics. It's not like that. It's basically warung kelontong, warung Madura, which is 24/7, which is will be getting restricted in the future. Thank you.
All right, let's go for another round of 3 questions. We will start with the gentleman there, and can we come right down the front, please, with the other microphone to Eve? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Laude Sharif, and I'm not an economist. I just want to ask you, thank you, Riandy, for very clear presentation, because I was almost misled. I just want to ask you one question about the role of corruption. Because I see this corruption is maybe a big problem for Indonesia. That's why our growth it is actually very, very slow. Can you elaborate on that? Thank you.
If.
Thanks. So the picture, the very gloomy picture that I've taken from this presentation is of a middle class that's declining, a manufacturing sector that continues to decline, job layoffs as well, and FDI that doesn't seem to be contributing to GDP in the same way that it does in other countries. And all this in the context of what was supposed to be a transformative law on job creation. So what's the problem? Is there just a time lag that the law hasn't been able to generate an impact at all? Is it having a negative impact? Or what's happening here? It doesn't seem, nggak nyambung, it doesn't seem to kind of connect with the narrative about what this law would be doing for the economy.
And let's take another online question, please.
Okay. A question from Maria now from Jakarta. In achieving the 8% growth, does it mean that Indonesia should focus on Java rather than the rest of the country? Or should there be a more balanced approach that includes investment in other regions as well?
Okay, 3 great questions. Cosimo.
Again, I might take the online one and leave the others to my friends. So I think that's a very good question. The 8% growth really does need to be distributed beyond Java. Java still remains 55% of the Indonesian GDP, but for the first time during COVID, the amount of investment going outside Java was greater than the amount of investment going inside Java. So there is a shift away from Java, and that's largely been the smelters and the nickel projects and those mega projects outside Java. So I certainly think in terms of the picture that Masyita outlined, with 8% growth requiring greater investment, that really does need to occur outside Java as well as inside Java. At the same time, the vast majority of the population remains in Java, and so the human capital focus and improving that quality of workers and industry is equally important there. I think maybe I'll take this opportunity too to address the 8% number. I think it's great that some people are less constrained in their comments, but I think the point is that Prabowo has identified the right problem and the right issues, which is the low human capital and the need to improve that. There is a timing issue around how long that takes, but it is an opportunity for reform. Having an 8% ambition is not a bad thing, right? It provides an opportunity for making these reforms. And the other point I'd make is it's not necessarily about 8. I think, as Riandy said, there's an 8% club, but 8 is also a fortuitous number. I think I've mentioned to some people last night, Prabowo is the 8th president. His code name in the Special Forces was 08. His ministerial address is number 8, Widya Chandra. As Eve showed, he received 58.58% of the vote. And of course, 8 is a lucky number. Just look at all the license plates around Jakarta with 888. So I think maybe the focus on 8 needs to be balanced with the idea of just achieving more sustainable, inclusive growth. If it's 6, fantastic.
Masyita.
Thank you. I like to address Eve questions first, because this is really the heart of the issues in Indonesia, right? You're doing all the reforms. You're trying to get ministers coming from private sectors, coming from technocrat, the academia, right? Although nowadays the technocrat in the incoming government seems like more the technocrat coming from big corporation than the academia, my sense from the people that's been mentioned. But why growth doesn't pick up? So let us take an example of nickel industry, right? A lot of the investment coming from abroad in the form of lending. So you have a leakage to pay back the debt. That's number one. Number two, you are still selling in the upstream one. You don't have, so in nickel you have the upstream, in the middle you have cathode development, and the downstream until the car manufacturing, right? So Indonesia is missing exactly right in the middle, right before getting the full value of the value added. But also it's not a certain decision that whether a country is more profitable or better for a country in terms of growth to do all of the value chain. That's why we have the global value chain, because it's not always optimal to do from upstream straight to downstream without like going back and forth selling export and import in the middle, right? The leakage coming from the financing. Number two is also on the import of the material that we're using, like the machinery and stuff, but also on the human capital, right? We're using a lot of international labor, not only on the high-skilled type of job, actually, it's also in the medium and low. The question is why? It's coming back to productivity, and I think a country cannot skip doing industrialization, doing downstreaming right away without having built this human capital for a long period. So I think it will hit back to Indonesia, the fact that we're not investing enough on human capital in terms of the human, the education, etc. Because the other growth strategy requires that actually, for growth to be kept in Indonesia rather than having too much leakage to outside. So at the end, we could end up with like a production place, but all of the other factors are going abroad actually. So I think the human capital part of Prabowo is probably another thing that is good from the narrative, but also how you actually able to do that. On the corruption, maybe I'll leave that to Riandy because he is the one that can say a lot of things.
But then to answer that question, we need 3 or 4 another dissertation to answer that, because the role of corruption in economic growth. But there are 2 opposing views, right? The first view is, I like to call it Fadli Zon's kind of view. Corruption is the oil to growth. It's very famous, right, for that. Because it can speed up project and stuff like that. But then I also remember Pak Dede's quote that government is very good at picking loser. So combining all together, then you will end up in the less productive firms or less productive project. So that will curtail your productivity and growth. Probably that's also another view. And about the time lag on omnibus, I really hope that's only time lag. I really do hope. When I see the graph, I'm not too happy as well, because it happens in the era where the other countries doesn't seem to have a problem in increasing FDI. But then, investment also needs certainty, right? The omnibus law doesn't solve that. The omnibus law doesn't solve the inherent, inherent uncertainty that policymakers like to do. Suddenly, Zulkifli Hasan said this and do other things tomorrow. That's not solved by omnibus law, right? And 8% distribution. I think, yes, I agree, we need to make sure the growth is more equitable, but I differ on Cosimo on this. 8%, always good to have high target, but it's not good if it will mean a tax shortfall, right? Because if you need to attain 8%, then you have increased the spending, and then you need to increase the tax revenue target. We will know, we already know from the evidence and in previous cases that tax shortfall is not good. It lowered the confidence for the investor. So if we put 8% target, if it is only in the vacuum, then that's good. But we don't live in a vacuum. We live in the world where investors' confidence play a major role. So let's do a more measured approach.
Thank you very much to the 3 speakers. Would you like to jump in, and then we will, but we've run out of time for additional questions. But Masyita.
I'm gonna ask back to the audience, right? But I don't require them to answer one by one, just to take it home with you. If you are incoming government in a country like Indonesia, where institutions are still fragmented and quality of institutions is still challenged, you have a lot of issues. Even decentralization policies is not smooth. But of course, you want to follow, or you would like to have a high target like COSI, right? So I'm very sympathetic to the new government, actually. In every period, because this is not a very easy issue to tackle. And I think it's our time in the academic community, the technocrat of the world, to be able to help the government in Indonesia, in this case, to help formulate a policy that makes sense, right? That makes sense, but also makes us, when we say something, it doesn't sound like we're so detached from the reality of the government, what they're facing day to day on the policy space. Not very theoretical, just say. So I just leave you with that, because then when we ask back, if you are Prabowo, what would you do currently, right? Would you have a high target? Would you say, oh no, we're gonna go at 5%? What would you do? So I think I'll leave it with that.
So just before any additional applause, I'll just come in with a bit of housekeeping. It is lunchtime. I think we've worked up an appetite after that. We would recommend taking a stroll across campus to Canberra, which is about a 5 to 10 minute stroll from here, and there are a range of restaurants there. We are starting back here at 12:50 p.m. sharp. We stick to schedule, so please be back in your seats by 12:50 p.m. Riandy, did you want to share about the Friday prayer as well? Just one final announcement.
So I play as a double agent today, as also as a informant.
Just one more announcement.
If you want to do Friday prayer, the committee is nice enough to provide an alternative Friday prayer room in Coombs building, because the alternative is the Friday prayer room is at 1:15. So we can do it now and then rush back into the venue.
Okay, so for Friday prayers, please come down to see Riandy, and can we please thank the group and see you. See you back at 12:50. Thank you.
So will you take the online questions?
Yeah, and when it's possible for you.
Okay, super. Are you sitting there? Yeah. Super. Great. All right, good afternoon, everyone. You can just take your seats. I'm under really strict instructions to keep to time. Thank you. Excellent. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for rejoining after lunch. My name is Lauren Bain. I'm the head of the Southeast Asia Maritime Division at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade here in Canberra. It's a great pleasure to be here and see so many familiar faces. Really terrific to be able to chair this session. DFAT has supported the Indonesia project since the 1980s. It's actually one of our longest standing investments and something I think we very much see as in the national interest. It's just so fantastic to see so much Indonesia expertise in this room and really proud to be associated with it. As the morning sessions have shown us all, we're really at a pivotal moment at the end of the Jokowi presidency, and it's a really terrific opportunity to reflect on President Jokowi's legacy. I think there's probably nobody better placed to help us do this than Markus Mietzner, who to most of you will need no introduction. Markus is an associate professor at the Department of Political and Social Change at the Coral Bell School here at the Asia Pacific Affairs here at ANU. He's published extensively on Indonesian politics throughout his career. His latest book is The Coalitions Presidents Make: Presidential Power and Its Limits in Democratic Indonesia. And as many of you will already be aware, he's writing a book, perhaps already finished writing a book, which will soon be published on the Jokowi presidency, based on a series of interviews with President Jokowi and other key actors in the Indonesian political system. I'll pass over to Markus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to start, as I think I must, with some personal reflections on my own journey with Jokowi. Presidents who rule for a decade become, if we like it or not, part of our own biography, especially for citizens of that relevant country, of course, as many of you will be in the audience today, or, like in my case, if you watch that president in a professional capacity. I have to admit that I did not pay much attention to Jokowi when he was mayor of Solo between 2005 and 2012. This was despite the fact that many in the Indonesian media celebrated him as a champion of reform at that time, and despite the fact that some of my academic colleagues had already made the pilgrimage to Solo at the time to interview him. Jokowi entered my radar screen in 2012 when he ran, Ed is signaling me to raise this up. Okay. So Jokowi entered my radar screen in 2012 when he ran for the governorship in Jakarta. He won that race, and this catapulted him to the top of the polls for the presidential elections in 2014. Jokowi now interested me because he was the only one who could beat Prabowo Subianto, who had laid out at the time a very aggressive neo-authoritarian agenda for Indonesia. To me, as to many others, Jokowi was simply the only alternative to Prabowo's threat to democracy. Thus, I started to look at him more closely. I traveled with him at a time and at one occasion interviewed him in depth. But once inaugurated, Jokowi, of course, displayed autocratic tendencies of his own. And so my writings on him, starting from 2015 onwards, were critical in nature. I wrote about his authoritarian innovations, the democratic decline occurring under his rule, his use of coercion against political parties, and so forth. So it came as somewhat of a surprise to me when in the middle of 2023, I was approached by one of Jokowi's aides who asked me whether I wanted to write a book on his presidency. I did ask whether they were aware of what I had written about him, and the answer was that the last thing they wanted was yet another hagiography. Jokowi himself said to me, write the good and write the bad just as it happened, and so I proceeded on that basis. Between July 2023 and July 2024, I interviewed him regularly, including at times of momentous political events. So today, I want to share some of my insights from this 1 year of more closely looking at Jokowi and explain to you how he sees the world he operated in and how he shaped and how this perception shaped his political action. So this is the agenda for today. We'll first look at Jokowi's place in the political system, then his conceptualization and operationalization of power. We look at his views on democracy, his way of dealing with the economy, then Indonesia's place in the world, and finally some remarks on his legacy, which will be a teaser for the next 2 days. So let's start with his place in the political system. Jokowi saw himself as a clean, hard-working and honest political actor surrounded by a circus of greedy, predatory and unpopular politicians. He identified political parties and parliament as the epicenters of dirty politics, and he believed, rightly so, that a majority of the population despised them as much as he did. In his perception, he was the spokesman for Indonesia's silent majority against the elite's incessant machinations. This was, of course, a classic manifestation of how a populist sees the world. He expressed the general will of the people, had direct linkages to them, and stood up against the overbearing power of the elite. Now, why did this self-perception matter and how? Jokowi drew very consequential conclusions from his analysis of his place in Indonesia's political system. Most importantly, he acknowledged that in order to succeed, he had to both cooperate with the elites and keep them in check. The acknowledgement of the need to cooperate with the elites led him to build broad government alliances in which not only parties, but also other socio-political veto powers were included. The resolution to keep elites in check, on the other hand, produced a menu of coercive measures that he used in order to extract concessions from key political actors, as we have heard already today. In designing his model of cooperation and coercion, one insight he had drawn from his own positioning in the political system was particularly profound, and that was the realization that corruption was the biggest weakness in the armor of his adversaries and allies. Corruption made elite actors vulnerable, and it therefore could be used to control them. Throughout his 10 years in power, and increasingly in intensity over time, Jokowi ensured loyalty towards him by weaponizing corruption charges against elites. To be sure, most of these charges were not trumped up. He could rely on the fact that elites put in political office would loot budgets and engage in all sorts of clientelistic and patronage-soaked practices. Jokowi could then simply decide which cases to pursue through the Attorney General's office, through the KPK, through the police and other agencies, and which ones to ignore and potentially use in the future. But this pattern trapped Jokowi in a cycle of interests that made the fight against corruption, which was one of the trademark items on his 2014 campaign agenda, undesirable for him. Reducing corruption would have eroded the very foundations of his power. It would have taken away his most effective weapon against other elites. One example, and again we've heard about this already today, how he managed Golkar, essentially rotating one patronage-soaked politician with another, whether it was Setia Novanto, whether it was Erlanger, and now Bahlil. In every case, you could trust that they would be vulnerable to his pressure for them to do what he wanted. So Jokowi not only did not fight corruption, but he put corrupt figures into key positions of political power because that was the easiest way for him to keep them in check and to get what he wanted from them. Of course, Jokowi isolated key positions from this pattern, whether the Ministry of Finance, Foreign Affairs, the State Secretary, and so on. But he otherwise stacked his cabinet with people who had large financial resources he could tap into, but also were vulnerable because of the ways they had obtained this wealth. Jokowi professed that his biggest regret in his decade in power was that he wasn't able to do much about corruption, to put it mildly. But the truth is, of course, that he had a vested interest in keeping corruption, clientelism, and patronage alive as his primary way of subordinating the country's elite to his political will. This was, in many ways, his Faustian bargain. He surrendered a key flank of his earlier political campaigns in order to pursue his political and development agenda free of interventions by the elite. And this leads us into how he conceptualized and operated power. The first thing to say is that it's important not to essentialize in any culturalist way the way Jokowi understood power, all these references to him as a Javanese king and so forth. There's really nothing that's inconsistent with what we know from comparative politics, how political actors like him try to stay in power. His power rested on three pillars. Number one, popularity. Number two, the coercive use of his presidential authority. And number three, power sharing with other elites. Let us briefly unpack each of these elements of his power. The first, and in Jokowi's view, the most important column of his power was his popularity. Without it, he would have become vulnerable to the elites. He would have been electorally unattractive, and the social foundations of his regime would have crumbled without this popularity. How did he stay so popular? Again, we've heard some of this already this morning, and we'll explore these reasons in more detail over the next 2 days. Control of inflation, we've heard this in the economics section, a reason often overlooked when the popularity of Jokowi is discussed. Then we have the highly publicized distribution of social aid, which will also be discussed in our conference this weekend. His successful defense, even after years in office, of the image of a humble man who understood the day-to-day needs of the citizenry. Of course, the building of infrastructure as well, which made life easier for the broad population. The second element of his power was the ruthless use of the state's instruments of coercion. We noted how he used them against the elite, but they were also deployed to disincentivize dissent in the broader population. And during COVID, for instance, there was a police unit established that monitored potential criticisms of the police, and perpetrators were warned to cease their commentary. Thirdly, third column of his popularity, of his power, was the realization that he had come to, that in order to have power, he needed to share it. In order to rule effectively, power needed to be shared with other actors. The combination of these three elements of power and his Machiavellian determination to expand them over time made him the most powerful president of the post-Suharto era. But it also caused some of his presidency's most disappointing legacies. For instance, his particular way of sharing power surrendered key arenas of governance to predatory elites. Now, these were legal agencies, oversight bodies, mechanisms of accountability, and so forth. And as a result of that, he damaged the institutional health of the polity. In exchange, Jokowi claimed supremacy in the areas he was most concerned with, the economy and especially infrastructure building. So essentially what Jokowi did was minimizing his powers in some areas to maximize them in others. This made Jokowi's power sectoral, unevenly balanced and fragmented. But not only did he leave key areas of governance to self-interested elites, he also damaged them through some of his own interventions in order to cement his power. Again, we've seen how this worked this morning. Now, when discussing his understanding and operationalization of power, we also need to note, of course, that he increasingly fell for the temptations and insignia of power. While he started his presidency with an image of informality, he quickly gained an appetite for the pomp, ceremony, and privileges attached to his office, and most importantly, he gave in to the temptation many power holders failed to resist, that is, the urge to promote the interests of his family. His sons grew rich under his rule, turning from small-scale caterers and fried banana sellers into entrepreneurs with a wide web of interests with Indonesia's leading oligarchs. And of course, he eventually maneuvered his son into the vice presidency, preparing for a dynastic future. Thus, power had become to him a lot more than just the ability to push through his developmental agenda. It had become a purpose in itself, and he spent much of his time nurturing it. What about his complex but overall troubled relationship with democracy? His thinking on democracy rests on three pillars. One is majoritarianism, the second one, then developmentalism, and thirdly, there's the culturalist notion of Eastern politeness. Again, let us unpack these three. In its most fundamental form, Jokowi viewed democracy as a system in which the leader does what the people want. In order to find out what the people want, the leader reads the polls and executes what's in them. That's it. That's democracy. This majoritarian understanding of democracy made Jokowi overlook key elements of democratic health, civil liberties, separation of powers, rule of law, and so forth. But it also set some basic limits to his autocratic ambitions. To his great disappointment, he found that a majority rejected his campaign for a third term or an election delay, and so he grudgingly dropped it. Elites, of course, had also opposed it. And while he learned over time how to intervene in elections, he also remained a principled defender, at least of the formal concept of elections, and that took him to stand up to some of his aides in his inner circle who wanted to get rid of them at the local as well as the national levels. Therefore, his majoritarianism had some democracy-preserving repercussions, but mostly he used the polls to assess which of his political moves the silent majority would tolerate, and as he discovered, they mostly did. The second pillar of his thinking on democracy was developmentalist in nature. What's the point of democracy if it doesn't lead to prosperity? This was almost the first thing he said to me in our interviews. But it also connected back to his majoritarian views. He believed correctly that a majority of voters prioritize development and stability over concerns for democratic niceties such as civic liberties. Pursuing development then, for him, was not only a matter of national interest, it was intrinsically democratic. The third element of his views on democracy was culturalist in nature. Democracy for him had to be polite in the tradition of Eastern cultures. It had to eschew offensive and robust discourse. Instead, it needed to be constructive and benign. This understanding of democracy, which overlapped with that of most Indonesians, helped him to identify his key electorate for his decade in power. They were the rural and urban lower middle classes who wanted economic advancement and disliked political radicalism. They were, in simple terms, Indonesia's centrist mainstream. Standing outside of this mainstream were the liberals on the left and the Islamists on the right, which he alternatively repressed or ignored. Jokowi's democracy then was about serving a majority with an apolitical streak and marginalizing those that had alternative expectations towards it. How about the economy? Jokowi is, of course, best known as the infrastructure president, but this priority was not immediately obvious at the beginning of his term. While he had initiated the Jakarta subway while governor, his 2014 campaign had focused on other things, health and education, for instance. Indeed, infrastructure had been relegated in his Nawacita, which were the 9 points of his agenda at the time. It was relegated to a sub-point of 0.9. What then brought infrastructure into focus? 3 things: a phone call with Xi Jinping, who told him that industrialization comes through building of infrastructure. Secondly, his travels during the 2014 campaign, where he said he learned just how badly Indonesia's infrastructure was positioned. And thirdly, expert advice at home. Once he had set infrastructure development as his priority, he pursued it obsessively. He quickly found as well that infrastructure suited his personality traits well. He preferred the tangible to the abstract, the concrete to the vague, and the hard facts to academic contemplations. In the words of his former minister, Thomas Lembong, he is a hardware guy, not a software guy. Jokowi broadly, surprisingly, agreed with this assessment. Infrastructure is easy to check. We can touch it. We can see it. Yeah, I know what's going on. So he actually did not, what I had expected, wildly disagree with Thomas Lembong on this assessment. Jokowi also liked to focus. He had a proud aversion to multitasking. One, of course, could argue that the presidency is quintessentially about multitasking, but this is not how Jokowi viewed it. He defended his focus on infrastructure quite strongly, and for him, his second-term focus on industrial downstreaming was an integral part of his infrastructure agenda. But as a result, as Trisya Wijaya and others have pointed out, he ignored other parts of the economy he did not understand because they were too abstract for him. As former Finance Minister Khatib Basri reminded us just recently here, you can't cut ribbons on a long-term improvement of education standards, for instance. Thus, quite logically, the most eloquent symbol of the Jokowi presidency became his project of building a new capital. Unlike most of the other policies, this one was the only one that was really about him. That was the only thing only he wanted. Everybody else thought it was a bad idea. As such, it reflected his power, his ideas, his priorities, and his self-perception better than anything else. It also highlighted his strengths and weaknesses better than anything else. On the one hand, it pointed to his out-of-the-box thinking and determination to push ahead with ideas when others negotiated, delayed, and hesitated. But it also emphasized his recklessness and tendency to take shortcuts against expert advice. The result is a new capital with an uncertain future and an overall economy, which we have seen this morning, where key sectors are stagnating. We'll return to this at the end when we briefly review his legacy. Now, Indonesia and the world. How did he see Indonesia and his own place in the world? And of course, Rizal Sukma will talk a lot more about this over the next 2 days. Jokowi repackaged Indonesia's traditional free and active foreign policy in commercial language. The approach of non-alignment suited him because he understood it essentially as an open-for-all business approach. He also knew enough about Indonesia's foreign policy history to understand that various presidents in the past had taken liberties in interpreting the boundaries of the free and active foreign policy. Sukarno had leaned towards Beijing in the mid-1960s, while Suharto was informally associated with the West, but neither ever formalized these alignments. For Jokowi, this meant he could slightly lean towards one side in the great power rivalry of the 21st century between the United States and China, if that one side offered more than the other. In Jokowi's language, Indonesia is open for business with everyone, but if one side does more than the other, even if you'd like the other side to be the more active one, then that's not my fault. In concrete terms, Jokowi viewed Beijing as having the edge in courting Indonesia for economic opportunities, and America had to work hard to catch up. With this economic lens, Jokowi broadly divided the world into those states that helped Indonesia with its economic ambitions and those that were passive or even obstructive. In the first column was China and the United Arab Emirates, and he nominated their leaders as the ones he had the best relations with, even after some attempts from my side. Albanese really didn't get a mention in this regard. So he had the best relations with those. They engaged with Indonesia's downstreaming policies and were cautiously supportive of the new capital. On the other side was the European Union, which sued Indonesia over nickel regulations and obstructed palm oil imports, and the United States, which established import barriers for nickel. Both were also largely indifferent towards the new capital. Jokowi's biggest anger was directed towards the European Union, which he called the new VOC, or the new Dutch East Indian Company. Jokowi's concentration on economic issues led him to disregard larger geopolitical considerations. As a result, most importantly, he did not see the need to substantially upgrade Indonesia's military, which remained stuck at funding levels at around 1% to GDP, underspending the world average by more than half. There was a slight uptick in defense modernization in Jokowi's second term, but this was largely driven by Prabowo, and Jokowi only reluctantly endorsed that push. Overall, Indonesia did not move from its position as a benign middle power, which it has held in the international system for decades. Jokowi, after initially struggling to understand what a middle power is, embraced this label because it relieved him of the pressure to divert more of his development budget into the area of defense. Finally, legacies, and again, these are just initial teasers for our debate in the next 2 days. Jokowi was a towering figure in Indonesia's political system and its economy for much of his decade in office. Especially in his second term, he had a standing that was unrivaled in Indonesia's 25-year history of post-Suharto affairs, and a standing that was rare compared to Indonesia's peers as well. But what does he actually leave behind? From a historical perspective, we need to recognize that a leader's extent of power while in office, or the length of his rule, matter very little for the long-term assessment of their legacy. Habibie, for instance, profoundly revamped Indonesia's political landscape and almost single-handedly put Indonesia on the path towards decentralization, despite the fact that he was in office only for a year and a half, and that we don't really remember him as having been particularly powerful. So what does remain of Jokowi? Let's be generous and start with his favorite arena, infrastructure. Any visitor to Jakarta in 2014 and 2024 will have to acknowledge the difference the infrastructure upgrades have made to people's lives. Subway, LRT, commuter trains that run a lot more better than in the past. And similar developments happened in other cities and regions. But even in his priority area of infrastructure development, progress has been moderate. There certainly was no quantum leap. Jokowi has acknowledged this himself. Infrastructure spending to GDP remains below that of the Suharto years and importantly below that of the countries Indonesia competes with, including China. The picture of the overall economy is similar. When Jokowi took power in 2014, Indonesia's economy ranked 16th in the world by nominal GDP figures, with a share of the world economy of 1.1%. As he leaves power, it is still ranked 16th with a share of 1.2%. At the same time, India rose from 10th place to 5th place, and China expanded its world market share from 13 to 18%. What about the political arena? We heard from Sana and Eve that he leaves behind a playbook for coercive politics, but perhaps encouragingly, Jokowi was not an institution builder. This meant that he undertook no reforms that would have strengthened Indonesia's democratic institutions, of course, but he also did not formalize his autocratic attacks on them. He leaves behind no party or institutionalized movement, as Thaksin did in Thailand or Chavez in Venezuela. He did not change the format of the regime as Erdogan did in Turkey. He did not change the constitution, let alone write a new one as Putin did in Russia. Jokowi's only effort for a constitutional change, his request for a third term, failed. His powers, as effective as they were while in office, were not only sectoral and fragmented, they were time-limited and transient. His popularity surely will wane as he will gradually disappear from the daily news. His coercive powers will cease on the 20th of October, and he will no longer have the resources to reward loyalty either. All Jokowi has now is the uncertain prospect of his son either succeeding Prabowo in some way or gaining enough popularity to challenge him. Neither scenarios look particularly compelling at this point. So we end up with a rather ironic conclusion. It might well turn out that Jokowi's biggest legacy for Indonesia was putting a man into the presidency who he previously had fiercely opposed, a man he had depicted as a loose political cannon and a danger to democracy. It is this man that he entrusted Indonesia to, and with this, he not only assumes responsibility for his own decade in power, but also for what comes next. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcus. We've got about 10 minutes for questions. Just a reminder, I'm going to try and do as Ed Aspinall does and enforce some rigour around the question asking. Please identify yourself, one question only, keep it short. If you make a speech, I will cut you off. We'll go, there are some roving mics. Hands up for questions. One in the middle here, Sana.
How do you reconcile that with his efforts to constrain electoral competition when he's exiting office?
Well, let's do one by one. Okay. Hands up and I'll direct the microphone for the next one.
Yeah, so first thing, of course, to remind you, so this is how he views his own dealings with elections. But I did point out that up until the end, in fact, when it came to the formal, and again, that's the key operating term here, the formal existence of elections, he remained supportive. And the reason again was that the majority of the population would not accept a disbandment of electoral mechanisms. And so when Lord came to him and when Tito came to him and they all said, let's get rid of Pilkada, what about, going back to the NPR? He said, are you crazy? People will not accept it. That, of course, in his view, is completely reconcilable with his interventions because he wouldn't even recognize them as interventions, right? But none of what I said here, questions in any way what you and Eve have presented this morning.
Next question from Sidney.
Yeah, Sidney Jones from IPAC. How did Jokowi explain the move to bring Prabowo into the cabinet? Did he explain it as an effort to undercut the Islamists as well as to disarm the opposition, or were there other factors involved?
So I interviewed both Prabowo and Jokowi on this. So the first thing to find out is whose initiative was it, right? And Prabowo said he couldn't quite remember who initiated it, but Jokowi insisted it was him. But they had very similar depictions of why it happened. It happened in May 2019. Those of you who follow Indonesian politics closely will know that there were demonstrations at the time by Prabowo supporters against the election result. About 8 or 9 people were shot by the police and so forth. Prabowo said, this was the moment I realized we couldn't go on like this and so forth, but of course I also believed there were broader strategic considerations there. Jokowi just believed it would be a lot better for him to have Prabowo in the tent than having him outside. Right? It would bring more stability, it would bring more power to him. I don't think he thought about Prabowo as a potential successor at the time. It was simply about stopping opposition from destabilizing his government.
Over here.
Hi, thanks Marcus. Judy Anderson, pardon me, from the Australia-Indonesia Business Council. He doesn't sound like a visionary, but did you get a sense from him about his vision for the country moving forward? Because it sounds like the consolidating of power, the way he went about it, is very, very much a throwback to the past. So do you think, could someone like him get elected again? Someone who's come out of humble beginnings, do you think?
Yeah, so I think there were several questions mixed into this. We all know he's not a visionary, right? And I pointed this out, that his vision was, I want to get somehow to an industrialized state of Indonesia by 2045. But again, as so many, and the economists this morning also so beautifully laid out how complicated that can be, and I think he lacked the understanding of that complexity. This is what he proudly endorsed as well. I want to focus. I want it to be not complicated. I want to do the things that nobody else wanted to do because they looked like they were too hard to do. But he went for the things that he understood. And that's why infrastructure was so important. Right? Infrastructure, I understand, you can see it, I can check whether it was built properly and so forth. And the capital became the symbol of all of this. So the vision in that sense was missing in all of these other more complicated area of a software economy. In terms of the second part of your question, can again somebody become president with a humble background like him? I would say that depends on what Prabowo is going to do to Indonesian democracy in the next 5 to 10 years.
Thank you. Other questions? I saw one up here in the middle, or one right down the back against the wall. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jessica. I'm from Australian National University. So my question is, as someone's that looking at the relationship between Jokowi and his patron party in the recent time. How does he view the importance of political party in terms of electoral democracy? Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a very important one. As I mentioned at the very beginning, basically for him, political parties are despised by the population, and therefore he wants to stay away from them. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that was essentially his message. And that's why he always refrained from turning his relawan, his volunteers, into a political party. I actually asked him this already in September 2014. Here you have all of these people, they brought you into power. It was clear that they had a lot more to do with your victory than PDIP, for instance. Are you going to do it? He said, no, I don't like political parties. It's not my brand. Right? So if I become part of the establishment that I've been, in his view, have been fighting, then I ruin my reputation. Now, in the last few weeks, of course, there had been this discussion, will he be becoming the head of Golkar and so forth, but I think part of his reluctance to do that has to do with his deeply ingrained aversion against political parties. And he said to me, I hate fundraising, I hate this whole thing, so no, I don't want to do it. Will he finally resort to it if he feels there's no other way of remaining relevant? I wouldn't rule that out. We have seen him making U-turns all over the place. But that is the position he's been mostly defending, that political parties are actually detrimental to his political brand.
And I think we've got one here, and then Ed. I think we've just got time.
I hope this is working. Bob Lowry. My question is, we've talked about Jokowi, but who were his 2 or 3 most important sounding boards or people who had influence over him?
Yes, very important question. So sounding boards is a complex way of putting it. He was a lone decision maker. He would call in people one by one, ask them for their opinion, but then make the decision on his own. And often the people who had provided input were not informed of that decision. They would know about it from the newspapers. The only one who always knew what the decision was Pratikno, because he had to formalize it in a presidential decree, or however it had to be put in writing and so forth. But everybody else, including really high-ranking assistants he had, they would say, oh yeah, he asked us for our opinion, then he did something else, but we didn't know why, it wasn't explained. And we just went for it. So this, Jokowi was not somebody who would sit in a room with 20 people and say, how are we going to do this? And then collectively come to a decision. This was his way of staying on top, to be the only one who could connect all the dots and who was the only one who finally then made that decision. He wanted to keep everybody else on their toes.
Okay, one very last question, one short question and short answer, please.
This is a question not from me, but from a friend, Sandra Hamid, who sent it by WhatsApp. Can you speak on how the Jokowi-Mega relationship may have brought us to the Jokowi-Prabowo alliance, and what does this tell us about the nature of personal relations in Indonesian high-level politics? Sorry, that's 2 questions.
It's not a short one.
No, so absolutely, and this goes back into the history of how we actually got to Jokowi endorsing Prabowo, and one of the main reasons really was, it's a very long convoluted story, but the upshot is that Mega did not want to talk to him about a possible nomination of Ganjar. The initial plan, this was very clear by the middle of 2022, was that Ganjar was the chosen heir. Megawati refused to engage on discussing the way he should be nominated. Ganjar then also refused to run with other political parties that Jokowi had prepared for him, and that's what drove eventually Jokowi into the arms of Prabowo. Again, there's a much more complicated story behind that, but that is the bottom line. And so yes, Megawati, I think, could have had a Ganja presidency, and to make this very clear, I think Ganja would be president today if Jokowi had endorsed him. We know that the votes, the way they went this direction because of Jokowi's endorsement. So yes, Ganja could be president if Megawati had engaged in succession talks with Jokowi, but she refused to do so, saying, that's my table, not yours.
Okay, I think we'll have to stop there. I can tell there's a much longer answer in that one. Thank you so much, Marcus. Really good discussion. Just a small matter of housekeeping, if I could ask you to stay in your seats. The next panel is starting straight after this. Thanks.
I think we're ready to go. Oh, good on you, Hal. Thank you. Always in charge. Thank you so much, and welcome everybody to our next session. My name is Janine O'Flynn. I'm the Director of the Crawford School of Public Policy here at the Australian National University, and it's really wonderful to see so many friends here in the room, and also I know a lot online, including, I'm sure, many of my wonderful Crawford School alum staring down the barrel of the camera at us today. It's really lovely to have everybody here on the beautiful lands of Ngunnawal and Ngambri, where for many thousands of years we have a history of sharing stories and building wisdom, and a gathering like this, I think, is a wonderful extension of that tradition, which has been in place for many thousands of years. Thank you also to my colleagues at the Indonesia project for inviting me to chair the session. It's wonderful to be here at my first ever Indonesia update. I think I was away somewhere last year, and so I missed it in my first year of being the director, but it's really wonderful to be here today, and I'm really pleased to be able to chair what I know will be a wonderful discussion. But please just indulge me as the Director of the Crawford School today in just acknowledging the extraordinary history of the Indonesia project. I know next year it will celebrate its 60th anniversary. Older than me, Buddy, and I'm sure it will be a huge celebration, I know, next year. And it is something that reflects, I think, the extraordinary relationship between DFAT, who I acknowledge has been funding for 4 decades and hopefully for the next 4, the incredible Indonesia project, but which has built relationships that are very deep and very strong, and has really been the work of many people over many years, several of them in this room. So thank you to our colleagues at DFAT, but to my extraordinary colleagues at the ANU who have done that work over many decades. Today, of course, and tomorrow are a showcase of those relationships. Booties don't do that. Let me do this. This is my indulgence for just 1 minute. So thank you. That's all I wanted to say about Indonesia Project. But let's get into our discussions today. This session focuses on growth and development, and we'll build on some of the key themes that have emerged in the keynote speech that we just had. And we'll explore these themes in some more detail, specifically looking at political economy, land rights and agrarian reform and infrastructure. I'll just do a quick couple of bio intros. The full ones are there, and then we'll get into the discussion. So joining us today will be Arianto Patunru, who's very well known to many of you. Arianto joined the ANU in 2012 in the Art Gordon Department of Economics, and he's a member of the ANU Indonesia Project. Following on from him will be Suraya Afiff, who is Associate Professor in the Department of Anthropology at the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences at Universitas Indonesia, and prior to that she was involved in the Indonesia Forum for the Environment. And last but not least, joining us is James Guild. He's an adjunct assistant professor at Monash University, Indonesia, and his main research area is the political economy of Southeast Asia with a focus on Indonesia. Our speakers will go for 20 minutes each. We'll do all the talks, and then we'll have an open discussion at the end. But please join me now in welcoming our wonderful speakers.
Thank you, Janine. Colleagues in the room and colleagues online, it's very good to be here presenting to you on the political economy of development under the Jokowi era. So on the 31st of July, I got a text from Faisal Basri, or to many of us, Bang Faisal. He apologized that he no longer could come to attend the Indonesia Update Conference because he somehow had to go to Sulawesi for some training for farmers group there. And being an economist and activist, of course, he resorted to division of labor. So he asked me to present the paper, but he also promised that we will write a very good paper, so don't worry, you can present that. Unfortunately, neither Indonesia Update nor friends in Sulawesi, the farmers, could have him today as he passed away last week. So may he rest in peace. Mbak Titi, Abi, Nabila, Atar, if you're watching this, my heart goes out to you. So let me start. So many of you might remember in October 2014, that should be 14, sorry, 2014, the cover of the Time magazine was a very good picture of President Jokowi, very confident, very nicely taken picture, and it says, "A New Hope," right? And some of you, or many of you, also probably read The Economist. In February this year, they have a report saying that Jokowi is leaving the office with inglorious exit, with rotten smell. And I think I share those sentiments. So I was one of those academics. Marcus was saying that in the beginning, wrote good assessment of Jokowi when he was still a mayor in Solo. So I interviewed him in Solo when he was mayor, and I wrote maybe 2 papers about his success leading Solo and with particular attention to his local investment climate policy. And I started to published papers criticizing him since, if I remember correctly, 2012, when HAL was convening that conference in Singapore. So that's the gist of the story. So he started with a very good or fairly good development, but then he's ending with some disappointments. Despite his persistently high approval rating, however, the economic development is mixed. And as we listened from the session this morning, economic growth is slow, it is less efficient, and it is less effective, especially in terms of eradicating poverty. Right? And especially in his second term, 2019 until now, the economic performance deteriorates even further alongside the regression in the political side, as has been highlighted by Eve and Sana. So we examine this in this paper, we examine this issue with the lens of political economy. And what I mean by that, so the standpoint is that the economic policy affects economic outcomes, of course, then it is affected by a complex process that involves state, the market, institution, and society and institution, right? And in doing this analysis, we borrow insights from institutional economics, political economics, and developmental state literature. So it's a mix of approaches by Acemoglu, Douglas North, Happiness Dixit, Robert Bates, and some others. To simplify the framework, first we look at the relation between state and society. So we look at indicators like government effectiveness, control of corruption, and civil liberties. And then we examine the institutions and institutional change. And by that, we look at some indicators like whether the institution is more inclusive or more extractive, to borrow Acemoglu's term, or in terms of Douglas North's approach, it's called open access order or limited access order. And then in doing so, we also link to the dynamics of development under Jokowi with some comparative perspective. And by that, I mean we try to compare his approach with his predecessors, in this case, Suharto's New Order and also SBY. Why these two presidents only? Well, first of all, just for simplicity, we have word limits, but also because Suharto is really authoritarian era, and then SBY and Jokowi is actually democratic. With all due respect to other presidents, they are probably in transition between New Order to the free election era. And then also we try to give some comparison with other countries. And again, for simplicity, we only take two countries, which is that are very close to in terms of economy and politics probably, and that those are the Philippines and Vietnam. So that's the framework. And let's go into the application, right? So in terms of state and market relations, we can see that under Suharto, the state is exercised a very strong role, but there was some episode of liberalization. We remember there was boat reform in the 80s, led by Berkeley Mafia and other able technocrats. And under SBY, there was still a strong role, but they also facilitated the market. Now under Jokowi, state exercises a strong role, often in an ad hoc manner, like Eve mentioned in the morning. And then looking at the state power and civil society, under Suharto, state power dominates the society, the civil society, and the space for the civil society actually increased a bit under SBY. And under Jokowi, it's really mixed. So in the first term, it's a balanced relatively balanced relationship between state power and civil society. But in the second term, of course, it's increased state control and restrictions on civil society. Right? We heard about this this morning. And in terms of institutions, under Suharto is mostly restrictive. So we know about cronyism, KKN, corruption, nepotism. Under SBY, it's rather mixed. So it's rather extractive and inclusive to some extent because he had welfare programs, but also there were some big case of corruption. But also under his tenureship, there was democratic reforms. But again, on the other side, money politics. Under Jokowi, again, it's mixed in the first term, but in the second term, it's mostly extractive. So there's erosion of inclusive economic development and not just democratic regression, but already democratic backsliding. But of course, there are some confounders, not just as simple as that, right? It's very complicated, so we have to also recognize some other confounding factors. So again, in terms of economy, there was very rapid growth under Suharto, quite moderate under SBY, but even slower under Jokowi. Democracy, of course, non-existent under Suharto. Under SBY, it's this borrow from colleagues from political science terms, ranging from consolidated, stable, but also problematic. And then under Jokowi, it moved from stagnation to regression, or even worse now. And there are some key economic agencies. Under Suharto, the most influential, of course, Minister of Finance, Bappenas, and Bank Indonesia. Under SBY, still the same, but also able vice president. Not just Pak Budiono, to some extent, Pak Yusuf Kalla also was very helpful in economic sphere. Under Jokowi, there's more institutions. So he had Menko Marves, the coordinating minister of Marine and Investment Affairs. Also, BKPM becomes more influential, but also resource ministry. And in terms of role of ideas and technocrats, we saw a very strong role of technocrats under Suharto before their influence waned in the 1990s leading up to the crisis. Under SBY, it was quite strong. By technocrats, I mean not just academics, but also experts from private sectors, so including people like Agus Martowardoyo and probably now Budi Sadikin. Under Jokowi, it's quite limited. And in terms of role of interest groups and rent seekers, it's strong under Suharto, moderate under SBY, and strong under Jokowi. So those are the confounding factors, but also we acknowledge that there are some others. So for example, there are some positive shock. It was oil boom under Suharto, commodity boom under SBY, but there's nothing really under Jokowi, right? But even though I call this we call this positive shock, but there are some consequences. For example, both these booms resulted in appreciation of rupiah that leads to lower competitiveness and hence increased call for protectionism, right? But there are some negative shock. Under Suharto, it's AFC, Asian Financial Crisis. Under SBY, there was global financial crisis. Some may add Bernanke shock, the capital flight in May 2013. But under Jokowi, of course, it was the pandemic, right? So we have to also consider that in terms of while assessing the development. And then there are some policy focus that we talk about that. And then major setback, corruption, of course, KKN under Suharto, especially in the later last 10 years. Fuel subsidy, unfortunately, it's disappointing under SBY as written by Hal Hill in the assessment 10 years ago. And Jokowi, of course, we heard from the session this morning, nepotism, erosion of democratic institution. Okay, so now from that framework, we move to see the data, right? So first on the state, you can see here, I think because there are so many indicators out there, I think the most relevant ones includes government effectiveness and also control of corruption. By government effectiveness, mostly it's about the ability to deliver public services. But also in terms of control of corruption is the ability of the government to, of course, control this mishandling of public money. And you can see actually there is a big divergence in the second term, right? So that blue and red line, they diverge, especially in the second term of Jokowi, meaning while the government is more effective, it's actually quite corrupt in terms of this indicator. And then we look at the society, okay? Again, here it shows the civil liberties, 60 is the highest score, and we can see that actually under the second term of Jokowi's presidency, it actually reduces, okay? In terms of economic institution, we use indicator for about the protection of property rights. By that, I mean real property rights like land rights that Ibu Suraya will discuss, and also intellectual property rights. And you can again see there was a steep deterioration under the second term of Jokowi. Okay. Corruption, we've talked about this and also this morning. And political institution, it became less democratic. In all fairness, it was still under SBY when the Freedom House downgrade the category of Indonesian democracy from free to partially free. But if you look at the score, it keeps going down, especially in the second term. Also, political institution, judicial constraint on the executive. This is the extent to which the executives abide by the constitution. But again, you can see consistently that in the second term it's actually going down. So some illustration, I have 5 minutes. So first, inadequacy in legal system, okay? So this one, even though in terms of resolving insolvency or closing a business, we have the italic one is the rank among, I think, 190 countries. You can see that our rank is quite high, but in terms of time, but actually it's more costly, right? And if you look at the enforcing a contract, the cost of enforcing a contract, it actually is worse than other countries, including Vietnam. In terms of impediment to business, again, well, there are some mixed indicators, but we can see that to start a business and to register property, we're quite low, especially in terms of starting a business. It's costly, even compared to other countries, especially Vietnam. Third, on foreign investment policy, we talked about this also this morning. This is just one indicator, is FDI Restrictiveness Index by OECD. Unfortunately, it stops at 2020 for the current series. So we cannot really see the effect of omnibus law. But I just checked the data from Bank Indonesia yesterday. They already have Q2 or June this year, and I didn't see significant tick up of the FDI, even after omnibus law was ratified in March last year. So just to give another illustration, because we talk a lot about hilirisasi, and in the paper we mentioned about the fact that, even though this is one of the policy signature of SBY, it's not really effective, because if you look at the data very carefully, first you look at the export side, Indonesia's export to China. Of course, from 2020 it's zero, implying that it's effective, the ban on nickel export ore. Then you go to China side, you look at the import data, and then boom, You see a lot there. So what does that tell us? That implies some smuggling, right? Not a little amount, but almost 5 million tons from 2020. So it's huge smuggling of nickel ore despite the policy. And just to follow up on this, because the government claimed that actually this has succeeded in boosting the value added. So if you look at the derivative, the ferronickel, I also talked about this from some other angle last year, but just to look at one of the derivatives, which is ferronickel, and look at the export side again, it's huge, but mostly to China, right? 90%, and then we look at the production, the domestic production, we can actually calculate that only less than 2% was absorbed by the domestic industry after the ferronickel. What does this tell us? Because this industry is very capital intensive, of course, the value added, most of them will go to the owner of the capital, which in this case is China, right? So when we assess this policy of Hilirisasi, we also have to see, to examine where the investment coming from, where actually the value added goes to. So, in conclusion, Jokowi's presidency began with a fairly good economic development. All the data can confirm that, but it is ending with some disappointing outcomes. So, President-elect Prabowo will have to use different strategy to improve the economy. I think his immediate challenges include to regain financial and fiscal stability again, and fixing the institutional damages that he inherits from Jokowi. Thank you.
Thank you, Arianto, and Suraya, if I can invite you to join us. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you to the Indonesian Update organizer to give me another chance. This is another chance to come and talk again in this event. This time I have asked to talk about the way that local and indigenous right to land has been played out during Jokowi era. So Jokowi is probably the first president that openly say his government pledged to strengthen the right for the local communities to own land and access to the state forest areas. Enthusiasm and hope were high among the agrarian and environmental movement activists, including me at the beginning. There was high expectation that Jokowi will fulfill his promise to make a substantial change on the long-standing problem of land rights for the people that civil society activists has been campaigning since Suharto era. So I just want to briefly say, before Jokowi came to power, the agrarian and environmental justice activists has been successful to work on a number of regulations that related to land rights. These are the MPR 9 on agrarian reform and natural resources management, the social forestry regulation, and the constitutional law that recognize the customary forest is not part of the state forest. Now, under previous government, the implementation of this regulation had been slow and stagnant. Therefore, the expectation to Jokowi was high, since Jokowi was reach out activists. Actually, he came to Walhi and to Aman to be involved in the team. He invited that designing the agrarian reform and social forestry government program. But eventually, the enthusiasm and trust to Jokowi has got. It turned out Jokowi is a paradox president. Jokowi has no serious commitment to protecting the land rights of the local indigenous communities. He's not interested in addressing the development contradictions. And during Jokowi era, the agrarian conflict, in fact, has been increased so rapidly, more than what had happened during previous President SBY. So this is a paradox. So the question is why this paradox happened? What does agrarian reform and social forestry agenda mean for Jokowi? So I think some of the reason of this paradox has been addressed by previous speakers, and I will tell as well why this paradox. So, So my agenda for this presentation is I want to talk about how agrarian reform and social forestry policy have been implemented, in particular during the first term, and second, what happened when, in the second term, Jokowi shifted his priority to both more toward economic growth. And the third, in order to show that Jokowi paradox, I will using the Eco City Rempang project as a case study. Then I will say a couple of points for about land rights and agrarian reform during the Jokowi era in the conclusion. So this is what the state-led reform on access and ownership of land looks like during Jokowi government. The government planned to allocate 12.7 million hectares of state forest land to the villagers who live inside and around state forest area, and another 4.5 million hectares to the state land that will be distributed, plus another 4.5 hectares program that provide a land certificate to people. If this land reform is fully implemented, at least more than 25,000 villages located inside and adjacent to the state forest area will be, which consists about 9.2 million people, might be benefit from this policy. Now, I put this picture because in this picture, I'm trying to show the crucial involvement of civil society and, as you mentioned, they're designing the program. So this is only part because more than this, but this is a key, in my opinion. And particularly during the first term of Jokowi presidency. In one side, that side, in one side, it seems Jokowi would like to fulfill his promise, but his ministry not all in line to full support the Jokowi agenda of the agrarian reform agenda. So on the right side, that side, Jokowi appointed Teten Masduki, an anti-corruption activist, as the head of presidential executive office. And the next to him, which is very famous for agrarian reform activist, is Nur Fauzi Rahman, who was one of the founders of NGO called Consortium of Agrarian Reform during previous Jokowi government. He was played an important role in ensuring agrarian reform and social forestry is implemented by the two ministers, which is Siti Nurbaya, Minister of Environment and Forestry, and Sofian Jalil, the Minister of Agrarian and Spatial Planning. Now, Siti Nurbaya also, well, I have, resentment also a little bit about, her later actions, but Siti Nurbaya has worked more with civil society than Sofian Jalil. He worked with, for example, Khalid Muhammad, a former director of WALHI, one of the major environmental justice NGO network. And Siti Nurbaya also worked with respected previous Ministry of Environment under Suharto, which is Sarwono Kusumatmaja. And Sarwono has an important role in providing advice to selecting top management that pro-civil society, pro-people. And he also worked with activists and scholars to show that, it's important the first term of Jokowi. But on the left side, is some Jokowi ministers who were not so keen to fully support agrarian reform. For example, former General Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the famous one, he is a Ministry of Marine and Investment. Sofian Jalil, which is a Ministry of Agrarian and Spatial Planning, are among the one that who, would prefer supporting private corporation to boost economic growth than, agrarian reform and social forestry. Now, we have to be fair to what's Jokowi's legacy. So I have to say that there are a number of important things related to agrarian and social forestry that the previous president had never done. For example, for the first time in the history of State Forest Institution, a Director General of Social Forestry and Partnership was formed. So this is special Director General that really working with, to boost the social, all the term of the social forestry. This director is very instrumental in implementing the social forestry program. This is not been formed during any previous president since Suharto. Another important milestone is actually during Jokowi time is that Jokowi is the first president that has granted land rights to the indigenous communities. No president before Jokowi has done this. He's also the first president that has agreed to sign an oil palm moratorium, so to stop the allocation of new concession to the oil palm. This is at least the policy in the first term of this presidency, implemented until 2018. He also agreed to form a peatland restoration agency, agreed to not permit mining concession in the conservation area. So, some good legacy that makes, civil society support him. But of all other things that made Jokowi most enthusiastic about agrarian reform and social forestry was the event when he was in charge in distributed land and social forestry certificate to the people. He always he always in charge when sending, giving the certificate to people. This is the most important tool for him to maintain a good political image. Yeah. Now, however, in the second term of his presidency, Jokowi shifted his priority to boost more toward economic growth, as mentioned in the previous speaker as well. Now, there are two main policies that have significant impact on people's land rights. The first is omnibus law, which is under this law, the state is justified to take people's land even by force for development project under the name for public interest. And this term, public interest, is not just for public, but also mean government can allocate it to private corporations. Now, the second also important in terms of land rights is the National Strategic Project, PSN. So in the second term of Jokowi, under the PSN, the priority list is not just infrastructure project, but various projects could be put in the list. Once a project is listed under PSN, the government has the right to forcibly acquisition the land from the people. The amount of compensation depends on how strong and effective people restricted the project. So now I will turn to the case study of the Eco City project in Rempang in order to show an example how the contradiction policy on land right has been practiced by the Jokowi era. So this Rempang Island is one of the islands under the Batam Special Economic Zone. And the government decided to develop ecotourism and several industrial firms. Rempang is located near Singapore, and it has inhabited by the Malay ethnic group, and the government claims that the Rempang Eco City project will be good for Batam's economic growth and provide jobs for people. Now, in the election campaign for the second term, Jokowi came actually to people in Rempang and promised to give people in Rempang a land title certificate. It's it's actually there is in YouTube. He said, "Do you want it? I will give you, if you elect me." Basically, he said the process will be fast and only takes 3 months. Believe me, he said. But Jokowi promised to the people in Rempang has never been materialized. Rather, the people in Rempang must endure experience beyond anything they could imagine. So in 2023, the development project of Rempang Island increased rapidly after being included as one of the projects on the National Strategic Project List, as PSN. Rempang Island will be managed by a private company, PT Makmur Elok Graha. And what is interesting to me, at least, that is, on one hand, the PSN list in 2023 not only mentioned Rempang Eco City, but also mentioned the program to accelerate the agrarian reform and social forestry. Ironically, Jokowi does not feel compelled to fulfill his promise to the people in Rempang. Instead, the 7,500 people in Rempang will get to be forcibly affected for the home and land. Okay. So one of the reasons why government in 2023 accelerated the effective plan of residents from the old village in Rempang because of the Chinese company is interested to build glass factory in Rempang economic zone. The plan is to build factory in May 2024. Due to this reason, Minister of Investment at the time, Bahlil Lahadalia, whom in the second term became Jokowi's most instrumental minister to facilitate investor, behind the team that pushed the eviction plan as fast as possible. On September 7, there was fierce clashes between Rempang residents who refused the police and government officer who came to mark out the land. The police used the tear gas, dispersed the crowd, and there were a number of children at school who was hit by the tear gas. The police arrested quite a number of Rempang people, charging from carrying out the violent protests. Now, the incident clashes between people in Rempang and the police went viral and spread fast and widely to the public via social media. As a response, the widespread public protests emerged both on the streets and social media against the police violence action. To this emerging public protests, supporting Rempang residents who continue to refuse to be relocated, the government has finally lowering down the pressure and delay their forcible eviction, the old village residents. But this case is not far from over. The government is continuing their plan to move people in the from the old to the old village to the other side of the island. There is not enough indication that under Prabowo government, this eviction plan will be a way to be closed or changed, despite that the people resistant are still strong until today. So here a number point of my conclusions. And in the context of protecting communities from forced eviction from their land, the evidence show that in the Jokowi era is not much different from what has been done by the previous presidents. But he did it with a combination of pleasing the civil society demand for supporting agrarian reform and social forestry program, despite with a very small budget that makes the program have a very slow progress. For Jokowi, it looks like that agrarian reform and social forestry serve as a strategy to enhance his political support, particularly during the first term of his presidency. And Jokowi continues to support agrarian reform and social forestry because it allows him to maintain his performance as a good and caring president in order to balance his other priority for economic development agenda that has caused the land conflict increase and thousands of people has been affected from their land. Now, Rika Diah Pitaloka, who is a politician, artist, and activist, in one broadcast interview said Jokowi told her that she should not pay attention to ideology because it's not important. For Jokowi, the most important is just work. This statement, to me, support the fact that pragmatism is Jokowi's value to work, and this allows him to shift easily to take favorable, to move to the favorable corporate business interest and turn around atau balik badan from people's demand for social justice for the land rights without affecting his high approval rate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suraya. And James, please come and join us. We'll just do a changeover of the slides.
Can you make it big?
Not on there. It's big on there.
It could only be big here?
Yeah.
It's not big enough for him to see.
I'll just stand like this. Is that okay with everybody? So y'all can hear me, right? All right, that's cool. This is fine. This is perfectly fine. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is James. And today I will be presenting on how Jokowi became the infrastructure president. And I am a lecturer at Monash, Indonesia, as well as UI Tiga in Jakarta. So, if we go back to 2016, there was a special issue in The Economist called Jokowi's Moment. And it was pretty clear even back then in 2014, 15, 16, that infrastructure was going to be a major component of Jokowi's time in office. The main question was not whether he wanted to invest in infrastructure, it was how was he going to do it, how successful was he going to be at it. And this is summarized in this quote that I took from that Economist article called, which says, too few roads, berths, and systems, too many ships, cars, and grasping hands, leading to high costs and lost time. That is Indonesia's infrastructure problem in a nutshell. Jokowi has staked his presidency on solving it. The question is not so much what he wants to do as what he will be able to do and how soon. So just to summarize what he did want to do, this was what he wanted to do in the first 5 years of his presidency. It was highly ambitious. He wanted to build 35,000 megawatts of new power plants. He wanted to build 1,000 kilometers of new toll roads. He wanted to build 15 airports, 24 seaports, dozens of dams, irrigation systems, and all of this was going to be underpinned by 7% annual growth. So it was all very ambitious. None of it was actually accomplished. But I think he accomplished more of it than many people expected, and that's what we will go over in these slides. So how did he plan on doing this? His plan was to court foreign investment of all types and from all sources. He eliminated some wasteful energy subsidies in the beginning of his first term, and he reallocated those funds toward infrastructure. After a rough start, he started building a coalition in the legislature, and that coalition grew, as we've talked about. He started leveraging legal, bureaucratic, and financial authorities to speed up project development. And he started, one of those authorities was to identify certain projects as nationally strategic. When a project becomes a nationally strategic project, it then gets access to certain special financing provisions and other regulatory provisions. And he leaned very heavily on the state-owned sector to carry out many of these key projects. So what happened? The pace in the most broadest terms, the pace and scale of infrastructure development increased significantly during Jokowi's presidency. If we look at the toll road section, when he took office in 2014, there were 935 kilometers of toll roads, and that's all the toll roads that have been built since 1978. Over the next 9 years, they built over 1,900 kilometers of toll roads. By 2018, there were at least 7 mega power projects worth $17 billion, and with the installed capacity of 11,000 megawatts that had reached financial closing and were in some form of construction or pre-construction. Other major projects include the Jakarta-Bandung high-speed rail, the new Yogyakarta International Airport, the Greater Jakarta Light Rail Transit System, dozens of dams, irrigation systems, port modernizations, airport expansions, renovations. So this is just a visual aid to help you understand the scale and pace of toll road construction. It starts from 1978. You can see that there was, this is the amount of toll roads that were constructed in every year since 1978. You can see there's been some progress during the New Order. It fell off during the Asian financial crisis, and then there's just been an absolute explosion of toll roads, mainly in his first term, but they're still building, 100, 150 kilometers per year. So the next question is, how did this happen? Jokowi leveraged the power of the state to speed up infrastructure development. He increased state spending with more resources for infrastructure. He ran larger and more sustained fiscal deficits, and he allocated more money to relevant stakeholders such as the Ministry of Public Works. And we have some more visual charts here to illustrate the pace and the scale of this. You can see that around 2010, this is overall public spending, total public spending aggregate. It started increasing actually in SBY's second term, but it really accelerated and was sustained throughout Jokowi's presidency. Basically, like by last year, it was almost triple where it was back in 2008. And you can also see they started running more sustained deficits of closer to in between 2 and 3% of GDP. And you see it started to rise in 2010, again in the second term of SBY's presidency, but it was in the Jokowi era where they really started to sustain and consolidate and regularly run larger fiscal deficits. The pandemic is obviously an anomaly. We can't really look at that, but it's been roughly between 2 and 3% for his entire presidency. You see here the Ministry of Public Works has had its budget greatly expanded. Again, it's pretty flat from 2008, 2009, 2010, and then in SBY's second term it started to rise, and then that momentum was sustained and consolidated across Jokowi's term to the point where last year they got, 140, 160 trillion. And that's just for public works. There's lots of other infrastructure funding that's not included in the public works budget. So, Jokowi and SBY. Looking at the above, public spending and deficits actually began to increase during SBY's second term. So it can't just be because they were spending more money on infrastructure. What was it that allowed Jokowi to actually accelerate and build and complete more projects that when SBY struggled a little bit to do that? And basically what happened is SBY laid down the foundation for more infrastructure-led growth, but it was Jokowi who really operationalized it and implemented it. He greatly expanded the role of state-owned enterprises. He leveraged the financial power of the state to support these efforts, and he used new legal and regulatory authorities to speed up project development. This is the assets of the 4 largest construction SOEs. You can see that it's super flat from 2012 to 2014, and then it's just like a switch was flipped when Jokowi became president in 2015. By 2016, you can see just massive, massive growth on the asset side of the ledger of these construction companies, which shows the level of activity that they were now engaged in. Now, the flip side is their liabilities were also rising. Their debt was rising. But this is just to show you how much economic activity was being driven by these SOEs. And this is true if you look at the airport companies, the railway company, any state-owned company that's involved in infrastructure, you would see a similar pattern like this, where it just takes off after 2014. So he also started targeting state financial support for development efforts. Around 2015, they created the Lembaga Management Aset Negara, and it's basically like a land bank to get payment out faster to acquire land for development projects. As of 2023, this agency had distributed 124 trillion rupiah to secure land for strategic national projects. 84% of that was specifically for toll road development. Jokowi also started using the Infrastructure Guarantee Fund, which was, again, it was established in 2009 under SBY, but it really became operationalized, I think, during the Jokowi era, and that's basically just a guarantee fund to get investors involved in infrastructure projects by offering a sovereign guarantee. And currently they have 50 projects with a total investment value of roughly 500 trillion that are under guarantee, and this is mostly in the toll road, telecom, and energy sector. Another financial entity is PT Sarana Multi Infrastructure, PTSME. This was established again in 2009 by SBY, but it wasn't really utilized until Jokowi started to use it. And it's to inject funds into strategic companies that are working on usually big, large-scale infrastructure or development projects. And we have a good visual representation of this. These are the loans that were on PTSMI's books. You can see from 2011, 2012, they hardly have any loan activity whatsoever. Again, starting from 2014 to 2015 really is when in earnest their loan activity started to increase. And you can see that it just took off from there. So they also started using new legal and regulatory tools. Probably one of the most important ones was Law Number 2 of 2012 on land acquisition. Again, this was legislation that was passed during SBY's second term, which gave the state the right for eminent domain to acquire land in the public interest, which was just mentioned. It's not great sometimes for the people that own the land, but if you want to build a toll road, it's fairly essential. It's very hard to build toll roads without eminent domain laws. And again, this law was really operationalized by the Jokowi administration. They also passed numerous presidential and government regulations to basically whenever they had a project, a big project that came into a bottleneck or an issue, there was some issue, it wasn't in conformance with the spatial plan or something like that, they would just simply pass a regulation that exempted that project from that requirement. And the reason they could do this is because the courts in Indonesia, particularly upper-level courts, are highly deferential to the state's developmental mandate when it comes to these conflicts. So they know that if there's an issue, they can just basically pass a regulation to sidestep that, and they know that if someone confronts them on it and takes it to court, it's very likely that the court will find in the state's favor when it comes to toll road projects or power plant projects. So all of these things came together, the financial aid, the regulatory tools, the use of state-owned companies to really accelerate the pace of infrastructure development during Jokowi's time in office. So all of this it reflects a trend towards the re-centralization of state power, right? During Jokowi's presidency, we have seen a strong trend toward re-centralizing state power in order to speed up development. Post-Reformasi decentralization, it made it very difficult to do big national infrastructure, like a toll road, because the land use was governed. If it went through all these different regencies and local governments, it was governed by, you had to negotiate individually with each local unit, right? So basically, they re-centralized state power with the central government so they could just break through all that stuff. If they wanted to build a toll road, the central government would do it, and they didn't have to deal with all these bupati anymore. Right? And the state has, so basically, this presentation is meant to show that the state has leveraged its financial, its market, legal, and regulatory power to debottleneck and accelerate the completion of major projects in all of the ways that I just described. What are some other characteristics of his approach to infrastructure? Well, he casts a very wide net, okay? Yes, infrastructure development has been heavily state-supported, but investment has actually come from a wide variety of domestic and foreign sources, and it takes many different forms. So if we talk about toll roads, those have been largely a state-driven thing, state-owned construction companies, all those legal and financial mechanisms that we just talked about. But if we look at energy generation or power, the power sector, there's been a lot more private involvement. And PPPs, public-private partnerships, they're playing a much larger role in the power sector. And then you have something like the Jakarta-Bandung high-speed rail, which was a joint venture between Chinese and Indonesian SOEs. So my point is that there's no one template when it comes to building infrastructure during Jokowi's time, other than maybe the re-centralization of state power. While state capital and funding are a key component of these efforts, domestic capital markets are deepening, and they're also providing more financing options. So this chart's just meant to show that, like earlier I showed the toll road sector, right, which has been dominated by state-owned companies. That's been a fairly state-driven effort. But this is power generation. The blue line is power generated by PLN, the state-owned power company, and the orange line is power generated by private developers. And you can see that during Jokowi's time in office, the orange line has grown quite a bit, and the blue line is kind of flatlined. So that is evidence that tells us there is actually more private investment and more private development in the power sector. And different sectors have different profiles in terms of the balance between market and state. And this is just, I took this from the World Bank. This is net FDI and portfolio inflows. You can see, again, FDI in particular started to increase in SBY's second term, but it really accelerated and was sustained and consolidated throughout Jokowi's time in office. That's the blue line. You see the blue line is high, and it's high in almost every year since he took office. The orange line is portfolio flows, which is like stocks and bonds. That's gone negative recently, most likely because of higher interest rates in the United States, sucking capital out of Indonesian capital markets and into things like US Treasury bonds. But in general, you can see that FDI has been sustained and much higher than where it was 10 years ago throughout the Jokowi presidency. And that's gone into a wide variety of sectors: telecom, transportation, power, etc. So I've painted a fairly positive picture because, as we've all said, if there's one thing that Jokowi did well, it was build infrastructure. He likes to go around and take pictures of himself standing on roads and dams and things, and he loves that stuff, right? But there's obviously downsides. There are risks involved in this. It's not all good stuff all the time, right? The centralization of state power has sped up infrastructure development, but it creates risk. For instance, the lack of opposition means wasteful projects, like a capital city in the middle of nowhere that nobody wants. They get approved. They think, oh, infrastructure, it's always good all the time. We'll just build it everywhere. And nobody's going to say no. Development comes at the expense of environmental and social rights. We just talked about that. The Rempang Eco City. There was a big resistance to some dam construction in central Java in the village of Wadas. And basically, the state knows that it can just bulldoze through these people when they want to develop, when it's in the name of economic development. And that becomes an issue because maybe their rights are not being protected. There's also indebtedness. Many SOEs, I showed you the assets are rising on those SOEs, but so is their indebtedness. Some of them are in very bad financial condition, but not all of them. Not all of them are. You have to look at each one individually. Some are much worse off than others. And I think if you look at the macroeconomic debt condition in Indonesia, it's actually fairly manageable. That's my personal opinion. You also run into diminishing returns. Building infrastructure boosts growth when fixed capital levels are low, but eventually you need more investment in human capital, industrialization, etc. You cannot just base your model of growth on building toll roads forever. Eventually you run into diminishing returns, right? So the key takeaways from my presentation is that during Jokowi's presidency, the pace and scale of infrastructure development, it increased significantly across a range of sectors: toll roads, airports, power plants, ports, dams, etc. Recentralization of state power has been key to this. The state has been a major driver of infrastructure, equipping itself with legal and financial powers to accelerate priority projects. And what's really interesting about all this is that in many ways, Jokowi's legacy on infrastructure was built upon the foundations that were laid by his predecessor. SBY passed all this vital legislation on land acquisition. He's the one that started laying the regulatory framework. He's the one that started giving the Ministry of Public Works more bigger budget and spending more and running larger deficits. All of that stuff was laid by the time Jokowi had already taken office, right? What he did that was different was he really took these tools and began leveraging the state's financial power and using SOEs to push priority projects forward and complete them. And I'll just end on this note, which is that I think it's highly probable that because that worked so well for them in the last 10 years, I think his successor, Prabowo, will, at least in infrastructure development, is going to maintain a lot of continuity. So you have continuity from SBY to Jokowi, and most likely to Prabowo on infrastructure development. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some time for questions, and I'll take some online questions as well. Perhaps we will just start. I'll start just up here. Just wait for the microphone. Then I'm going to come to some online questions. So we can just raise your hand up there. Thank you. And just to follow the norms that we've started, if you can introduce yourself, have a short and sharp question, no speeches, and just indicate who your question's for if it's for a specific speaker. Thank you.
My question is for Arianto. From the political updates, it looks like Indonesia is possibly leading into two possible directions, either to continue the current path of toward competitive authoritarianism or a country's democracy. So out of the two possibilities, in your view, which one is better for the economy?
Arianto, simple question. Then we're going to come here next for the to Arizal. Thanks. Oh, have we got there's a mic here just at the front. Sorry, Arianto.
Okay.
Please, yeah.
I think this goes back to that very difficult question of how to explain the good economic performance under Suharto while there was no democracy at all, right? Very high growth. But I think from my reading in the literature, some of the explanation is that, well, at that time it was centralized rather than decentralized. It's easy to bribe only one table rather than a lot of tables. And also Suharto was so successful in his what Duncan and MacLeod call Suharto franchise, effective Suharto franchise. And I think Time magazine again called Suharto Inc. And then bringing this back, bringing this forward to current situation, I think it's not possible to unwind the democracy again, because that's what people want: free and fair election, freedom of expression, less constraint for civil liberties. But at the same time, of course, they need to improve the institution that allows for economic activities. And from the indicators that we saw, Zulfan, some of those indicators actually show that it's deteriorating. So again, the basic message I think for the next government is how to fix this institution again while still going for growth, not to get that 2045 Indonesia emas or whatever, but the most important ones is to be able to eradicate poverty. So that's the pathway that I would recommend.
Thanks, Arianto.
We have a question from Puspa Amri from California. This question is addressed to Dr. Patunru, Paco. Do you have any thoughts on why polling data consistently rate President Widodo highly, despite the rather flat economic performance, at least seen from the aggregate objective data that you or others have presented today?
Puspa, thank you for your question. I think the indicators that I show actually consistently show that there is, well, it's mixed in the general, but especially in the second term, actually going down, not just in the political indicators, but also economic indicators, including FDI. There are some mixed data that shows us, FDI, again, investment, looking at FDI is really difficult task in Indonesia because of the data, right? BKPM has its own data, Bank Indonesia has another set of data, and then don't match each other. So, but just from a general assessment on those data, we can see that actually if he really believes that the omnibus law actually increases the FDI, it hasn't shown in the data so far. But in all fairness, it's just ratified in March last year, so probably it takes some time.
Thank you. Just up the back here, thank you. And if our colleagues online have questions, do drop them into the chat. We'll pick them up as we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my question to Suraya, to James and Mr. Press. So James mentioned about the special status as PSN makes the project international can bypass many laws and obstacles, administrative obstacles and everything. So what do you think? So penumpang masuk part of PSN. So whether the incoming government can shift its focus towards greater community participation while implementing the PSN. So what happened with the PSN later? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. As I said in my presentation, I haven't seen any indication that the next government, that's your question, right? That the next government will change. One of the reasons is that if you look at the janji politik, janji, what do you call it, the promise for when the elections, the two other candidates, Anies Baswedan and Cah Imin or Ganjar, lay out the agrarian reform and social forestry commitment. The only one that not mentioned that is Prabowo and Gibran. So that's mean we don't know what will happen after he took power. Well, I just heard that they might do something, but there's no clear commitment in the political campaign. So then we have to wait.
Yes, I think it's unlikely that the government would prioritize the needs and interests of the community over their developmental mandate in general. This government, the next government, probably the one after that.
Thanks. I'm going to go to another online question and then I'll go to our friend up the back here. Yep.
Okay, before going to the question, I would like to report that there are still 290 people watching from Zoom, so the enthusiasm is still high for the latest update. We have a question from Bang Krishna Gupta from CIPS Jakarta. This question is addressed to James. You mentioned the next government is going to continue the way development is conducted, but also mentioned that the diminishing return as the COE indebtedness. In what form do you think the continuation will materialize? How will it look like?
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I think they're just going to keep using SOEs to build toll roads and build stuff like that. And they're going to keep probably accumulating more and more debt. And eventually these toll roads are not going to be as productive investments anymore. Some of them still are. Like the Trans-Sumatra toll road is not done yet. That one is clearly going to have economic benefit once it's actually completed. And if SOEs have to go into a large amount of debt in order to complete that, this is my personal opinion and view of Indonesia's political economy, I think it's okay. I think that's a good trade-off to make. But eventually, and that's the thing, eventually, we don't know when, it's going to reach a tipping point where it's not producing enough productive returns on investment and the debt is no longer worth the investment. We don't know when that point's going to happen. It might not happen in the next 5 years. It might happen in 10 years. So that would be my answer.
Thanks, James. I'll go up to my colleague here and then down to the front here.
Yeah, my name is Aurelio. I'm a student at ANU. So considering that Prabowo is planning on agricultural self-sufficiency in his upcoming presidential term, my question is whether he'll take a route of land reform that is centralized, like Jokowi did with his infrastructure policies, or will he rather take a supportive role towards his existing farmers to achieve self-sufficiency rather than centralizing into the government?
Thank you. Suraya.
I don't believe he will actually use land reform or agrarian reform for that. If you pay attention to Haji Hisam, who imported hundreds excavators to Papua. So what Prabowo will do is actually mobilize military again, even more than previous. So that's my hypothesis. So let's see. But there is no indication he really, appreciate agrarian reform and social forestry. I haven't seen anything from his voice, his talk or whatever, including Riban. He doesn't know anything about that. So.
Thanks. Here, and then we'll go just in front to Budi after that. Yeah.
Oh, Kathy Robinson from ANU. I've got a question for, I guess, James and maybe Pa'acho. And I'm just thinking about infrastructure and national integration and equitable development across the archipelago. And I wonder if you can say something about that. And I'm thinking about, you mentioned airports and ports. And I'm thinking about something like the Tol Nusantara, that's enabling farmers in remote islands to export their produce. And also, I don't know if he's here, but to paraphrase and probably misquote Ross McLeod, who I think said a couple of years ago that the low-cost airlines were contributing more to regional development than any other factor or something like that. I don't know if he's here, but anyway, yeah. I hope I haven't misquoted you, Ross. But anyway, if you comment on that.
That's an excellent point. Most of the infrastructure that we were talking about, or that I mentioned in there, is on the island of Java. And that for obvious reasons, that's where all the economic activity is. Not all. That's where the majority of the economic activity and the population are. So that's where... And it's also easier. Java's not that big. If you build a toll road in Sumatra, it's actually just physically a much bigger undertaking than Java, which is actually, you can drive from one end to the other in a day, basically. But yeah, that is an issue. That's definitely an issue with this infrastructure, is that the benefits are being sort of unevenly distributed because of Indonesia's geography. And investment in ports can help with that somewhat, or even toll roads. But then you also have the case like in Papua, where they're building toll roads and the local communities really do not want them. And they don't want them there, and they don't want to be part of this industrial estate or whatever vision they have for Papua, So it becomes very, very complicated. Right now, what we can speak on basically is what they've done in Java. And then maybe in Prabowo's term, they'll complete the toll road in Sumatra, the Trans-Sumatra toll road, which has been heavily delayed and gone way over budget. But yeah, it's a complicated question.
Yeah, please. Yeah, you got time. Oh, Budi.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation. So my question is that despite the way that he did it, bottom line, would you confirm that all this development is for majority of Indonesia, or in extreme we can say that this is development for all, or this is development only for minority of Indonesia? Yes, the three of you, feel free to give a comment.
Nobody wants to start. James.
Okay, so it's an interesting question, also a very complicated, like almost philosophical question. Yeah, specific projects, okay, like the Trans-Java toll road, all right? If you drive from Jakarta to Jogja on the toll road, it costs 600,000 rupiah or something like that. What's the minimum wage of a person in Central Java? They're never going to drive on that toll road. They can't afford it, right? So it doesn't benefit them directly the way it does like middle-class people who like to take vacations to Jogja, right? But if it increases like aggregate production or makes logistics better, then it increases, it's a net economic benefit in the aggregate for Indonesia. So there's no easy answer for that question. You know what I mean? And whether it's actually, whether the investment is yielding productive results that make the investment worth it, that's a really hard, difficult question to answer. In my opinion, I think it's generally been a net positive for Indonesia, the country as a whole, even though maybe not everybody is going to have a car that they can drive on the toll road and afford the tolls. Yeah.
Thank you, Mas Budi. I think if you ask me 1 year, 2005, probably I think he's really go for the people, in good intention and things like that. But especially in the second term, I don't see it. He was focusing on big infrastructure that people can see, but I just can speak to the data. And if you look at the poverty data, right? using whatever, maybe 3.65 dollar line, poverty line, we still have 22% of population under that poverty line, compared to Thailand 18%, Philippines 2%, right? And if you use national poverty line, we still have 25 million poor people. That's the whole Australia, right? So I don't know. I mean, he has all this infrastructure, but actually we still have massive challenge in terms of the rate of poverty reduction under SBY, under Jokowi, is much slower than that under SBY.
Sorry?
Yeah, I think there are group of people that benefit from the agrarian reform and social forestry. I'm not saying that there are not people benefits. Yes, but there's some small number still, and the budget are very small, so they cannot accelerate it fast enough to make it substantial benefit to these people. So yeah, compared to the SBY, it's actually land certification more than 200% under Jokowi. Social forestry from the 12.7 million is about 40%. That's us Senate allocated. So yeah, it's a mix, but it's still number of people that benefit his his policy.
We have two questions from the audience online. The first is addressed to all the speakers from Ibu Bunaya from Jakarta. What kind of programs would the speakers recommend for Prabowo to improve the worsening middle class conditions in Indonesia? And the second question is addressed to James from Bagus Haryadi from BKPM, Jakarta. Questions for James. How is Indonesia progressing in terms of infrastructure project development in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. So the first question, what programs do you recommend? Who would like to start?
I'll just start with the program I would not recommend. So, and that is forget about IKN.
Yeah, I think for me, since the institution that formed by Jokowi is actually already something that can be improved. Right? So if Prabowo really seriously wants to make sure the conflicts reduce and more people can basically get benefits, then it has to be improved what they already laid out by Jokowi. Yeah. Second one is actually there are, I believe, this is still a number of people in the government. I'm not a person that generalize all the bureaucrat is actually not willing to change. Yeah? After this is actually they began to see the social impact assessment is important, but it's still long ago, time to really, put that is to be really institutional and structural change. So the question is whether Prabowo and the vice president really would like to improve. Now that is the main question for me, because otherwise it will back again. And it will deteriorate it again and that needs also enough funding to do that.
That's a great answer. In terms of helping the middle class to grow, I don't know, just typical stuff, investment in healthcare, education, good, better paying, value-added jobs, manufacturing. That's what I would recommend to any president who asked me. That's a very boilerplate answer. In terms of infrastructure, for Prabowo, I mean, he's going to do it a lot similar to the way Jokowi's been doing it, right? Using the state, recentralization of state power. The state's going to play a big role, building toll roads, maybe new airports, I don't know, port modernization. One really interesting thing is going to be clean energy, right? Most of the power that was added during Jokowi's 35,000 megawatt power plan when everything has been coal-powered, right? You have investors lining up now, foreign investors lining up. They want to invest in Indonesia in clean energy, but a lot of them are not on the same page. Like if you've heard of this JETP, it's a $20 billion fund. It's heavily structured around market incentives and getting the price right. Now, when it comes to energy in Indonesia, that's like a no-starter. It's not going to produce the results that they want, and that's why no funds have been dispersed from that JETP yet. So I think it'll be very interesting whether foreign investors are willing to invest in clean energy in Indonesia over the next 5 years, but do it on Indonesia's terms and according to what they want, rather than saying, hey, you know, take on $10 billion in market rate debt, reform PLN so that it's a profitable commercial entity, which is highly unrealistic. So yeah, I don't think Indonesia is going to change, is what I'm saying. I think the state is still going to be a major player in infrastructure. And whether foreign investors want to get involved, like the United States, they're going to have to adapt their approach. And clean energy is a major area for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're sort of at time. Maybe I've got one more, just right up the back here. This will be my last one, so it'll be a short and sharp answer, or else I get in trouble because there's afternoon tea outside.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nasya from Universitas 11 Maret Solo. I think the question for all of the speakers, could you give me any suggestion for the next regional election in Solo? Actually, I'm Solonese, Jokowi's neighbor. Should I vote candidate from Kim Plus or candidate from PDIP that is contraposition with Jokowi now, because I chose to be abstain in 2020 regional election. However, I am happy that Gibran developed Solo with a lot of amount of APBN, even though I'm not his voter. Thank you.
Anyone game?
So what is the question?
I think you're being asked to provide some voting
just
advice.
vote for PDIP.
Okay, maybe we won't give out voting advice today. But let me say thank you to everyone, to all of our friends who have joined us online as well, and of course to our wonderful speakers. Terima kasih. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you to your audience as well. And of course, some afternoon tea awaits us out in the foyer. Please be back in, seated, ready to go at 3:25. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. If everyone could take their seats, please. And we are about to get started. So, good afternoon, everyone. Please get ready to start what promises to be a very engaging and thought-provoking session on security. My name is Björn Dressel. I'm an associate professor at the Crawford School of Public Policy, and I guess I'm here because Germans are known to keep people on time. We are very fortunate today to be joined by two esteemed colleagues and speakers whose expertise on security in Southeast Asia is widely recognized. First, of course, we have Sidney Jones, Senior Advisor to the Institute for Policy Analysis and Conflict, IPAC, which she founded in 2013 and directed until 2021. Many of you, of course, know Sidney also from her work as Southeast Asia Project Director and later Senior Advisor to the International Crisis Group. Her contribution to understanding conflict dynamics in Southeast Asia have been indispensable, and she's going to talk today to the topic of politicization of security forces under Jokowi. Following Sidney, we have Nava Nuraniyah, a PhD student at the Department of Political and Social Change here at the ANU. She promised that she's on her final stretch of the PhD. Nava's doctoral research explores how Islamist groups in Indonesia respond to political repression and the broader implications for democratic governance. Prior to her PhD, she served as an analyst at IPAC, where her work on extremism and security further solidified her expertise in the field. And she's going to talk today on Islamism and the state control in the Jokowi era. Now, every speaker will have about 20 minutes for their presentations, after which we will open the floor to Q&A. That's a standard format, both for our in-person audience and those joining us online. And of course, I will do my best to strictly manage the time. As Marcus said, you're not here to ask questions, you're here to enforce traffic control. So, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Sidney to the podium.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad to be back in Canberra because I haven't been back since before COVID. And I love Canberra. I never agreed with people who said it was the most isolated capital in the world next to Pyongyang. I'm here to talk about the politicization of the security sector under Jokowi. And I think that we're dealing with a legacy that is probably going to continue and perhaps deepen under Prabowo. Jokowi started out by letting both the TNI and the police exploit his inexperience and his lack of interest in security affairs. But in the process, he grew to control them both pretty firmly, but he did so in two very different ways. For the police, he actually turned it into an extension of presidential power, very much through his own personal appointments. And with the TNI, he focused more on giving them basically complete latitude to do whatever they wanted. It was a hands-off approach to let them pursue their institutional goals, which included clawing back power from the police, finding jobs for unemployed officers, expanding into the civilian sphere, which was one way of dealing with the unemployed officers, strengthening the territorial command structure, and increasing the budget. On the other hand, he came to see the police as a tool for rewarding friends and intimidating opponents. I think we heard this morning in detail about what some of his coercive tactics actually were. His trajectory over his 10 years in office can be tracked by his appointments or attempt at appointments at the beginning of his tenure and at the end. In the beginning, in the period of the first 2 years, 2014 to 2016, he was basically wholly within Megawati's political stranglehold, and he nominated her choices for the top 2 jobs in the security sector. First, the arch-conservative Ria Mizard, who was a holdover from the New Order, and secondly, the PDIP stalwart political strategist and police liaison to the DP heir, Budi Gunawan. These weren't Jokowi's men. At the end, the 2 people in charge of the military and the police were Jokowi's old allies from Solo, who overlapped with him in the 2009 to 2011 period. So very much people who got their job because and only because of the association with Jokowi. If you look at the politicization that took place under Jokowi, you can divide it into 4 phases. First, there was that first 2 years, the early period, where Jokowi was finding his feet and came across as a weak and ineffectual president, at least for the first year, carried over to some degree in the second year. Secondly, the post-Ahok period through the 2019 elections, which saw his growing use of the police for political ends. Then we had the COVID years, 2020, 2021, where for the first time his attention really focused on the military, and you began to see the politicization of the military, which up till that point had been more a phenomenon of the police than the TNI. And then finally, the last 3 years, 2021 to 2024, up through the present, where it's really a question of power consolidation and the way that he used the security sector, again, to achieve his ends. So the first phase was marked by the fiasco of the failed effort to appoint Budi Gunawan at Mega's insistence to become the chief of police. And as you all know, as soon as Jokowi was about to make the appointment, the KPK, the Anti-Corruption Commission, indicted Budi Gunawan for corruption because of major signs of unusual wealth, including the fact that his son had an $18 million bank account for doing no known work. And then this led Jokowi to withdraw the nomination. Only Budi Gunawan fought back, managed to criminalize and bring criminal charges against the KPK commissioners, then got himself appointed as deputy police chief, and then ended up as head of BIN, which he remains to this day. For a while, up until the tensions between Jokowi and PDIP came to the breaking point, Budi Gunawan was one of the most powerful people in Jokowi's government. The second phase was the period of 2016 to 2019, when we began to see Jokowi showing growing confidence, but also a growing sense of the need to confront enemies. Jokowi appointed Tito Karnavian as the police chief in July 2016, an appointment that at the time seemed based on merit, although it also seemed based on a bond that Tito had developed with Luhut Panjaitan. But it ended up having major political implications. It was Tito in this period, more than Jokowi himself, who ended up politicizing the police force, in part because Tito had political ambitions. I think he wanted to be president, and he was testing the ground to see whether he could build a political base to achieve this. Marcus, I think, referred to the Tito's desire to end direct elections, especially at the local level. And I think this was because he wanted to control the local elections in a way that he could build up a personal political base in a way that he couldn't through direct elections because he had no party base. But anyway, his decision was to try and build up his political capital by showing himself to be a Jokowi loyalist. He came into power just as the anti-Ahok protests were gathering steam, and the police quickly became an indispensable tool in Jokowi's strategy to undermine the Islamists through what Greg Feely has called repressive pluralism. And you'll hear more about that from Nava, but basically criminalizing the organizers of the anti-Ahok movement and essentially equating Islamist radicalism with subversion. This realization that the police could be a critical tool against political enemies became more pronounced during the 2019 elections, when Tito became convinced, ironically in retrospect, that a Prabowo victory would be disaster for the police. He therefore abandoned any pretense at police neutrality and pulled out all the stops to secure a Jokowi victory and disrupt the Prabowo campaign using online tactics as well as physical repression against pro-Prabowo supporters and pro-Prabowo rallies. It's at this point, after Jokowi was successfully reelected, that Tito was appointed or rewarded with the position of Minister of Home Affairs, and thereafter basically slid into oblivion because he never regained the influence that he had when he was chief of police. This period is much more about police politicization than it is about the TNI, but the military continued to benefit throughout from Jokowi's non-interference and his own relations with the military, Jokowi's own relations with the military, improved substantially after he began getting his own loyalists in as Panglima from late 2017 onwards. Now, we had the appointment of Prabowo as Minister of Defense in 2019, and we can all wait for Marcus's book to get the details on this. But the interesting fact here is that we had in Prabowo a much more active and assertive Minister of Defense than we'd had in the past, and that meant that the TNI's and the Ministry of Defense's own institutional goals were pursued with more vigor than ever, and led eventually to the mutually beneficial relationship of Jokowi and Prabowo that ended in the winning of the Prabowo-Gibran ticket. Now, the third phase was the COVID years from 2020 to 2021. These years saw both the military and police exploit the pandemic to further those institutional goals, with the top people appointed belatedly to deal with the crisis coming all from the TNI. The pandemic provided an opportunity to showcase the continued utility of the territorial command structure, find jobs, new jobs for unemployed soldiers, revive the role of the Babinsa, and in general play an increasingly large role in the civilian sector, which had already begun even under the SBY period with the signing of the MOUs with various ministries, turning, for example, in the MOU with the Agricultural Ministry, soldiers into agricultural extension agents. Jokowi continued to use the police and the new crime of violating COVID protocols against Islamist enemies, as we saw with the arrest of Habib Rizk and the execution of his bodyguards after a highway chase. The killings of those guards at Kilo Limapulu, also highlighted the near total lack of accountability of the police for crimes which served the president's ends. The end of this period was marked by the appointment of Listo Sigit Prabowo, no relation to the other Prabowo, as police chief, whose only credential was his relationship with Jokowi. And the appointment showed how quickly a single individual can transform an institution into his own bailiwick through key appointments and with presidential support, despite starting out with almost no support from the rank and file of the police. The last 3 years of 2021 to 2024 were the culmination of Jokowi's politicization of the police through the use of coercive tactics. This was a period that was marked by scandal after scandal in the police involving unexplained wealth, drug use, high-flying lifestyles, and murders and cover-ups. And finally, in October 2022, with the inappropriate use of tear gas in a closed football stadium that led to the death of 130 people, and again, for which there was very little police accountability. It led to the plummeting of an already low standing of the police in the public eye. And this is when Jokowi, in one of his more cynical moves, called a meeting of all police heads, and including the chief of police, and basically gave them a dressing down, saying that the lack of public confidence in the police had become a real serious problem, and the police needed to shape up. This is from a man whose lack of interest in police reform, who's turning a blind eye to corruption and abuse, and whose utter lack of interest in police accountability had led the police to this point. And then we had the elections in 2024. And as we've seen from Sana and Eve this morning, this was probably the most blatant use of the police in an election that we had seen from the beginning of the reform era. Tito's use of the police in 2019 to get a Jokowi victory was a very different story than Listio's in 2024. In 2019, Tito at least had an institutional goal as well as a personal one, because he believed that a Prabowo victory would marginalize the police and put them under a ministry instead of reporting directly to the president, a fear that is still current among police to this day, even though Prabowo has said he won't do that. But in 2024, it was all about securing a victory for his patron when Listio went to town to try and secure a victory for Prabowo and for Gibran. So they resorted to all sorts of tactics, including threatening village heads with charges of corruption, as we heard the corruption being instrumentalized as a tool by Jokowi more generally, threatening them with corruption charges unless they produced a Prabowo victory. Even the police intelligence being used to document which local officials were actually supporting another candidate, particularly Ganjar, and this was particularly prominent in Central Java. And if they were supporting Ganjar, then there would be approaches made to suggest that if they continued on failing to support the Prabowo ticket, then they too would face corruption charges. There was also, as you may remember, the pressuring of university rectors to produce videos that portrayed Jokowi in positive terms. I'm not exactly sure what the ultimate aim of this was, except to ensure that university rectors were on board, and they did what they needed to prevent student demonstrations as the elections drew closer. And then there were some carrots, in a way, as well, by providing funding for people to attend rallies and so on. So throughout this period of Jokowi's term, we did see a rise in police and TNI budgets. In 2018, they almost got close to each other, although they've since diverged and the TNI budget continues to be higher. But as noted before, these were increased budgets which led to probably somewhat more support for Jokowi within the two services, but they still were low compared to what other countries see as an appropriate budget as a percentage of GDP. Now, Jokowi's term is ending with these two bills which are highly problematic. A TNI bill to reform the earlier TNI bill, which would allow for what some people call the return of dui fungsi, although it's not quite that, but it basically would allow active duty military personnel to serve in civil positions across government agencies if the president determines that there is a need for this. And this will clearly allow for a much greater role of TNI in civilian roles. It also ends the ban on military businesses, whereas the police bill allows for more intervention and surveillance of internet correspondence, social media, and allows for a crackdown on the internet more generally in the name of national security, but very broadly defined. And this is clearly increasing anxiety among those who are already concerned about the decline of civil liberties. So in conclusion, Jokowi changed the security sector for the worse by removing safeguards, reducing checks and balances, and weakening democratic oversight. There was never any interest in civilian control of the military throughout the Jokowi period. But his tenure also shows how critical appointments can be to the politicization of the security forces. It also means, however, that if it is a case of one person being appointed to a key job, then in a way that's hope that you could have a reformer at some stage appointed who could undo some of the negative things that have happened in the police. It would be an uphill battle, but a person can make a difference. Within the TNI, however, the changes have been more institutional. And if you have institutional changes that push the military more into civilian roles, it's going to be much harder to push them back into the barracks. Thank you.
Well, ahead of time even. Nava, if you would mind coming up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for joining. And thank you, the Indonesia Project, for having me again. And it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Bjorn, for introducing me and for putting me on the spot. This morning we've heard about, this morning Eve and Sana told us about the Jokowi's coercive politics at the elite level. And now I'm going to take you to talk about the similar pattern, but on the civil society or grassroots level. And this is based on my research on Islamist grassroots activism in Indonesia. But today I'm going to shift my lens to the state to look at how Jokowi in the past 10 years has responded to Islamist challenge through a process that I call negotiated repression. So the story is about how the 2016 Islamist mobilization, the anti-Ahok protest against the Ahok, who was the governor of Jakarta at the time, who was also a close ally of Jokowi, has inadvertently enabled Jokowi's coercive turn. As you remember, it was a huge mobilization, one of the biggest in Indonesian history. So what began as a sudden threat to Jokowi's authority and national stability has evolved into a valuable experiment in managing dissent. Initially, Jokowi was very confused and uncertain about how to respond, but gradually, the experience of facing the Islamists has taught him how to create a blueprint for repression by pushing the limits of democratic procedures without alienating his pluralist and democratic supporters. And by 2019, he has perfected this blueprint and applied it to other opposition groups. The first argument that I'm going to make is that Jokowi's anti-Islamist crackdown has been motivated more by political and security concerns. I'm sure he genuinely believes in Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, religious moderation, but every iteration of his escalating repression has been triggered by immediate political and security concerns. And we can see this by tracing Jokowi's relationship with Islamists from when he was a mayor in Solo until he became president. And secondly, based on my interviews with dozens of Islamist supporters across Jawa, Sulawesi, Sumatra, I surmise that a pattern of negotiated repression has emerged since late 2016 and then perfected throughout his second term. And what I mean by this is that the government employs a calibrated approach of tailored incentives and punishments. So not just carrot and stick, but also based on detailed intelligence and continuous interaction between state agents and the opposition groups. What's Jokowi's role in all of this? How significant is it compared to other state agencies? Well, I think his role, his approval is of course important in driving the repression, but he wasn't the sole mastermind behind every single thing. In fact, Jokowi often left it to his cabinet and security agencies to figure out what's the best way to quell the Islamist threat. So in some cases, as we shall see later, security officials would take contradictory approaches or compete with one another to do what they think Jokowi wants them to. In any case, Jokowi's role, I think, is to provide legitimacy and tacit endorsement while distancing himself from the specific operational decisions. And what's the impact for the Islamists? Islamist groups, I think, have weakened in terms of their mobilizing power, but they remain resilient in their networks, ideology, and institutional assets. So let's look at Jokowi's strategic evolution. Jokowi's encounter with Islamists did not begin in Jakarta. Solo is known as one of the Laskar or Islamist militia hotbed. There were lots of them in Solo, and they often conduct anti-vice raids or anti-maksiat sweepings on entertainment venues like nightclubs and things like that, which sometimes lead to violence. And after a particularly violent episode around 2008, the Solo government tried to control the Islamist militia by encouraging their cooperation with security, with law enforcement. And as one of the quotes showed here, Laskar Umat Islam Surakarta, the representative said that we used to be in sync with Pak Jokowi on the issue of eradication of social bills or penyakit masyarakat. He talked about how he was invited to the rumah dinas of the mayor and being served a noodle to talk about this cooperation with the police. And when Jokowi was running as the governor of Jakarta in 2012 and succeeded, his running mate was Ahok, the Christian Chinese politician that Islamists so disliked. And therefore, a journalist asked Jokowi, because at the time there was a discussion on the mass organization bill in 2012. So a journalist asked Jokowi what he thinks about this mass organization bill. And he said, oh, no, there's no need to proscribe anarchical mass organizations. What we need, Jokowi said at the time, is social outreach, good communication with the Ormas leaders, and also welfare approach. Just give them money and employments. That's what they want. So we see that early in his career, Jokowi was somewhat indifferent, to Islamists and to some extent accommodating some of their undemocratic aspirations, to some extent echoing the approach of Yudhoyono. Now, Jokowi only lasted 2 years as the governor of Jakarta, because in 2014 he ran for president and won. When Jokowi was inaugurated as president, so Ahok automatically replaced him, right, as vice governor. And since then, the Islamic Defenders Front, or FPI, and other groups have organized protest after protest to reject Ahok, arguing that Islam prohibits non-Muslim leaders, and they also proposed an alternative Muslim governor, the hoax gentleman. But those early rallies were really small and insignificant, that they became the subject of online ridicule, like you see in these memes. Rizik resurrected the governor guy from his sleep to become governor. And then all of this actually changed. The stakes became much higher by November 2016, when the first major demonstration against Ahok happened. And one of the reasons why it attracted so many people this time, but not before, but this time, Ahok had made a statement that many ordinary Muslims found offensive to the Quran, and Islamists had a role in circulating Ahok's speech, the doctor's speech, on social media. And at the time, the police, the intelligence, military woefully underestimated the size of the rally. They said it was only, 20,000 or something like that, and they told Jokowi, "Don't worry, Pak. Just do your own infrastructure project, examine, testing the railway, at the new railway at the airport. Just ignore this protest." So Jokowi ignored it, and he learned that it was a mistake. Because by that evening, the protest has escalated. A riot broke out near the presidential palace. There was looting in North Jakarta, where the Chinese neighborhood is. And what really worried, it really made him panic, because the protesters almost broke into the presidential palace ground, which would have been a disaster, maybe like the January 6th. So after that, Jokowi had an emergency meeting, calling in all these security officials, and even canceled his Australia trip scheduled for the next day. And one of the security measures, now we know that it was around that time that the Polri chief Tito Karnavian formed the infamous Satgasus Merah Putih, or the special task force that has the best personnel and the best resources to deal with the most pressing domestic threats through whatever means they deem necessary. And then there was the 2 December rally. This was the largest one. By far, it was the peak of the anti-Ahok mobilization. Initially, Jokowi tried to at least mitigate the size of it by talking with the leaders of Nahdlatul Ulama, Muhammadiyah, and also to Prabowo himself to persuade their Jamaah, their followers, to not join the rally. And there was also a series of backdoor negotiation with the Islamist leaders involving officials like Wiranto, Tito Karnavian, and this was confirmed by the Islamist leaders that I interviewed. That they said they were being offered some incentives, material incentives, and they were told to keep the rally small, at least within the confine of Monash. But as you saw, it was overflowing. It was beyond Monash, beyond Bundaran HI, just all over the streets of central Jakarta. So all of these negotiations failed to contain the mobilization. And so when it failed, the gloves came off. It was all just full repression. There was illegal action, various criminal charges brought against Islamist leaders on anything that you can imagine. There's the sex chat, the pornography charge against Rizik, illegal land grabbing, money laundering, defamation, and even they brought back the Suharto-esque treason charge, or makar. And all of these charges drove Rizik into exile to Saudi Arabia for over 3 years. And also in May 2017, the government announced the disbandment of Hizbut Tahrir through an executive decree on mass organization, which, even though it was intended for intolerant groups, but actually the implication can be broad for any civil society. things have developed, we see that this repression has become more sophisticated over time. So by 2018, for example, the overt negotiation was supplemented by extensive intelligence like surveillance, hacking, infiltration, as reported by Islamists and other kinds of opposition groups. And the goal is not just to monitor the Islamist activities, but also to identify their vulnerabilities and target it. So it's kind of like when you have a massage and the therapist puts extra pressure on the parts of your body that hurts the most, except it doesn't feel good. So these things were increasing, and the targets were also expanded, not just the leaders in Jakarta, but also local leaders, grassroots activists, and also their funding sources. And what makes this tactic really smart is that the government rarely used brute force, at least against the Islamists. But of course, there was the KM 50, the extrajudicial killings of 6 FPI guards that Sidney mentioned happened in 2020, and it was more of an exception than the norm. And there are two case studies that I'm going to use to illustrate this. One is the grassroots, the repression of grassroots activists, and the negotiation with Rizik Shihab early in his exile. So on the everyday repression, a lot of Islamist activists in different places feel that, you know, being visited by men in uniform, being intimidated, has been part of their daily life. And so, for example, to anticipate the annual 212 reunion on the 2nd of December every year, the police and the intelligence have mapped out Islamist-friendly mosques around Greater Jakarta, down to the small surau and musola. And reportedly, the mosque caretakers were being pressured. And so they were told that if they comply, they will be given rewards based on their needs, so it can be customized. But if not, they will receive threatening messages, like having their window smashed by mysterious preman or receiving some scary package. And also there is a reported harassment of businesses that support Islamists, so suddenly they got investigated for tax fraud or environmental offenses. And this was we've been hearing about this again during the last election, but this was way before. And there is also reported infiltration of Islamist groups by intelligence agents, which of course are really hard to verify. But just the rumors itself are enough to sow discord and suspicion within the Islamist groups. There's one case study that I thought is very powerful from, let's say, one person, let's call him Malik. He's an Islamist activist from North Sumatra, which highlights how threats and rewards were carefully calibrated based on his responses and also updated intelligence. So Malik said that in 2022 he organized a big Muslim Congress, which the police thought it was to prepare for Anies' candidacy, a nomination. And at first, the regional police chief, the Kapolda, told him to cancel the event. And he said, "I will send you to free Umrah for you and your family." No, it's not just me. Oh, okay, you're Jama'ah, everyone. but he said, no. And then he refused. He said, I've done Umrah so many times, so he was not tempted. And he didn't budge. He went on with the Congress, in which the participants talked about people power revolution. And after that, after they conducted the Congress, suddenly he said, for officers who said that they were from Mabes Polri, from the National Police, came to his house, bringing a thick folder on the one hand and a thick envelope on the other hand. Guess which one you choose? And he said that the folder contained evidence of his alleged crime. And so in the end he said, I said, which one did you choose? Well, I went with the envelope. I was like, oh, how come? Well, it's okay to receive bribe, but use it for your struggle. It's called activist fortune, rezeki aktivis. And it also shows how co-optation is rarely a clear-cut affair, because Islamists always exploit state patronage to their own advantage. So if the pattern of grassroots repression was relatively consistent across groups and places, the dynamic between Islamist elites like Rizik Shihab and the state officials is a lot messier. So as you can see here, there's a multi-layered interaction between Rizik with different government officers when he was in Saudi Arabia in the first year. But what I really want to emphasize is 2 points. One, that the state was not monolithic. different officials or agencies may disagree about the most effective way to subdue Rizik, hence complicating the balance between repression and negotiation. So I would like to draw your attention to February 2018, for example, when Rizik claimed that he had a meeting with Tito in Saudi Arabia and that they forged a deal that if Rizik agreed to refrain from meddling in the 2019 election, then the police would drop some of his criminal charges. And he said, okay, but throw in one more thing for me. Allow me to go to Malaysia to finish the PhD. All right. So Rizik, to show his good intention, Rizik denied supporting Prabowo, not himself actually, through his lawyer. He said, I'm not supporting Prabowo. And then in May 2018, the West Java police dropped his defamation charge. Although the Jakarta police still refused to terminate the sex chat investigation. So there's mixed strategies here. And secondly, the sanctions against Rizik were calibrated according to the degree of his electoral threat to Jokowi. For example, when there was a meeting between Rizik and Prabowo in Mecca, and this was really highly publicized, it got so much attention, all bets were off. Now, so the next thing you know, the Saudi government issued a travel ban against Rizik. He couldn't go anywhere. And this was in place until the election in 2019. After that, he was actually free to go, but he just wouldn't. And then suddenly there was an ISIS flag in front of his apartment in Mecca, which brought him into being questioned by the Saudi authorities on his birthday, which really annoyed him. And of course, the Indonesian government denied any role in Saudi decisions, but the Saudis claimed that they were talking to some agencies. What's the impact on Islamists? One is that, of course, the Islamists have been unable to sustain collective action. They've gone on their separate ways. And secondly, there's a declining policy influence, especially if you compare it to Yudhoyono era, where politicians, including SBY himself, viewed Islamists as vote-getters with policy influence. So Islamists were allowed, were given access to influence legislations like the pornography law, anti-Ahmadiyya, and various Sharia bylaws. Which, in contrast to this, in 2021, HTI, which had been banned, this is one of the student organizations, mobilized a protest against a ministerial decree on sexual violence, which they believe legalizes premarital sex. But it didn't gain any traction. But on the other hand, the Islamist networks and ideology and assets have been very much resilient. Through different kinds of strategies. FPI openly defied the disbandment, but HTI was more careful using concealment strategy, like using cover organizations and so on. But the point is that their ideology, they've been able to keep the recruitment going. So in conclusion, I've talked about how Jokowi's approach has evolved from one of indifference and trial and error to a highly targeted mix of coercion and inducement. And secondly, Islamists have served as a testing ground for Jokowi's coercive experiment. He was able to deploy illiberal measures with minimal pushback because his pluralist supporters actually cheered his repression because they believe that Islamists are deserving and legitimate target of repression. And so Jokowi, unlike Suharto, I agree, not to overemphasize the new order return, is that Jokowi has opted for subtle and measured tactics rather than brute violence, which helps conceal or justify his authoritarian tendencies. And lastly, the highly politicized police have applied similar tactics to crack down on a wider range of opposition groups like students and pro-democracy activists, with Maya and Ed we'll talk about tomorrow, so do come back. Anyway, I'm there. I look forward to your discussion. Thank you.
Well, what a fantastic two presentations, and I can't remember the last time speakers really stayed on time, so thanks Sidney and Nava. And can I also just say, don't we have fantastic PhD students? I mean, so now over to the exciting part, which is really 15 minutes at least for question and answers. If you are online, please use the Zoom chat room. I think that's what it's called. And if you're in the audience, please raise your hand and quickly introduce yourself. And please, maybe one question, not two and not three. Yeah, so maybe Sarah first.
My name is Sarah Goh from AU. I just want to ask,
Yeah, let's wait for the mic.
Hello, my name is Sarah Do. I'm from ANU. I have a question for Nava. So how do you define Islamist groups compared with other Muslim groups?
I think you have a mic. So do we collect, what's the practice here? Do we collect questions? 2 questions. Okay, then I would like to go over here if possible. Is there anyone? Yeah, maybe the lady with in red.
Okay, I'm Melanie from IPB University, Indonesia. Just maybe to Sidney or Nava, did you notice that this Islamist movement or anything is a voice is just declined significantly since Prabowo becoming Jokowi's minister? That's it.
Maybe over to you both, quickly.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Sorry, I forgot to give very important definition. So when I talked about Islamists in this context, are the non-violent Islamist groups. So groups that want to see more role for Islam in public life, either through formal Sharia or through other measures, not directly Sharia bylaws or legislation, but things like morality-related regulations. Usually conservative gender legislations, things like that. But increasingly, Islamists also know the strategy that they abandon the language of Sharia, so they use the language of majoritarianism. They're pushing because we are the majority, so we have rights to have more political, socio-economic entitlement.
I think on the second one, the voice of Islamists has declined not because Prabowo became defense minister or joined the Jokowi government per se, but because of the specific tactics that Nava outlined for repression. They did feel betrayed by Prabowo joining the government, but that's not the main reason why their voices declined.
Okay, maybe Marcus. Can we get the mic down here?
Question to Sidney, if I may ask you about BIN, the intelligence services. So we all know that Budi Gunawan was nominated by Megawati, but he did stay in power until now for 8 years since then, even though the relationship between Jokowi and Megawati has deteriorated. How has he navigated all of these uncertainties in the political system, and what is his source of power? How has he related to the Jokowi government?
Well, I think his power has diminished significantly now because Jokowi has managed to put in deputies that basically can act as a buffer, blocking some of his power moves. But his power lay in the relationships that he developed in the DPR, particularly with PDIP, but not only. And also the secrets that anybody who's head of BIN can control. And as long as he has access to those secrets, he has a lot of leverage that he can use against political enemies.
But Sidney, isn't there a deeper question here about whether the use of the term politicization is appropriate? Because I think what Marcus is referring to is this alignment to the patron, the dependence on a patron, which is a personalization, not a politicization. Isn't that what explains the success of some people in power?
I think that's part of it. I think the use of the police by Jokowi to serve a political agenda is very much politicization. I think it's somewhat different with BIN, although I think Megawati made use of Budi Gunawan's role for PDIP purposes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All the way in the back. Yeah, you There's a button you might want to press.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Maidina. I'm from UNSW, researching on police accountability in criminal justice system. I want to ask Ibu Sidney, how do you predict the role of the upcoming member of parliament and political parties to initiate the police reform in terms of their roles in criminal justice system? Thank you.
Okay, keep the mic there because your colleague will not right away, but he will be next. We have one question online, if you want to read that out. Can we have a mic?
We have an online question from Pak Bambang Nugroho from Jakarta. This question is addressed to Bu Sidney. What is the best way for civil society to demand accountability from security forces under the Prabowo administrations, given that previous efforts have mostly fallen into deaf ears?
In terms of reform toward accountability, I think it's going to be very hard as long as you don't have an active political opposition within the DPR. There have been some very useful attempts by civil society to affect and delay the TNI bill and the police bill, but there hasn't been any effort that I know of to actually change legislation so that you get more police accountability than you have now. There was an effort to get a military justice bill passed in the early years of Reformasi, but it failed because of powerful opposition. So I wish I could say there was a bright beacon in the DPR to champion reform in the criminal justice system, but I don't see it right now. In terms of what civil society can do when Prabowo comes in, you know, I think that there is a value to getting people out in the streets where they're visible, because that's what made a difference in the last round. There is utility in doing lobbying behind closed doors, but again, when you have a limited opposition, the visual impact of a large number of people mobilized in the streets shouldn't be understated. It really does make a difference.
Nava, did you want to add anything? No. Then the gentleman in the middle, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I want to ask Bu Sidney as well. What do you think for Prabowo administration to manage the political power by the police? Because you know currently the political power by the police even even stronger than military right now. So that's why I want to know what the next.
Okay, we will take one more question all the way there on the left. Yeah, the gentleman. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Muhammad Yusra from Universitas Indonesia. My question is related to the first questions regarding the term of Islamist. As the definition that you've stated before, yeah, my question is, why do you prefer to use the term Islamist to describe or to label the group that you've mentioned before? Thank you.
Okay.
Well, one, it's a very general and mainstream term in the literature, although, of course, there is the Islamist party and then the Islamist movement. So in this case, I'm just talking about the non-party movements as opposed to the parties. And why do I prefer I mean, yeah, it's because they're using Islam as an ideology, hence the ism.
In terms of how Prabowo will manage the power of the police, as I said, a lot of the power and the politicization of the police comes down to the appointment of key individuals. And if Prabowo can find a police chief appointee that is his loyalist, that's his key to managing the police. He also perhaps can play into the TNI police hostility so that it's conceivable that he might even get a police reformer in position, because that would go against everything that the current police institution stands for. And it would be a way of thumbing his nose at the police in some ways to get a reformer in that position. Do I think it's going to happen? No.
So I'm afraid we have about 4 minutes left, and so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take one question from the online audience and one final question. This is a tough one. It will be the lady in the back on the left, yeah? But we start with the online audience.
Operating from Rajaratnam in Sydney to Sydney. How do you perceive the recent announcement of TNI's military court events on cyber military forces provision? Is there any contribution from military budget increase to this? And how can it threaten the social movement that is overreaching social movement?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Fadila from UNSW Canberra. I would like to ask about, for both of you, for Nava and Bu Sidney, regarding the intelligence, the intelligence being used our data against us. So we basically, people in Indonesia are hopeless because currently our data being used for pilkada, for supporting the kotak kosong dan lain sebagainya, and etc. So is there any way for us to protect ourselves, to not the data of ourselves cannot be used against us because it is very, very threatening us? Is there any case study about that? Thank you.
Good question. All right.
With the privacy data, I mean, there is a lot you can do, which I think there's a lot of information on that. The problem is the government itself cannot keep the data privacy. There's been the data leakage and hacking, and it was very debilitating for the government system. I mean, the whole university system had to close down because of, and they couldn't do anything because of the latest data breach. So I think it's not just at the individual level, but I don't know what's happening on the data privacy law, whether it's gone.
I don't know. In a way, I think there are enough people that are concerned about the ability of the state to monitor the internet and monitor social media that you may find allies in places that you don't expect. And that might be the key to try and get additional help on this. I should say, though, from having looked at terrorism stuff for a long time, in fact, the increased capacity of Detachment 88 has, in fact, been largely due to the increased capacity of their cyber patrol. And all of the attacks that have been prevented in the last 3 years or so have been largely through internet monitoring. I just say that because there may be one positive use of this kind of monitoring, but I agree that when you have a state that's gradually eroded all democratic controls, then having additional powers of the police to monitor the internet is dangerous. In terms of the, well, it relates, I guess, directly to the cyber formation in the TNI. I think, again, when you remove executive oversights, when you don't have the same kind of checks and balances that you have in functioning liberal democracies, then anytime you give additional powers of surveillance to the TNI or the security forces more generally, it becomes a problem. Before I close, I just remembered one little factoid that is just worth thinking about. We talked a lot about Prabowo's free lunch program, and to show you exactly the extent to which he's going to strengthen the territorial command structure of the military, it was announced a couple of days ago that the kitchens are going to be run through the CODIMs, and it's going to be the Indonesian Defense University that teaches people how to cook.
All right. Unfortunately, we are out of time, and we could continue probably for many more minutes. That has to happen over social. So please join me in thanking Sidney and Nava. Equally important, let me quickly say, I have to read out one sentence. Can you please stay in your seats as we are now ready to commence session 4, the state of welfare. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Keep moving on to the final session for today. My name is Firman Mitular from the Indonesia Project. I'm very pleased to chair this final session that is going to be focusing on the state of welfare during Jokowi. And joining me are speakers from my colleague from ANU, Nurina Merdikawati and I Nyoman Sutarsa. Nurina Merdikawati is a research fellow investing in women research coordinator at the Global Institute for Women's Leadership at ANU. And Dr. I Nyoman Sutarsa is a senior lecturer in population health, School of Medicine and Psychology at ANU. And you can read more about them in the booklet. So each speaker will have 20 minutes to present, and then we're going to continue with the Q&A. Now please join me in welcoming the speakers.
Before starting our presentation, we would like to acknowledge, celebrate, and pay our respects to the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people of the Canberra region and to all First Nations Australians on whose traditional lands we meet and work, and whose cultures are among the oldest continuing cultures in human history. Our presentation for today is indeed a multi-generational, a multi-continental collaboration, with me sitting at the ANU, and Rido is actually a Semeru researcher on study leave to do his PhD at Northumbria University in the UK, and Pasep, as you all know, a senior research fellow at Semeru based in Jakarta. For me, it's an honor to be invited as a speaker at this year's Indonesia Update, as I have fond memories of always looking forward to attending the updates when I was a PhD student at Crawford, and how I learned so much about my country during these two-day sessions. So for today, I'll present our work on rebranding and expanding social assistance during Jokowi's presidency, where we'll take you through poverty reduction policies during Jokowi years from 2014 to 2024. These are the key points for our presentation, without providing this slide early, just in case this is the very last session of today. And in our presentation, we'll cover how social assistance and targeting have evolved during Jokowi years. We will show how Jokowi's social assistance performance far surpassed his predecessor in terms of budget and coverage, as Jokowi not only continued SBY's program, but also expanded them multiple folds. Under Jokowi's presidency, we will learn later on there are two alternative targeting databases, and they are called P3KE and Reksosek, and we're going to talk about it later. However, he failed to achieve both poverty reduction target in RPJMN, and both in the first term and the second term, and likely the zero extreme poverty target by 2024. We will show that exclusion and inclusion errors remain widespread, and his last year in the office was marked by controversies with highly politicized social assistance disbursement. As we have already discussed, his son was contesting and winning the vice presidential seat. And we will show how the use of unconditional and temporary cash transfer, BLT, has evolved in the past decade and address this issue. And then later on, we'll just have one or two sentences in terms of the legacy of Jokowi, in terms of social assistance, and we will tell you more in terms of our thoughts going forward. So throughout this presentation, you'll see more figures and figures, because we are all economists, and we'd like to share with you the insights behind all these numbers. I'm not ashamed to be an economist. So for our presentation, we'll focus on non-contributory social assistance programs, zooming what we call core social assistance programs. For those of you who are not familiar, these cover 4 programs. The first one is cash transfer for poor students, PIP. The second one is subsidized health insurance premium, PBIJKN. The third one is cash transfer as part of food assistance program. It's called Sembako now, but then past names was Bantuan Pangan Non-Tunai, BPNT, and the fourth one, conditional cash transfer, PKH. And these 4 programs take up substantial share of total government budget on social protection, and by design, they are targeted to poor people. We'll explain more about these programs later on, but let's first focus on this figure. So again, the year marks coincides with the presidency term, and then the y-axis is in trillion rupiah, and the solid line is the budget allocated for the 4 core programs we mentioned earlier, and the dotted lines is the energy subsidies, including fuel, LPG, and electricity. When Jokowi began his presidency in 2014, the total budget for the core social assistance program was around 50 trillion. Only 50 trillion. And by 2023, the allocated budget grew almost triple to around 130 trillion in nominal term, and it almost doubled in real term. And his bold move to cut the energy subsidies early in his presidency from 341 trillion. English is a very tricky language, I know that. In his presidency from about 341 trillion to 119 trillion in 2015, and that had allowed him to allocate some of these resources to fund expansionary social assistance programs. There are more to tell from each of these charts. And you can see here, just by looking at the lines and then also the bar, how those increasing funds were allocated to each core program. And again, the same thing, the year coincides with the presidential term. And then we have like 2 y-axis. What it actually says, you can tell that all 4 programs are largely a continuation of programs from SBY's term, because the bar and the line, they all started from 2014. And as mentioned in our title of the presentation, with some rebranding. We'll tell you more about each program, starting from the top left. For example, PIP is a cash transfer for poor student. So during Jokowi, it's called Program Indonesia Pintar, Indonesia Smart Program. During SBY, the program was literally called Assistance for Poor Students, Bantuan Siswa Miskin. In 2014, the coverage was 11.2 million students, but by the end of 2023, the total beneficiaries have reached 20.1 million students. And the budget allocation increased from initially 6.6 trillion to 13.4 trillion in 2024. On the top right, PBIJKN, government support to pay the social health insurance program for the poorest 40% of households. Again, this isn't entirely a new program, as during SBY's term, health insurance for the poor was already established under different names, Jamkesmas and Jamkesda, and it's the same thing with food assistance or Sembako program, though in this context, the program doesn't only change the name, but also the design and delivery, from initially in-kind provision in terms of rice, to now providing digital cash transfer leveraging on G2P payment scheme. And the last program on your bottom left is actually PKH, a conditional cash transfer program, and this targets the bottom 10 to 15% households. And when Jokowi took office, it covered 2.3 million households, but then it expanded to 10 million households in 2023, with the budget increase from 5.2 trillion to 28.7 trillion in 2024. And this slide summarizes how the targeting mechanism to determine who should receive the social assistance has evolved during SBY and Jokowi years. For those who are not familiar with this issue, I'm going to provide a bit of context with some simplification, of course. Unlike Australia, where you have a database of each individual household in terms of how much they earn, Indonesia doesn't have such data, so we can't do means tests based on income. We have to think of some other ways. So the government collects information on assets and demographic characteristics to create a proxy for household consumption or income, and hence name proxy means test, and this proxy is in turn used for targeting. But of course, first we need to have database of people with all of this information. So Indonesia started having social assistance database in 2005, covering people in the bottom 25%. When Jokowi came in, he inherited 2012 unified database covering the bottom 40% of households, which contained a welfare ranking based on proxy means test created by TNP2K. Cahyo from TNP2K is here. Any difficult question related to targeting, I suggest you reaching out to him directly. TNP2K was firstly established during SBY's era, and Jokowi continues SBY's legacy, with TNP2K remain chaired by the Vice President. And starting in 2016, the management of UDB was transferred to Ministry of Social Affairs, and the database was then turned into Integrated Database of Social Welfare, or DTKS, in 2019. However, through the survey, it was found that DTKS was not effective in reaching out the extremely poor households, as DTKS removed the welfare ranking, making it difficult to identify the very poor households. So TNP2K, in collaboration with Kemenko PMK, Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Culture, they created P3KE database to accelerate extreme poverty elimination. And this database allows for household ranking based on proxy means test using the household data from BKKBN. Another initiative to improve targeting of social assistance program was initiated by Bappenas through the creation of Socio-Economic Registry for the Whole Population, or REGSOSEC. While the promise of REGSOSEC, which captures broader population coverage, not only those in the bottom 40%, as in Ministry of Social Affairs managed DTKS, it actually holds potential for Indonesia to develop a more adaptive social protection system. However, it remains to be seen how this database will be utilized, integrated, and updated going forward. And this graph shows the poverty rate starting from 1984 all the way to 2024. And during Jokowi's presidency, in the first term, he stipulated a target of achieving 7 to 8% poverty rate. And then in the second term, the target was even more ambitious, 6 to 7%, and both of which were not achieved. Instead, the poverty rate declined from 11.25% to 9.36%, where the 2.4 million people were lifted out of poverty. While the reduction of poverty rate was merely less than 2 percentage points over the 9-year period, it was still considered as progress in the right direction, because poverty reduction is getting more challenging when the poverty rate is already at a very low base. And Jokowi further cemented his ambition to leave his mark on poverty reduction by targeting zero extreme poverty in Indonesia by 2024, which is actually 6 years ahead of SDG target. So the indicator for extreme poverty rate is based on the low-income countries. And in here, for example, based on the World Bank's 1.90 poverty line, in terms of the poverty rate, I think it's around 1.1%. And then if you adjust it to a different poverty line, it's going to be 1.9%. But again, it's interesting how Indonesia has already moved from the lower middle income to the upper middle income, but the extreme poverty target is still the same. So I think it's a matter of what is your goalpost. And then if you choose a very easy goalpost, then that's the number, 1.1%. The core social programs in these figures show that they still suffer from mistargeting in terms of both inclusion error, ineligible households receiving the program, and exclusion error, eligible households not receiving the program. And these 4 figures provide illustrations of inclusion and exclusion error for each core social assistance program. So the dotted line is actually 2014, and then the solid line is 2023. Overall, these figures show that despite core social assistance programs targeted to the poor and vulnerable households, the actual coverage also stretched to those not in the bottom 40%. For example, in your top left, while expansion of PKH increases household coverage of those in the bottom 20%, exclusion error is still pervasive, with more than 70% of households in DISA 1 still not receiving PKH. Moreover, inclusion error became more prevalent as PKH expanded, with households not in the bottom 20% receiving PKH benefits. So these figures show the challenge of expanding core social assistance programs. In some programs, such as PKH, the increased budget allow them to reach more households, reducing exclusion errors. However, they suffer from higher inclusion errors, which cost the government. Again, more graphs. So we've been talking about core social assistance programs. On top of that, there are also plenty of ad hoc social assistance programs, either in the form of cash or in-kind transfer, to temporarily protect welfare in times of difficulties, such as due to anticipated price increases as a result of policy change, for example, fuel subsidy cut, or extreme shock due to COVID-19. So under SBY and then Jokowi, whenever the government decided to reduce fuel subsidy, as in by the price spikes in subsidized fuel figure on your right then, they disburse unconditional cash transfer, such as those in 2008, 2009, and then 2014, 2015. And the figure also shows that the UCT total budget and beneficiaries spiked in 2020 as part of the government's additional social assistance packages during COVID-19, and it tapered off since then. In April 2022, Jokowi's government allowed the readjustment. I think just in April 22, there was a BLT minyak goreng in response to a cooking oil price hike, and in September 2022, Jokowi's government allowed the readjustment of higher subsidized fuel prices, and another BLT BBM worth 12.7 trillion was launched. From the historical trends, the UCT was disbursed as a temporary relief as a result of price increase attributed to policy changes. However, the latest version of this BLT was disbursed in late 2023 to respond to El Nino, which is an annual phenomenon marked by decreasing rainfall in Indonesia, which can lead to drought. And this BLT created controversy because it was disbursed very close to presidential election, where Jokowi's son was contested as a vice president. In our chapter, instead of promptly proclaiming the politicization of social assistance, we looked at more information out there and also the data. In here, we mapped the timeline of this controversial BLT El Nino. Well, there are a couple of possibilities. Maybe BLT El Nino was a result of government's foresight, as BMKG had warned a longer dry season caused by El Nino weather pattern as early as in March and then say it again in September. Or it's just simply a blatant politicization of social assistance to garner electoral support for Jokowi's son. For our study, we don't really dig deeper into the distribution of this additional social assistance and compare it, for instance, with the votes generated from those recipients. But as an economist, we also collect the data to what extent we can rule out another possible explanation. So what these figures tell us, we cross-checked the average retail price of rice in traditional market, and it was on increasing trend since June 2022, and it reached its peak in March 2024 at about 16,000 per kilogram. In Indonesia, year-on-year food inflation peaked in July 2022 at 9.4%, and it was still above 6% in November 2023, and also in March 2024. In Indonesia, rice as a staple food contributed to the main food expenditure of the poor, and with the poor contributing 2/3 to 3/4 of their household expenditure to food. From looking at the data, we thought that additional social assistance transfer during that time was warranted. Nevertheless, I think, again, to date, Indonesia does not have systematic approaches or objective indicators governing when sizable temporary social assistance programs warranted and the extent of size, coverage, and duration. Still on this issue, another way to verify if there are concerns about abandonment of targeting criteria with the aim of disbursing social assistance closer to election time, especially, for instance, in political battleground areas, we think one way to verify this is to look at the data in 2024 and plot the inclusion and exclusion errors between 2024 and 2023 to see if there is any difference. However, we don't have the access yet to 2024 Susunas data, so for those of you who get a hold of that data set, you can have a look at that. So before telling you in terms of a couple of our thoughts going forward, I think in terms of legacy, Jokowi's track record in terms of social assistance has been impressive because of the expansionary of the social assistance. You can see from the budget and then also the number of beneficiaries from the social assistance. But of course, it was tainted by his involvement in building family dynasty closer to the election, and it's even more obvious lately. And In terms of a couple of things going forward, we mentioned this poverty reduction efforts when the poverty rate is no longer at double digits will be more challenging, and resorting to status quo is not likely an effective strategy. And then again, improving targeting mechanism for the core social assistance program we thought is necessary. RAKSOSEC is just one of the database that seemed to be potential. And then even looking at broader social assistance, we don't really talk much in terms of what are part of the energy subsidies. Some of them are targeted, many of the subsidies are not targeted, and it remains substantially large, and it's not clear if the upcoming government is willing to reallocate this to more targeted social assistance programs. And the free lunch program, we've been talking about that, and to what extent it may have any effect, trickle-down effect to poverty reduction target. We doubt that will be the case. So I'm just mindful of the time, and we can delve deeper into some of this during Q&A. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dika. Perfect timing. Now we welcome Nyoman Sutarsa.
During the morning and afternoon session, we discussed the political and social economic trajectories of Indonesia. And the tone of this discussion is actually mixed. So there is some promising achievement, but there is also a strong tendency towards democratic decline. And in this particular talk, I will echo what has been discussed this morning. And in terms of the health sector, the tone will be mixed as well. So while there are significant achievements across various dimensions of health system building blocks, there are also signs of democratic decline in terms of the health governance in Indonesia. This presentation by no means provides you with a comprehensive analysis of all health changes that happen in Indonesia, but the aim of this presentation really to provide you with a key snapshot, achievement, challenges, issues, and some lesson learned moving forward for Indonesia. So I will divide my presentation into four segments. The first one really looking at the key events under Jokowi, and then the second one I would like to highlight key achievement as well as key challenges under Jokowi administration. And the third one, I would like to draw your attention into leadership and governance under Jokowi administration and draw some key lessons moving forward. So good health is a fundamental value, and health system play a significant role in achieving equitable good health. So there is no doubt that COVID-19 pandemic has sparked a debate about the need for comprehensive reform in the national health system in Indonesia. However, there are also many social arguments why we need to invest more in health. And unfortunately, health did not receive enough attention during Jokowi administration. So for example, transforming the way health is financed, this actually could promote social protection and reduce catastrophic health expenditure. And also, if we're looking at investing in health system also contributes directly to better health outcomes and hopefully to keep people healthy and stay productive. And these actually link directly to fiscal sustainability in Indonesia. And healthcare system also a capital-intensive sector. It absorbs a lot of jobs, technology transfer, as well as financial investment. So transforming health in Indonesia is a gradual process. And even though we're looking at specifically under Jokowi, but we need to acknowledge that the transform in health system in Indonesia has been happening since 1950s. So if we're looking at Indonesia health system reform, so during Sukarno, for example, the reform was marked by public health initiative as part of the nation-state building. And also during Sukarno, basic health law was implemented. Under Suharto, the oil boom facilitated the development of health infrastructure, focused on the poor with establishment of Puskesmas and Posyandu, but also effectively used this healthcare facility as the state apparatus for public surveillance.
This period also saw the growth of private sector. And during the transition period, 98-2004, reformation and decentralization took place, along with the introduction of social safety net and national security law. And this arguably facilitated by the Asian financial crisis, 97-98. During SBY, we witnessed the enactment of health decentralization up to district level, and also the rollout of insurance scheme for the poor, and massive preparation for the implementation of JKN. The core of these reforms, unfortunately, remain the same. So the aim is actually to progress towards universal, comprehensive, effective, and equitable healthcare for all Indonesians. Throughout this reform, however, recurring barriers and challenges persist. So we witness socio-geographical constraint, and with increasing complexity in the last decade, power and political struggle also persists, and tension between central and remote areas, and also centralization and decentralization tension has also colored the reformation in terms of the health system. So what happened during Jokowi? So this slide by no means is a comprehensive representation of all events under Jokowi administration. The Jokowi administration has achieved some fundamental success, particularly in improving general infrastructure of healthcare facility in eastern part of Indonesia, expanding coverage of the National Health Insurance Scheme, and strengthening national information and digital technology platforms. It is important to note, however, that some improvements as well as challenges observed during Jokowi administration are, to some extent, continuation of the reform took place before 2014. I will focus on key issues during this period. So the first one is the rollout of JKN and the notion of universal health coverage. The second one is service delivery and health infrastructure, COVID handling, and the last one is the omnibus health law. So for a large and stable country like Indonesia, so amenable mortality rates are indeed sensitive and specific indicators for measuring health system effectiveness. This figure illustrates various mortality rates in Indonesia during Jokowi administration. If you're looking at the crude mortality rates in Indonesia, remain steady over the last decade. However, there has been an increase in death rates over the last 4 years, potentially contributed by the excess deaths during the COVID-19 pandemic. If we're looking at the maternal mortality rates, for example, we saw a significant drop between 2014 and 2019, but then increased to 194 in 2023. This figure more than double the target of Sustainable Development Goals of 70. And also, these fortunately still lower than the average of low and middle income countries, which is then at 253. Over the past decade, however, there has been significant and consistent decline in both infant mortality rates and under 5 mortality rates. So the latest infant mortality rates, for example, 15.9, so much lower than the average lower and middle income countries of 34. Similarly, under 5 mortality rates of 21.3, so it's below the SDG targets of less than 25, and lower and middle income countries average at 45. So these trends tell us there is actually a significant improvement in terms of access to public health services across Indonesia. So this figure, I'd like to highlight some of the key selective coverage and burden of stunting and smoking in Indonesia. So the first one is smoking prevalence has consistently declined since 2014, dropping from 37% to 21.5% in 2023. So these improvements suggest the targeted programs and dedicated budgets for stunting elimination yield a promising result in Indonesia. However, I'd like also to note that stunting prevalence remain significantly distributed unequally across regions in Indonesia, with worse or higher rates in eastern part of Indonesia.
In contrast, if we're looking at smoking prevalence among adult population has remained steady over the last 10 years. So in fact, it slightly increased from 29.2% to 29.5%. So this indicates that the government priorities and political agendas for smoking reduction or for smoking cessation is actually lacking. So this reflecting a greater emphasis on economic priorities over the health concern in Indonesia over the last 10 years. So the percentage of birth attended by health workers has increased significantly from 90% to 96% over the past decade. This improvement suggests better access to antenatal care as well as maternal and child health services across the country, so potentially facilitated by the rollout of JKN in Indonesia. So if we're looking at specifically vaccination and the use of contraceptive in Indonesia, unfortunately, we not observe promising result. Complete vaccination among children has declined from 70% to 64% over the last 10 years. And contraceptive use also slightly decreased from 57.8% to 55.5%. So as mentioned by Dika earlier, so this is actually part of one of the important milestone during Jokowi administration. But it is important to note that the preparation for the JKN rollout happened before Jokowi. So a lot of the preparation for the JKN actually happened during the SBY period. So previous studies have shown that in investing in social health insurance and health spending for the poor and near-poor population positively affect financial risk protection. So this is evident in the JKN implementation. This is evidence during the JKN implementation. So if we're looking at the coverage of the JKN rollout, so we observed significant achievement during Jokowi period. So initially, JKN coverage was only 47%. So primarily comprising existing members of ASKES, Jam Sostek, as well as Jam Kesmas. But if we're looking at by the end of 2019, coverage has increased to 84%. And by 2024, it increased again to 97%. So this is not the full story. So if we're looking at this, it is also important to looking at the percentage of inactive members under JKN. So between 2019 to 2024, there is an increase of inactive members prevalence, so from 9% to 20%. So implying that only 75 to 80% of current members are regularly contributing to the JKN funding pool. So this increase in inactive members could be attributed to two key issues. So the first one is the rise of premium caps implemented in 2020 and also COVID-19 pandemic since 2020. So, and these graphs show how JKN actually positively improve or positively affect financial risk protection in Indonesia. So out-of-pocket payment as a percentage of total health expenditure declined from 45% to 27.5%, and catastrophic health expenditure also dropped from 4.4% to just 2% in 2023. Although the universal health coverage index increased from 42 to 55% over the last 10 years, the actual coverage of essential and basic health services in Indonesia remains very low, indicating that there is still 45% needs are still unmet in Indonesia. So high JKN coverage does not equate to universal health coverage. So the low universal health coverage in Indonesia by 2024 indicates that some services remain inaccessible, especially for the population outside of Java, Sumatra, and Bali. So what are the key messages from the next government? So there is three recurrent and persistent challenges in JKN implementation that will have to be passed to the Prabowo administration. So the first one is addressing deficit under JKN. So a significant deficit occurred between 2014 to 2018, and followed by a surplus in 2019 to 2022. This surplus could be attributed towards combination of increasing coverage, but also the rise in JKN premiums took place in 2020. However, another deficit was observed in 2023 and is projected to continue in 2024. This is also partly because of high inactive members within the program. So these primarily coming from informal workers. So the second issue is around informal workers membership. So as discussed this morning, that the Indonesian economy rely heavily from informal sectors. If we're looking at the current workforce in Indonesia, close to 70 million of informal workers in the country, only 43% of them actually enroll in the JKN program. And of these members, 47% of them actually being inactive members. So this data indicates the need for a better strategy to recruit and maintain participation from informal sectors. So in terms of the infrastructure, we observed from this morning that there is a lot of infrastructure development in Indonesia, and this is also the case for service provision and health infrastructure in Indonesia. We observe significant increase in terms of the total healthcare facility, puskesmas numbers, as well as hospital facilities across the country. So this growth has strengthened Jokowi profile as infrastructure president, along with multiple infrastructure projects focusing on Eastern Indonesia for healthcare facilities. So while there is significant achievement observed during Jokowi era, there is some issue that we need to be concerned about. The first one is the growing privatization of healthcare system in Indonesia. So particularly with private clinics and type B and C hospital in urban areas. This trend potentially facilitated by JKN to provide better access to urban population, but these not necessarily benefit rural population. So regional inequities in healthcare facilities remain unaddressed. And there is a lot of concentration in urban setting, as well as in three main islands of Java, Sumatra, and Bali. And also we observe significant improvement in outpatient services in puskesmas, indicating reduced financial barriers to accessing basic and essential health services in primary care. However, improved access to hospital care is more prominent in urban settings. So highlighting structural and social barriers to high level of care still persistent in rural and remote areas. So integrated primary health care, so it's been introduced last year. So the intention of this reform actually to revive preventative programs, improve flow of funds to primary care, promoting comprehensive and quality health services, service integration, as well as fostering digital health services at primary care. So despite of this well-intended reform, so there is some issues that we need to consider in this reform moving forwards. So transitioning from a program-based approach to life cycle approach requires serious planning involving central government as well as district government and provincial level government. There is also some issues around how to measure healthcare performance in terms of primary care integration. And puskesmas readiness and capability to deliver integrated healthcare also still problematic. So especially in the hard-to-reach area where puskesmas have limited doctors, nurses, and midwife. Strategic reform for task-shifting strategies and institutionalization of community health workers, in fact, needed within the current health workforce category. So the involvement of primary care providers beyond puskesmas need better articulation in the current reform. So to highlight some of the issues around leadership, governance, and accountability, so we can learn from COVID-19 pandemics as well as the health law that has been passed last year. The handling of COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia was uncoordinated, responses were delayed, and public messaging was unclear. So under Dr. Terawan initially, evidence from scientific groups was not used in time. The testing and tracing regime was thin and very limited. PPE for frontline health workers were undersupplied. The pandemic exposed the fragility of Indonesia's health system and the lack of surge capacity within the system. The pandemic was strategically used to pass the job creation law, highlighting Jokowi's economic interests over the public health and civil rights concern. So as mentioned by Sidney earlier, so this is also used to strengthen the public surveillance using military and criminalizing critics for the government. So the omnibus law, so there's also introduced with a lot of issues around democracy. So the first one that I would like to highlight is the use of an omnibus law within the limited time frame. The review indeed less than 12 months to provide feedback or to collect feedback from the interest group and also from the key stakeholders. Tokenistic public hearing, so that's also the key prominent issues around the omnibus health law. So the removal of mandatory health spending also sparked a debate. So the removing of 5% national budget and 10% of sub-national budget will risk further exacerbation of health inequities in Indonesia. And the government continued to overlook commercial determinants of health, especially the tobacco-related products. So to conclude, so Jokowi administration has achieved notable achievement, including the expansion of universal health coverage, redesigning primary healthcare landscape and services, improving maternal and child health, but also there is a lot of criticism around democracy deficit within the second term of Jokowi. So I will stop there due to time, so I will hand it over to Mas Firman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suta. So we're moving on now to the Q&A. We're taking questions from the audience. One is the lady here, one, and then please the microphone over, and one over there, and then I'll take more later.
My name is Joshua. I want to ask to Ibu Nurina. My question is, what are the consequences of the politicization of social assistance in the poverty reduction aspect? What your projection does it increase exclusion and inclusion power, or does it have a significant impact on social economic aspect? Thank you.
Okay, is microphone ready? Okay, please, Cahyo.
Thank you. My name is Cahyo Nurcahyadi from the School of Demography NU. My question to Ibu Dika, to what extent does Jokowi's social assistance contribute to sustainable poverty reduction, and what are the potential alternatives to achieve the poverty target? Thank you.
Okay, please.
So I think in terms of the first questions, the politicization, then this will set the premise for anyone, any leaders during the election to just keep doing it again and again and just find ways to really legitimate that it's really necessary, for instance. But then we show that in our presentation that somehow it just coincided with the time that the price of rice really increased and then it may hit the poor. So in a way that the poor at the time really needed the extra income support, for instance. But then again, you have to think in terms of, if you keep relying on BLT, and it means that it's more like an ad hoc kind of approach. So whenever there is price increases affecting the livelihood of many people, you release something. So instead of doing it on an ad hoc basis, there should be like more thinking in terms of how do we make sure that the social assistance can achieve people really in need in a time that's very fast. And to what extent, again, it's not about helping them on day-to-day basis and then can be transformative. So if you allocate spending there, that means it's less for other things because at the time, because of course, any government will have budget constraints. And then in terms of the second question, you probably have the answer to this, Cahyo. But I think in terms of what we need in terms of the programs going forward, to what extent Indonesia can start thinking about a more individualized approach to poverty reduction. For instance, when someone is poor, okay, maybe they need income support, but then to what extent they may also need other things. So we don't really delve into complementarities in terms of to what extent, okay, they're receiving PKH and then they have kids who are still at school and they need PIP, or to what extent that parents actually they want to do more in terms of doing something or maybe opening a business and then etc. And to what extent that can be more tailored going forward. And it's also the same thing if we have some households in a vulnerable situation, to what extent what they need is actually not income support, but it's more like skills development in order to be more employable, either is in the formal or in the informal sector, for instance. And I don't think it's going to be the free lunch meals.
Okay, thank you. Those are for Dika. So Pak Terry, in the back.
Thank you. My name is Terry Hall from ANU. I'd like to ask about health statistics. At the moment, we have the Ministry of Health, the BKKBN, and now BRIN, all producing different kinds of health statistics. From the tables you presented, I was often confused as to whether all of the BKKBN and health data were combined or whether we're dealing with competing health statistics.
Okay, should I please answer before we move on to Hal?
Okay. Thank you, Pak Terry. So I agree. So there is a lot of data around health statistic in Indonesia. So some produced by BPS, some produced by BKKBN, and Ministry of Health also have their own data. So there is possibility around, if we're looking at specific cases around stunting reduction, for example, so there is competing data, so they're not consistent, some of the data in terms of the numbers. We need to be, in my approach to this data, essentially looking at consistency across multiple sources. So the data that I presented mostly coming from health statistic in Indonesia, which is produced by BPS. But some data are different if we're looking at the aggregate data from the survey, for example. So they are slightly different, and there is also individual data produced by BKKBN. If we compare that with the Indonesian statistic data, some differences around the targets for the children under 5, for example. So I agree. So moving forward, this is actually a big issue in Indonesia. So if we can have one database and that can access, that can actually standardize some of the measurement that we do, especially in health-related data. Yeah, thank you, Pak Terry.
Okay, this help, yeah, Paul.
From ANU, Dika. Terima kasih banyak. Very comprehensive and interesting. One question, standing back, what's the big picture impact of social policy interventions? One way of doing it, as we know, is to look at the expenditure inequalities, the GDP, pre and post government intervention, and pre and post tax and transfers. So the earlier data for Indonesia showed almost no impact, pre and post. And presumably because the top end don't pay much tax and the fuel subsidies go mainly to the better off, and that nullifies the impact of the social impacts. I wonder if you seen more recent data which tells us what's happening. I suspect the story hasn't changed much, and Indonesia is very different from other upper middle income countries like Brazil and Mexico, which do have a big impact, partly because they start up at much higher levels of inequality. Thanks.
Thank you, Pahal, for the questions. The quick answer to that, we don't really look at into that impact. And what we can see is just the data on the Gini coefficient on average in terms of what is it during Jokowi years and then pre-Jokowi. It is actually, it went up, but then now I think it went down and then it went up a bit. But then we don't really see how the social assistance, the transfers, and how it can really affect the Gini coefficient. We don't do the analysis, yeah.
Okay, first, yes.
Thank you.
My name is Awalin. I'm from Erlangga University. My question is for Pak Nyoman. So I would like to have your view as a health scientist with the recent appointment of Taruna Ikrar as the head of the Food and Drug Supervisory Authority, as he is a pretty controversial figure to be in that. Thank you.
You want to answer this?
So I'm not looking into that issue apart, so I don't think so. I have specific opinion on that at this stage, but thank you.
Okay, Chris, over here. Oh, okay.
My question is to Deepa. I think your last slide said there was a statement that costly and less targeted school food program is unlikely to reduce poverty compared with other subsidies. Could you flesh that out? I mean, over what time period? Does it take into account effects on schooling enrollment, and other, or even participation in the workforce?
I think in terms of the school lunch program, for the initial year, it will cost 71 trillion, and that's only for selected districts. And again, there's a trade-off in terms of the money that you have, you spend it on this program compared to the other programs. And then also, I think we have to think the theory of change behind why this is necessary. Does it really solve the problem, the really big problem in mind? I think this, from my understanding, from our studying, this comes from the stunting reduction sort of like efforts. And if you think about it again, well, stunting is a poverty issue too, right? But then when is the best time to do the intervention to really combat stunting? It's definitely not when you are in primary school, not when you are already in senior high school. And of course, as it expands, then it will cover the entire school-age population. And there will be someone from the better off households, from the less off households, so in a way that is not targeted at all. And if you think about educational achievement or health achievement, what is actually the problem of education system in Indonesia? Is it participation rate, or is more the quality of the education? If the problem is really the quality of education, then you should really come up with a program that really targets that. And then if it's like the health, to what extent these will do more in terms of other kind of reforms, in terms of the primary healthcare and then etc., to make sure that the kids, when they get infection, they get treated quickly, and they won't be stunted in the growth, and to what extent having the school lunch programs can really address that. So it's just like, I don't want to give you the immediate answer, but it's just to give you some thoughts in terms of how to process this and to what extent this essentially will lead to any poverty reduction in the coming years. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to move on to Mbak Dayu and then to online questions, and we only have 5 minutes. So, okay.
Oh, hello. Sorry. I'm Dayu from ANU. My question is actually to Pak Nyoman. It's regarding the more recent reform in the medical training and the medical system, where the training of the advanced medical training has significantly changed. The institutions have changed, where the ED's power authority has eroded significantly. So it's going to be a different landscape there. And I'm wondering what you think about that. The second one is about the corruption still in the arena of the training of the medical people. Yeah. So just wondering whether you have some insights on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Budayu. So my immediate thoughts about that one is we are not ready. So in terms of implementing academic health system where the hospital will train the specialists, yes, the idea behind this is very logical because we have limited numbers of specialists in many areas. So not just a big four specialists in Indonesia, but in many areas we're actually lacking in terms of specialists. But there is a lot of preparation that need to happen before we transition towards the academic health system. So in this scenario, so I do believe that university has a role to play, especially to design the curriculum and also the training system, and then took over by the hospital. But in the current stage, we are not ready. Whether this is actually the best approach moving forward for Indonesia, I think we need to observe what will happen after the implementation of academic health system. So in terms of the corruption, I don't have a lot of data in terms of corruption in the medical education system, but there is a lot of issues around quality. So I don't know if this is actually related with corruption or not, but I can certainly say that there is the quality across medical education system in Indonesia are very different from one institution to another. So I'm not going to comment around the corruption because I don't have data around corruption in terms of medical education system. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. So 2 questions online and probably the last questions in the session. Okay.
2 questions from online to I Nyoman Sutarsa. The first is, how should the government balance health priority and financial implication of restricting products like tobacco? And the second question is, how is the vulnerability in Indonesia health supply chain have an implication in health transformation strategy in regards to health omnibus law?
Thank you for the question. So I would like to answer the first one. So I think in terms of the commercial determinants of health, so this is actually an issue of commitments rather than the actual amount of the financial implication on the health system. So there is a lot of research already has been conducted around what is the alternative mechanism to replace the tax from tobacco industry, but there is a lot of resistance from the government actually took forward that advice from the health activists as well as from the civil society movement. So my position is actually there is clear evidence around the replacement mechanism for financial benefit from some of the sectors, especially tobacco-related products. So, and the health impacts from tobacco products is actually much greater in terms of the health spending. So there is clear evidence around that already. And in my opinion, it's just about the political complacency in terms of adopting the action.
On tobacco, but we're running out of time. Very quick questions, a very quick answer. Something about tobacco.
Yeah, omnibus law on the healthcare supply chain. So interesting. We potentially need to wait and see until it took place. The PP already issued. So this year, so the peraturan pemerintah already issued. So some of the issue, I think it will bring a lot of simplification around the supply chain in Indonesia. But also it will open market and privatization as well. So I think we need to think along that line when we're looking at the omnibus law. Unfortunately, we don't have data just yet to say to what extent omnibus law in health will affect the supply chain in Indonesia.
Great. So we come to the end of the session. So let's give another applause for our great speakers today. And thank you so much for everyone here and online who's for staying throughout the day. And we're going to start tomorrow at 9 a.m. and that would mean 6 a.m. in Jakarta. We expect all of you to be here again tomorrow. Now, for those of you who have registered for the Friday night social dinner at Madame Lu, we look forward to seeing you tonight. And please check with an Enricha project staff member if you need at 6:30? 6?
6 for 6:30.
Yeah, yes. If you need any details on tonight dinners. Thank you. Yes, we're done for today.